My parents secretly made a wax mold of my house key so my brother could hijack my $1.15 million home. So I upgraded my doors to commercial biometric locks, gathered his active eviction papers, and waited in my driveway for their moving truck to arrive. Original post. I was sitting at my desk, burying my face in massive structural engineering blueprints for a new commercial bridge, when my phone vibrated so violently it rattled against my empty coffee mug. I swiped the screen, expecting an urgent email from a site contractor. Instead, a high-priority alert from my home security app flashed in bold red letters across the glass. Motion detected. Front entrance perimeter. I tapped the notification, my pulse already quickening. The live feed loaded, buffering for a split second, and my stomach completely plummeted. Parked right in the middle of my sprawling gravel driveway, entirely blocking the view of my beautiful $1.15 million, Lake Washington property, was a massive, beat-up commercial moving truck. Standing on my pristine front porch was my younger brother, Julian. He was grinning that arrogant, wildly entitled grin of his, jingling a shiny new brass key in his right hand. Just 3 days ago, he had sat across the family dinner table, stared me dead in the eye, and sneered, "We are taking the master suite on Monday." Dad gave me the keys. I thought it was an empty threat. A delusion. But now, the nightmare was actually unfolding in high definition right on my screen. I pinched the screen to zoom in. There was my father, Arthur, aggressively waving the hired movers toward the front steps, while my mother, Helen, dragged a heavy floral suitcase across my manicured lawn. My hands were shaking. It wasn't from fear or panic, but from a blinding, white-hot rage that I had been suppressing for 34 years. I sat there in my quiet office, watching the live feed of my own flesh and blood orchestrating a hostile takeover of my property. They were actually doing it. They truly believed they could just show up, unlock my front door, and move their entire chaotic lives into the sanctuary I had sacrificed a decade of my life to buy. I watched, barely blinking, as Julian confidently shoved the brass key into the deadbolt. He twisted it. Nothing happened. He jiggled it, his smug expression faltering for a split second, and then he shoved his shoulder against the heavy reinforced oak door. It did not budge a single millimeter. I had made absolutely sure of that. But watching them stand there, looking utterly baffled as to why their grand home invasion plan was hitting a brick wall, made something permanent snap inside my chest. How does a family become so deeply entrenched in their own toxic entitlement that they think they can claim $1 million property without the owner's consent? To understand the sheer audacity of what was happening on my screen, you have to walk through the museum of my childhood. I was the invisible child, the reliable, exhausted workhorse. From the moment I was old enough to hold a flashlight, I was expected to be useful. By 17, I was working as a junior apprentice for a local commercial construction firm. I spent my high school summers crawling through sweltering, fiberglass-filled attics, and freezing my hands numb on industrial rooftops. I would come home with grease and concrete dust permanently stained into the creases of my palms, smelling of ozone and metal. I was exhausted to my bones, but I was proud. I was making my own money. Julian, on the other hand, was 3 years younger and practically floated through life on a fluffy cloud of our parents' relentless, blinding validation. He was the golden child. While I was patching drywall to buy my own school clothes and a cheap used Honda, Julian was handed the keys to a brand new luxury sedan for his high school graduation. Because, as my mother put it, Julian needs to look presentable and successful for his college networking. He never held a part-time job. He never paid a phone bill. He just existed, and that was apparently enough to warrant total financial backing. The real kicker, the one that still makes my jaw clench so hard my teeth ache, happened when I was 23. I was working full-time and paying my own way through night school to get my structural engineering degree. I was living at home to save money, paying my parents' rent, buying my own groceries, and covering all the household utility bills because, as my father Arthur always barked, a real man pays his way. That same year, Julian decided he was going to be an entrepreneur. He dropped out of his expensive business degree program to launch an AI tech startup with his frat brothers. It was an absolute, unmitigated disaster. Within 8 months, he had blown through his startup capital and managed to rack up massive personal debts. Did my parents hold him accountable? Of course not. They sat me down at the kitchen table, the very table I had bought for them with my overtime pay, and casually mentioned they were withdrawing $55,000 from their retirement savings to bail Julian out. $55,000. I remember sitting there, smelling the faint scent of my own dirty work boots, listening to my mother excuse his catastrophic failure. Julian is a visionary, Elias, she told me, patting my calloused hand dismissively. He takes risks. He has a sensitive, creative soul. You are strong. You can handle the grunt work. He needs our financial support to truly fly. That was the exact moment I realized my success would never, ever be celebrated by them. It would only be harvested. I was the sturdy, reliable concrete foundation they could stand on while lifting Julian up to the sky. Every promotion I got, every raise I earned over the next decade, was met with a brief, disinterested nod from my father before he would immediately pivot to asking if I could help pay for Julian's latest disaster. I moved out shortly after the startup bailout. I lived in a tiny, miserable studio apartment that smelled like boiled cabbage and cheap bleach. I worked 80-hour weeks, volunteering for every overtime shift, every holiday rotation, every brutal site inspection. I hoarded my money. I lived like I was broke because I knew that if I ever stumbled, there would be no safety net for me. No one was going to drain their retirement for Elias. By the time I turned 34, all those brutal grinds finally paid off. I had climbed the ladder to become a senior structural engineer. I was designing multi-million-dollar commercial bridges and high-rises. My income skyrocketed, but my lifestyle barely changed. I drove a reliable truck, wore plain clothes, and kept aggressively saving. I had one singular obsession. I wanted a sanctuary. A place where the noise of the world, and specifically the toxic noise of my family, could not reach me. After months of searching, I found it. A breathtaking, modern rustic cabin right on the water of Lake Washington. It cost $1,150,000. It was a massive financial commitment, but I put down a huge down payment and secured a fantastic mortgage rate thanks to my flawless credit history. The house was a masterpiece. It had a wraparound cedar deck that hovered right over the water, massive floor-to-ceiling windows that let in the morning light, and a master suite that felt like a luxury resort. Most importantly, it was entirely mine. No one co-signed. No one lent me a dime. I decided to host a family housewarming party. It was a rare moment of vulnerability where I actually wanted them to see what I had accomplished. I thought maybe they would finally look at me and say they were proud. What a catastrophic miscalculation that was. Julian arrived in a leased $105,000 Audi R8, wearing a smug expression that did not match his supposedly struggling consulting status. He walked through my custom kitchen, running his fingers over the granite, and muttered that it was a bit isolated for a guy with zero social life, but his eyes gave him away. He was calculating the square footage. He was looking at my home not as my achievement, but as an asset. The real red flags started flying later that afternoon. I was carrying a tray of drinks when I paused in the hallway. The door to my home office was slightly ajar. I peeked in and saw my father, Arthur, standing over my desk. He was holding the spare house key I had left in a decorative bowl. I watched, frozen in absolute disbelief, as he pressed the brass key firmly into a small block of soft utility wax he had pulled from his coat pocket, capturing the exact grooves and cuts. He slipped the wax back into his pocket, completely unbothered. I should have kicked him out right then, but years of conditioning kicked in. I told myself he was just being an overprotective boomer dad, wanting a key in case of an emergency. 20 minutes later, I walked upstairs to grab a fresh towel and found Julian inside my master bedroom. He had a literal digital tape measure pulled across the hardwood floor, noting the dimensions on his iPhone. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice tight. He barely looked up, "Just seeing if a California king bed fits in this alcove. It's a great room, Elias, a little wasted on a single guy who works all the time, don't you think?" I laughed it off uncomfortably and ushered him out, locking the door behind him. Throughout the rest of the evening, my mother made passive-aggressive comments about how it was a shame that a huge house only had one person living in it, and how families should share their blessings. I ignored it. I grilled the steaks and played the perfect host, but I was a fool. That weekend wasn't a celebration of my success. It was a scouting mission. They were taking inventory. They were stealing the keys to my kingdom, and I handed them the drinks while they did it. Update 1. The explosion happened exactly 3 weeks later during our obligatory Friday night family dinner at my parents' house. The dining room smelled of pot roast and heavy expectations. Julian arrived 30 minutes late, dragging his 2 young kids, Lily and Mason. His ex-wife had primary custody, meaning my mother would be doing all the actual parenting while Julian scrolled on his phone. During dinner, the atmosphere was uncharacteristically tense. Arthur was aggressively cutting his meat. Helen kept exchanging meaningful glances with Julian. As dessert was served, Julian cleared his throat, commanding the room's attention. "I have some unfortunate news," he announced, adopting a perfectly crafted expression of noble suffering. "My landlord is selling the building. He wants to renovate the penthouse and flip it. We have to be out by the end of the month." I paused with my fork halfway to my mouth. "That's rough," I said, mentally calculating if I should offer him a small loan for a security deposit. "Do you need help finding a realtor?" Julian waved his hand dismissively, a sly, sickening smirk creeping onto his face. "No need. We already have a plan. The moving trucks arrive Monday. We are moving into your place." The room went dead silent. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator. I stared at him, waiting for the punchline. When none came, I looked at my parents. They were both nodding in solemn agreement. "Excuse me?" I said, my voice dangerously low. "Moving into my place?" Arthur dropped his fork onto his plate with a loud clatter. "Yes, It makes perfect sense. You have a massive house with empty bedrooms. Julian is family. He needs a place to stay. I already approved it. You approved it? I repeated, the sheer absurdity making my head spin. It's my house, Dad, I bought it. I pay the mortgage. You don't get to approve who lives there. Helen reached across the table, her voice dripping with manufactured distress. Elias, please don't be difficult. Your brother is in a crisis. Lily and Mason need stability. You're always at work anyway. It's just temporary. Maybe a year or two until Julian gets his new startup off the ground. I stood up, my chair scraping harshly against the hardwood floor. I am going to make this incredibly clear. No one is moving into my house. It is not a hotel. It is not a refugee camp for Julian's terrible life choices. The answer is no. Julian slammed his fist on the table. You selfish prick. I am your brother. I have kids. You're just going to hoard that giant mansion while my children sleep on the street? You drive a $105,000 car, Julian. Sell the Audi and rent a normal apartment like a normal adult, I countered, my voice rising. Arthur stood up, his face purple with rage. Don't speak to your brother that way. Family helps family. You will open your doors to them, or so help me God. Or what? I challenged, leaning across the table. What are you going to do, Dad? Ground me? I am a 34-year-old man. I own my property. If any of you show up at my house with a moving truck, I will call the cops. I grabbed my jacket and walked out. As I hit the front door, Julian shouted after me, we are taking the master suite Monday, Elias. Dad gave me the keys. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the psychological warfare had begun. The flying monkeys were unleashed. Aunt Clara texted me, I cannot believe you are putting material possessions above your own nephew and niece. Money has ruined you. Cousin Sarah sent a massive paragraph. Julian is weeping. Have you lost your mind, Elias? Let them stay in the basement at least. The narrative was spun. I was the wealthy villain, and Julian was the tragic victim. But as I sat in my dark house, my phone rang. It was my cousin Marcus, a sharp financial auditor living in New York. Elias. Marcus sighed heavily. What the hell is going on? Why are you locking Julian out of a house he paid for? I froze. What did you just say? Julian told the whole family that he gave you the down payment for the lake house. He said his startup hit it big, he wanted to invest in real estate, and he used your name for the mortgage to help build your credit. He's telling everyone he's the silent co-owner, and you're trying to steal his investment. He even showed Aunt Clara some printed document. My blood ran completely cold. This wasn't just an entitled brother asking for a favor. This was calculated, malicious fraud. He wanted my lifestyle, and he was building a legal and social framework to hijack my property. I hung up, and the last shred of familial obligation evaporated. He wanted to play real estate mogul? Fine. I opened my laptop and went straight to the county public records database. It took me 15 minutes of digging through civil court filings to find exactly what I knew had to be there, an eviction notice. Julian wasn't leaving by choice. He was being legally evicted by the sheriff for non-payment of rent. He was 5 months behind. I kept digging. I found the public lien records. The $105,000 Audi R8 was heavily underwater, and the leasing company had already filed paperwork for active repossession. I hit print. The laser printer hummed, spitting out pages of warm, crisp destruction. I slipped the eviction notice, the vehicle repossession filings, and a certified, watermarked copy of my own property deed into a heavy manila folder. By 8 a.m. Saturday, I had a commercial locksmith pulling into my driveway. I dropped $5,500 upgrading my entire home. We installed heavy-duty biometric and electronic keypad deadbolts on every exterior door. I disabled any physical key overrides. We installed high-definition 360-degree cameras along the perimeter with two-way audio. I wanted a digital perimeter so tight a squirrel couldn't cross my lawn without me knowing. All weekend, the harassment continued. Arthur left voicemails threatening to disown me. Julian texted me a list of my own furniture he wanted me to move to the garage to make room for his stuff. They truly believed I would cave. But I wasn't surrendering. I was preparing. Update 2. Which brings us back to Monday morning. The drive from my commercial office back to the lake house was a blur of asphalt and adrenaline. My phone sat in the cup holder, the screen illuminated with the live feed of Arthur furiously pounding his fists against my reinforced door frame. What is wrong with this thing? Arthur barked through the camera's audio feed. He changed the locks. The ungrateful brat actually changed the locks. Helen was pacing on the cedar deck, leaving me frantic voicemails. Elias, pick up the phone right now. We have a moving truck out here paying by the hour. Stop throwing a tantrum and give your brother the access code. Off to the side, Julian was sweating through his designer shirt, trying to pacify the annoyed moving crew. My brother is just having a technical issue with his smart home system. Julian lied smoothly to the crew boss. We co-own this place, just start unloading the boxes onto the lawn. I turned onto the final winding road. I was wearing a sharp, tailored charcoal suit for a client presentation. I looked like a man who owned his life. I contrasted that with the desperate, sweaty circus on my lawn. The crunch of my truck's tires on the gravel stopped them dead. I put the truck in park, grabbed the heavy manila folder, and stepped out into the crisp morning breeze. "Well," Arthur shouted, storming down the porch steps, puffing his chest out. "Are you proud of yourself, keeping your own family locked out? Open that door right now, Elias." I looked at him, feeling absolutely nothing. "What happened to the key you stole from my desk, Dad?" I asked, my voice dangerously calm. "Did the wax impression not work out?" The color instantly drained from Arthur's face. He stopped dead in his tracks. He knew that I knew. Helen rushed down the steps. "You are being paranoid, Elias. Your father just wanted a key for emergencies. Julian needs a roof over his head." I turned my attention to Julian, who was trying to project a casual attitude in front of the movers. "Come on, Elias." Julian choked out a fake laugh. "Stop being a drama queen in front of the hired help. Just punch the code in. We have a lot of furniture." I walked up the driveway, stopping right in front of his leased luxury car. "You told everyone you co-own this house, Julian." I projected my voice clearly. "You told Marcus you gave me the down payment. You told Aunt Clara you put my name on the mortgage." Julian's fake smile vanished. "Keep your voice down, Elias. We can talk inside." "We are not going inside," I replied. "You want to play the successful real estate mogul? Let's look at your portfolio." I raised the heavy manila folder and slammed it down onto the sleek hood of his Audi R8. The loud smack echoed across the lake. I flipped the folder open and pulled out the thick packet with the red county court stamp. "This is a court-ordered eviction notice," I announced to the movers, my parents, and Julian. "Julian is not leaving his luxury apartment because it's being renovated. He is being forcibly evicted by the sheriff's department tomorrow morning because he hasn't paid rent in 5 months. He is flat broke." Helen gasped, bringing a trembling hand to her mouth. "Julian, what is he talking about?" I pulled out the second document. "And this is a public lien filing from the auto leasing company. The tow truck is actively looking for this exact Audi right now. You are drowning in debt, Julian. And instead of acting like a man, you decided to lie to the entire family and try to hijack my $1 million home to keep up your pathetic fake lifestyle." The devastation was absolute. Arthur looked like he had been physically struck. The illusion they had worshipped for 30 years was shattered. But Julian felt cornered, and a cornered rat attacks. His hands shaking violently, he pulled out his phone and dialed 911. "Yes, I need police assistance immediately," Julian lied into the phone, his voice cracking with malice. "I am at my property, and my crazy brother is trespassing and refusing to let me into my own home. He is becoming violent." He hung up, a sick smirk returning. 10 minutes later, a county sheriff cruiser came roaring down the driveway. Officer Miller stepped out, a stern man with zero patience for nonsense. "All right, who called dispatch?" Officer Miller asked. "I did, officer." Julian practically sprinted forward, playing the victim. "My brother locked me out of my house. He's trying to steal my real estate investment." Officer Miller raised an eyebrow. "Who is the legal owner?" "I am." I stepped forward. "He's lying," Julian interrupted, shoving a crumpled piece of printer paper at the cop. "I provided the down payment. I have proof." I set it down. "I have proof." Officer Miller looked at the paper for exactly 3 seconds. "Sir, this is a piece of printer paper with a typed signature. It means absolutely nothing." I opened my folder. I handed the officer my driver's license and the certified, watermarked property deed showing my name exclusively. Then, I pulled out my phone and played the crystal clear audio of Arthur trying to break into the door with the stolen key, and Julian demanding the access code. Officer Miller's expression hardened into stone. He turned slowly to face Julian, who was now sweating profusely and backing away. "Let me explain exactly what is happening here," Officer Miller rumbled. "You called emergency services to falsely report a crime. You presented a fabricated document. And according to this video, you were actively attempting to force entry into a property you do not own." Arthur tried to step in. "Now, hold on, officer, this is just a family misunderstanding. I don't care if you're the Pope," Officer Miller snapped. "Property rights do not disappear because you share a last name. You have exactly 15 minutes to get this moving truck off this man's property. If you step foot on this driveway after that, I will personally put you in handcuffs for criminal trespassing and filing a false police report." The countdown began. The crew boss whistled sharply, and the movers began frantically shoving boxes back into the truck. Julian, stripped of his arrogance, was trembling so badly he dropped a box of dishes on the gravel. Arthur looked like he had aged 10 years in 10 minutes, his authority completely broken. Helen was sobbing openly, weeping for the catastrophic failure of her golden child. Within 12 minutes, the procession of shame slowly exited my property. I went inside, poured a black coffee, and opened the massive extended family group chat. I uploaded the eviction notice, the auto repo filing, my official deed, and the security video of the police threatening to arrest Julian. I typed one sentence: For anyone wondering why Julian was denied entry to my home today, here is the truth. Any further harassment will be forwarded to my lawyer. Within 2 minutes, Aunt Clara and Cousin Sarah left the chat. The flying monkeys scattered. The truth was too undeniable. The final twist. For 3 entire months, the silence from my immediate family was absolute. I used the time to go to trauma therapy twice a week, unpacking 3 decades of being the exploited foundation. I learned that setting boundaries isn't cruelty, it's self-preservation. Then, in late October, my phone buzzed. It was a long, groveling email from my mother, Helen. It read, "Elias, we do not expect you to forgive us. What we did was unforgivable. We see clearly now what you have always seen. Julian has taken everything from us. We treated you terribly and took your hard work for granted. We are exhausted, Elias. We are so sorry. We just want our son back. Please, let us talk." Reading it, I felt a strange sense of validation. The apology I had craved my entire life was finally on my screen. But therapy had taught me to look deeper. I called my cousin Marcus, the financial auditor, to see how things were really going at my parents' house. Marcus let out a dark chuckle. "Elias, do not fall for that email. They aren't apologizing because they suddenly realized you're a great son. They are apologizing because they are completely destitute, and they need a place to live." "What do you mean?" I asked, my grip tightening on the phone. "Julian didn't just move into their basement," Marcus revealed. "Before his eviction, Julian secretly forged Arthur's signature and took out a $150,000 home equity line of credit, HELOC, on your parents' suburban house to fund his fake millionaire lifestyle. He drained it completely. When the bank came knocking, your parents found out. Instead of pressing charges against Julian for fraud, they tried to pay it off to protect him. Now, they are entirely bankrupt. The bank is foreclosing on their house next month. They are buttering you up because they want to move into your guest house." I sat on my cedar deck, staring out at the freezing water of the lake. The sheer, unadulterated manipulation of it all was staggering. They didn't regret abusing me. They only regretted that their golden goose had finally bled them dry, and now they needed my $1 million property to save them from homelessness. I opened my laptop and typed my reply with cold, calculated precision. "Mom and Dad, I know about the forged HELOC. I know about the impending foreclosure. I know you are only apologizing because you need a place to live. Let me make this completely clear. My home is my sanctuary. Come. None of you will ever live here. I will not give you a single dollar to clean up the mess you allowed Julian to make. You chose to protect his fraud instead of yourselves. You made your bed with the golden child. Now, you can all sleep in it. Do not contact me again." I hit send. I felt no guilt. I felt no hesitation. I erected a massive steel fence around my peace of mind. I had stared down the toxic entitlement of my own flesh and blood, exposed their lies, and stood firm in the face of immense pressure. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do for toxic family members is to let them hit rock bottom without your financial padding to soften the blow. It is the only way you will ever survive. Top comments. User 1, the absolute audacity of your dad making a wax mold of your key while drinking your alcohol at your housewarming party makes my blood boil. The fact that they covered up his $150,000 fraud just proves they will never change. Good on you for locking them out forever. User 2, dropping the eviction and repo papers right on the hood of his leased Audi R8 is the most gangster move I've ever read on this app. You didn't just burn his bridge, you nuked his entire fake reality in front of the movers. Masterclass in boundary setting. User 3. As someone who was also the foundation child for a golden sibling, this hits incredibly hard. They didn't want a relationship with you in the end, they wanted a landlord they didn't have to pay. Enjoy your beautiful lake house, Elias, you earned every single square foot of it. My sister locked me in my room. As my blood sugar plummeted to 30, and my dad was downstairs, believing her lies about me sabotaging the dinner party. The key turned in the lock from the outside and I heard Olivia Bennett's heels clicking down the hallway while my hands shook too much to hold my phone. My blood sugar monitor read 52 and decreasing. That horrific freefall meant I had around 18 minutes before losing consciousness totally. I was grabbing for my emergency glucose tablets when I heard her go up the stairs. And now the bottle lay on the floor somewhere in the darkness, dispersed on the carpet after I knocked it over while attempting to get to the door. Olivia Bennett's lovely and sorry voice echoed through the wood, informing my father downstairs that I was in one of my adolescent mood swings and needed time alone to calm down before his business partners arrived for dinner. She said I'd been harsh about her cuisine and dismissive of the evening's significance, and that I'd locked myself in on purpose to destroy the dinner party she'd spent weeks arranging. My father's reaction was muted but acceptable, believing her version of events as he usually did, and I knew with crystalline dread that she had just sentenced me to death alone in my bedroom while they entertained clients downstairs. The glucose pills were somewhere in the darkness. My backup insulin was in the kitchen refrigerator, and my phone's CGM was so scary that I couldn't keep it stable enough to call 911. I was 17 years old with type 1 diabetes, and my father's girlfriend of 7 months had just locked me in my room to create the ideal setting for her networking dinner. I had been managing my type 1 diabetes for 7 years when Olivia Bennett joined our life, and I was comfortable with my routine of testing blood sugar, calculating carbohydrates, and delivering insulin via my pump. My mother died when I was 7, and for the following 3 years, it was just my father and me figuring out life together, including my diabetes diagnosis at age 10, which converted our world into a delicate balance of numbers and time. Dad worked hard hours as a commercial real estate developer, but he always made time for my endocrinologist visits and made sure I had enough supplies. When he began dating again after Mom had been gone for 4 years, I was supportive, wanting him to be happy, even if the thought of someone replacing Mom made my chest tighten. Olivia Bennett was the 5th lady he dated seriously. Olivia, unlike the others who had been polite but plainly concerned about taking on a youngster with a chronic disease, appeared almost too flawless. She was 36 years old, Dad was 47, and she was a pharmaceutical sales representative with a stylish style and the type of confidence that made people listen when she spoke. She'd researched type 1 diabetes before meeting me, asked thoughtful questions about my management routine, and even recommended a new insulin pump model that her firm didn't sell but had greater features than mine. Dad had fallen hard and fast, and I tried to be pleased for him, disregarding the minor red flags that Olivia's perfection was a show with an agenda I couldn't see. Olivia began remarking on my blood sugar levels approximately 4 months into their relationship, which was the first hint of a problem. She'd requested to check my readings every evening, portraying it as a kind concern, but her tone was judgmental when my numbers weren't perfect. She'd question whether I'd accurately counted my carbohydrates or whether I was smuggling stuff that I shouldn't have. Never mind that type 1 diabetes does not operate that way, and Dr. Harris said my control was great. When I explained that blood sugar changes for a variety of reasons other than nutrition, Olivia grinned and claimed she worked in pharmaceuticals and knew more about medical disorders than most people. Dad had nodded along, apparently impressed by her expertise, and I'd let it go, even though her grasp was superficial and incorrect in critical areas. The second red flag appeared when she moved into our home after just 6 months of dating, bringing her fancy furnishings and a desire to rearrange our whole housekeeping routine. Suddenly, family dinners had to start at 6:30 p.m., regardless of my insulin scheduling, and my diabetic supplies had to be housed in designated spaces that matched her aesthetic, rather than where they were most convenient for me. She had rearranged the kitchen and relocated my emergency glucose stash from the counter to a high cupboard since the packing seemed crowded. And once I refilled the counter, she moved them again. Dad had intervened, proposing that I keep supplies in my room if Olivia wanted a clean kitchen, not realizing that diabetic crises do not wait for you to rush upstairs. I had complied to maintain the peace, putting a little fridge in my room for insulin and storing glucose pills around, knowing that fighting back would result in confrontation that Dad couldn't manage. The third red sign appeared last month, when Olivia began preparing tonight's dinner party, a high-stakes evening with Dad's most important possible clients, the Maxwells, who owned a development business that may land Dad's biggest contract. Olivia had taken over the entire planning process, hiring caterers and event personnel, and transformed our home into something out of a magazine cover. She'd been too concerned with details, shouting at both Dad and me when things weren't perfect, worrying about lighting, music, and flower placement. When I asked about the meal and if I could check carb counts to plan my insulin, Olivia waved me off, saying she'd handle it, that I shouldn't worry about food and instead enjoy the evening. The rejection made my stomach plummet since controlling diabetes required me to always be aware of what and when I was eating. But she had made it appear as if I was being difficult by asking. She informed me yesterday that I would be having supper in my room tonight rather than attending the party because teens would make the event feel too informal. Dad had objected weakly, stating I was a member of the family and should be involved. However, Olivia claimed that this was business, not family time, and that my presence would detract from professional networking. She had promised to bring me a plate and said I could come down for dessert, making it appear fair, despite the fact that we both knew she was excluding me to maintain her flawless image. I agreed since arguing with Olivia usually made Dad upset and nervous, and I discovered that preserving the peace was simpler than demanding my wants. This afternoon, everything shattered into turmoil. Olivia had been in the kitchen, overseeing the catering workers, when I arrived about 4 to check my blood sugar and have a snack before dinner. My CGM had been drifting downward all afternoon, lingering in the low 80s, and I needed something to pull it back up before it went into dangerous area. I just grabbed a juice box from the fridge, the rapid sugar I relied on in these situations, when Olivia Bennett appeared alongside me, furious. She pulled the juice box from my grasp and told me I wasn't allowed to eat or drink anything before the dinner party because the caterers wanted the kitchen cleared and she didn't want me interrupting their work. I'd attempted to explain that my blood sugar was plummeting and that I needed the juice now, not later. But she cut me off, saying I was overdramatic. She accused me of sabotaging her evening by creating medical crises that required attention, of being envious that Dad had met someone new, and of manipulating circumstances with my diabetes. The charges were so surprising, so out of context, that I stood transfixed as she threw the juice box in the garbage and instructed me to go to my room and stay there until Mother returned to collect me for supper. When I objected, she came in close and told me in hushed tones that if I caused any difficulties tonight, if I made a scene or attempted to divert Dad's focus away from his clients, she'd make sure he knew how manipulative I had been about my medical condition. She had reminded me that Dad's business was faltering, that this deal may rescue our family's finances, and that my selfishness had the potential to destroy all he had fought so hard for. I had gone upstairs, shivering with rage and dread. My blood sugar is currently at 70 and decreasing. I texted Dad that I needed help, but his phone was set to quiet due to client dinner preparations. I checked my supplies and remembered my backup emergency glucose was in the kitchen, where Olivia had barred me, and my insulin pump indicated that I had plenty in the reservoir, but I'd need to change it tomorrow. The logical thing would have been to go downstairs and get some juice while Olivia was busy, but her threats and my father's reliance on tonight's success had immobilized me. Instead, I attempted to manage with the glucose pills I had in my room, taking 4 and waiting to see whether my blood sugar level stabilized. For 30 minutes, I observed my CGM, which hovered in the mid-70s before dropping again. At 60, I knew I needed more glucose, so I grabbed the container to take more pills, and then I heard Olivia come up the stairs. I'd gone to the door to beg her to bring juice, convinced that she wouldn't allow me fall into diabetic shock. But as I opened the door, she was already there, hand poised to knock. Her expression was cold and determined as she pulled me back into the room and told me I needed to stay until the clients departed because she couldn't trust me not to spoil her evening. She'd noticed my glucose tablet bottle and kicked it away when it fell, before walking out and locking the door from the outside with the key we'd never used, the old-fashioned mechanism Dad thought was wonderful when we purchased the property. Now I was on my hands and knees groping over the carpet for scattered glucose pills, my eyesight beginning to fade around the edges. My CGM was screaming alarms, displaying 45 and continuously lowering, indicating a fast plummet that would leave me unconscious shortly. I discovered 3 pills and devoured them furiously. The chalky taste was once calming, but now it served as a reminder of how inadequate they were for this catastrophe. When I eventually managed to unlock my phone, my hands were so shaky that I could scarcely hold it. However, my fingers would not comply with the touchscreen to dial 911. I dialed Dad's number, but it went straight to voicemail. His phone remained silent during the dinner gathering. I tried texting my closest friend Sophia, but the message came out as gibberish. Autocorrect couldn't make sense of my failing motor control. Below me, I could hear the dinner party begin, folks greeting each other with professional affection. Olivia Bennett's giggle was bright and sweet as she welcomed the Maxwells to our house. The noises were bizarre in comparison to my reality, as the regular social gathering took place while I was isolated in my room dying of hypoglycemia. I considered yelling for assistance, but Olivia had switched up classical piano music downstairs, which would drown out any sounds coming from upstairs. She'd meticulously organized this, assuring that even if I tried to draw attention, the dinner party would continue uninterrupted. I made it to my bed before my legs gave out entirely, dropping onto the mattress as my blood sugar continued to plummet. At 37, I realized I was in grave danger. The level at which convulsions and unconsciousness occur, and irreversible brain injury is a genuine possibility. My thoughts were getting disorganized and sluggish. Severe hypoglycemia causes cognitive impairment, which makes problem-solving difficult. I tried the door again, crawling because standing was no longer an option, and tugged on the handle with weak hands. The lock remained solid, and Olivia had presumably taken the key with her since I couldn't see it through the old-fashioned keyhole. My window was on the second level, overlooking the backyard, too high to safely jump and facing away from the street, where someone may notice me. I pondered smashing the window and yelling, but the dinner party was in the formal dining room on the other side of the house. The catering workers were in the kitchen, and the music would drown out any sounds. Plus, shattering a window during Dad's most important business dinner would damage the contract he sorely needed, proving Olivia's claim that I was attempting to sabotage the occasion. The notion threw me between survival instinct and the psychological trickery she'd spent months perfecting, making me wonder if dying peacefully was preferable than spoiling her ideal night. My phone vibrated with a text from Sophia asking if I wanted to video chat. And I attempted to react, but my fingers stopped working. The CGM was reading 34, which was severely low, and I could feel awareness slipping away in waves. I thought about my mother, how she would never have allowed this to happen, how she would have prioritized my health before any business dinner or social commitment. I thought about Dad downstairs, fully oblivious that his daughter was dying 20 feet above him because he had trusted his girlfriend above his own instincts. For a little period, the rage that surged through me helped to clear the air. And I used that awareness to attempt again to dial 911. My hand was trembling so violently that I couldn't see the screen, but I was able to press the emergency call button before my vision tunneled to a pinpoint and then went dark. I'm not sure if the call was connected. I am not sure whether I stated anything understandable. I only knew that I felt myself slipping into darkness as dinner party talk and laughter boomed across my bedroom floor. I awoke to nearby sounds fighting and bright lights shining through my closed eyes. Someone said my name and asked me to open my eyes. When I cracked them open, I noticed a paramedic's face hovering above me. She was youthful, perhaps in her late 20s, with gentle eyes and hair tied up in a bun. And she was telling me that I was okay, that they had given me glucagon, and that my blood sugar was rising again. My arm stung where an IV was inserted, and I could taste the sickly sweet residue of the glucagon shot that had saved my life. The paramedic identified herself as Emma Lawson, stated that she was with the LA County Fire Department, and asked if I could explain her what had happened. My lips was dry, and my thoughts were muddled, but I was able to mutter that I had been confined in my room. Emma's look suddenly shifted from professional worry to focused concentration, and she requested me to repeat it. Behind her, I could see another paramedic speaking with someone in the doorway. And despite my still foggy eyesight, I recognized my father's silhouette, his posture emanating worry and perplexity. Emma leaned in and inquired directly who had locked me in the room and when. I informed her it was Olivia approximately 2 hours ago, just before the dinner party. The other paramedic looked at Emma, then called for the police officers who had presumably arrived with the ambulance. The following 30 minutes were a flurry of medical evaluations and probing questioning. Emma stayed with me while her partner, an older guy called Rick Turner, who had been a paramedic for 18 years, assessed my vital signs and tested my blood sugar again. They indicated that 911 got a call from my phone about 7:20, that they heard hard breathing followed by stillness, and that when the operator did not obtain a response, they dispatched emergency personnel to my location. The fire brigade arrived first and discovered the front door locked with the dinner party and ongoing. They yelled loudly until someone replied, then forced their way upstairs when they heard my CGM alarm go off through my bedroom door. They discovered the door locked from the outside, with the old skeleton key still in the lock, and me asleep on the floor, my blood sugar at 30 and dangerously low for an extended period of time. Rick stated that they had supplied glucagon promptly and phoned for police assistance because the closed door issue prompted concerns about suspected negligence or abuse. Now there were 2 LAPD detectives in my room. Detective Mia Sullivan, who had been on the police for 12 years, and a uniformed officer named Daniel Grant, who was photographing the door, the lock, and the strewn glucose pills on my carpet. Detective Sullivan crouched by my bed, where the paramedics had transported me, and inquired whether I felt well enough to answer questions. When I nodded, she took out a recording device and asked me to recount everything that had transpired today from the start. I told her everything, my voice growing stronger as my blood sugar level stabilized, the words pouring out in a surge of rage, terror, and relief. I detailed Olivia relocating my glucose supplies, the juice box incident this afternoon, her claims that I was spoiling the dinner party, and her shutting me in just as my blood sugar was dropping. Detective Sullivan listened without interrupting, her face bland but her eyes keen. When I finished, she asked specific questions regarding the time and words Olivia had used. She inquired whether there were any witnesses to Olivia's threats or any proof, such as messages or recordings. I pulled up my previous text interaction with Dad, which revealed my unresponsive calls for aid, gave her my CGM app data indicating the blood sugar decrease and critical alarms, and suggested that the caterers could have observed the juice box incident this afternoon. Detective Sullivan acknowledged and stated that she would be interrogating everyone in the home, and that this was now a criminal investigation into child endangerment and attempted murder, considering that Olivia had purposefully shut me in during a medical crisis. The phrase, attempted murder, made my chest constrict. The truth of how near I had come to death became extremely real. Emma observed my concern and advised they let me relax before asking further questions. But I shook my head and replied, "I want to finish. I wanted to make sure they realized Olivia had done this on purpose, and that it was not a mistake or misunderstanding. Dad entered the room after Detective Sullivan concluded her initial questioning, his face dark and his eyes crimson, as if he had been sobbing. He knelt by the bed and took my hand, saying he was sorry he had no clue what was going on, that Olivia had assured him I was fine and just needed some space. His voice trembled as he questioned why I hadn't come down if I was experiencing a medical emergency, and I had to explain that I'd been locked in, that I'd attempted to phone and text, and that I'd done all I could to obtain help. The revelation that his partner had intentionally harmed his kid while he was 20 feet away, entertaining guests, appeared to crack something in him. He wailed on the bed next to me, and I found myself soothing him despite the fact that I had almost died. Emma and Rick exchanged glances but did not intervene, allowing the scene to play out as they prepared to transfer me to the hospital for observation. Detective Sullivan entered the corridor to speak with Officer Daniel Grant, and I could hear her giving directions about securing the area and separating witnesses for questioning. The dinner party was supposedly disturbed when the paramedics forced their way in, and the Maxwells and catering staff departed. Everyone made statements to the police about what they had seen and heard. Olivia was in the corridor being questioned by another cop when they brought me out on the stretcher. She still looked wonderful, her dinner dress unwrinkled and her makeup impeccable, but her face was frigid wrath hidden under a mask of worry. She tried to approach me, stating she had been anxious and was relieved that I was fine. But Detective Sullivan physically stopped her and told her to remain back. Olivia's mask dropped barely for a second. Her eyes flashed with something unpleasant before the worried girlfriend performance continued. She explained to my father that she was simply trying to give me room to calm down, that she had no idea my blood sugar was plummeting, and that this was a horrible mistake. Dad was following the stretcher, then he turned to face her. Really look at her. And I saw a change in his expression. He confronted her about taking the key when she left my room, removing my glucose supplies from the kitchen, and throwing away my juice box despite my request. Olivia's countenance shifted between many emotions before resting on protective rage. And she said that she had been attempting to teach me responsibility and independence, that I had been manipulating him with my diabetes, and that she was assisting him in setting limits. The words hung in the hallway like poison, disclosing all she'd been doing for months. And Dad's visage changed from anguish to wrath so quickly that I scarcely noticed the difference. He instructed her to leave his residence and that she had only 1 hour to gather her belongings before he phoned the police. The ambulance travel to UCLA Medical Center lasted 20 minutes. Emma stayed with me in the rear while Dad followed in his car. She kept monitoring my blood sugar and spoke to me, making sure I was attentive and responsive, asking about my usual management routine and how long I had been type 1. When I told my background, she remarked I'd been doing very well given the circumstances, as many kids my age battled with compliance. But the A1C figures I provided demonstrated good control. Olivia implied that I was careless and theatrical about my health for months, so the affirmation seemed essential. Emma inquired carefully about past instances in which Olivia had interfered with my diabetic treatment. And I realized there were countless of little situations that I had downplayed or explained away. She used to insist that I couldn't test my blood sugar at the dinner table because it was unhygienic, causing me to go to the restroom and miss the timing I required for insulin dosage. She had questioned if I actually required snacks between meals, or if I was simply attempting to consume junk food. She even mentioned to Dad that I could be faking my problems to garner attention. That teens were notorious for drama, and I'd probably be alright if everyone disregarded my concerns. Each recollection seemed different today, not as misunderstandings, but as deliberate attempts to damage my health management and connection with my father. Emma listened without judgment and stated that she was writing everything for the police report, and that this trend would be valuable evidence. I was admitted to the hospital's pediatric ward for observation, which is typical procedure for severe hypoglycemia episodes. My blood sugar level had steadied at 98, which was comfortably normal. However, Dr. Charles Morgan, the attending endocrinologist who had been brought in, wanted to watch me overnight to verify that there were no issues. Dr. Morgan was in his 50s, with gray hair and wire-rimmed spectacles. According to the qualifications on the wall, he has been practicing pediatric endocrinology for the past 26 years. He went over my medical history with Dad and me, asking specific questions about my management regimen and what had led to tonight's crisis. When I described that Olivia had restricted my access to glucose and locked me in my room, his countenance turned deliberately blank, as it does when doctors hear information that triggers obligatory reporting requirements. He excused himself and returned 10 minutes later with a lady he introduced as Natalie Miller, a social worker with Child Protective Services who specializes in medical neglect cases. Natalie was perhaps 40, with kind brown eyes and a no-nonsense approach that made me feel instantly safer. She brought up a chair next my bed and said she needed to hear my tale, that what occurred tonight was major medical negligence, and probably willful endangerment. I repeated the tale again, this time with Dad sitting next to me, hearing all the information I hadn't told him about Olivia's actions in the previous months. I studied his expression as I narrated each episode, seeing him make connections he'd missed while it was occurring, and seeing how deliberately she'd isolated me and undermined my health management. Natalie made thorough notes and asked clarifying questions, including whether Olivia had ever denied me access to medical treatment or diabetic supplies. Natalie nodded, as if she had heard similar patterns previously, when I recalled her relocating my emergency glucose to difficult-to-reach spots and her statements that I was exaggerating my symptoms. She stated that people who care for children with medical issues have a legal duty to offer access to required therapies, and intentionally withholding such access might be considered abuse under California law. She stated that CPS would launch an investigation, that Detective Sullivan was already working with her office, and that they would determine if Dad's home was safe for me considering what had occurred. Dad's face turned white as he wondered whether they were going to take me away. Natalie's expression softened, and she explained that that wasn't the purpose. The inquiry was about identifying what protections needed to be in place, but Olivia could no longer have access to me or be present in the house where I resided. Detective Sullivan came about 10 p.m. with updates on the inquiry. She'd interviewed the catering crew, and 2 of them had observed the juice box incident, which confirmed my claim that Olivia had withdrawn critical medical supplies from me despite my explanation that I needed them. She'd also interviewed the Maxwells, who had an intriguing take on the dinner gathering. Apparently, as the paramedics barged in, Olivia tried to stop them from going upstairs, claiming that I was okay and being theatrical. One of the paramedics heard my CGM warning from the 2nd level, and proceeded past her nevertheless. And the Maxwells had witnessed Olivia's facade fall entirely, her worry transformed into rage at having her evening disturbed. Mrs. Maxwell had expressly informed Detective Sullivan that Olivia's behavior had struck her as inappropriate, that she appeared more worried about the dinner party than a medical issue, and that she had attempted to persuade the paramedics to leave before checking on me. The testimony was devastating. Outside witnesses having no motivation to mislead described Olivia's priorities. Detective Sullivan stated she also received the 911 tape from my phone call, in which, while being fairly incoherent, I managed to say locked in and dying before losing consciousness, indicating that I was aware of the planned imprisonment. The combination of physical evidence, witness testimony, and my statement was sufficient to warrant criminal charges, and the DA's office was looking into potential charges of child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. Dad stayed with me in the hospital room that night, sitting on the uncomfortable chair beside my bed, despite my instructions to go home and sleep. He appeared to have aged years in a matter of hours, as the truth of what had almost transpired reached him in waves. When I awoke at midnight, I found him looking at his phone, tears streaming down his cheeks. He'd been going over text exchanges between him and Olivia over the previous 7 months, seeing things differently now and spotting manipulation he'd missed in the moment. He gave me some of them, communications in which she discreetly undercut me, told him I was being tough with my diabetes care, said that I was envious of their relationship, and used medical circumstances to obtain attention. Dad said he trusted her because she appeared so intelligent and confident, and he wanted to think that someone loved him enough to handle the complexities of our lives. He disregarded his feelings that something was wrong because he'd been lonely, and Olivia appeared like the cure to that loneliness. He apologized again, more precisely this time, admitting that he had failed to protect me, that he had chosen his girlfriend's version of events above his daughter's truth, and that he had allowed someone dangerous into our house. I explained. It wasn't his fault Olivia had been manipulative, but he shook his head and claimed it was his responsibility for not paying attention, for being so preoccupied with his career and his relationship that he missed indicators that should have been evident. Dr. Charles Morgan discharged me the next afternoon with orders to see my usual endocrinologist, and to have unfettered access to diabetic supplies at all times. He documented the incident in full, and stated that the medical records will be made accessible to police enforcement and CPS for their investigations. He also provided Dad with a list of warning indicators of medical neglect and abuse, underlining the importance of watchful monitoring of chronic diseases and the dire consequences of any interference with such management. Dad informed me on the vehicle ride home that Olivia had left the house with 2 bags the day before, that he had the locks changed that morning, and that he had filed a restraining order with Detective Sullivan's aid. Olivia was not allowed to come within 90 yards of me or our house, was not permitted to contact any of us, and would risk instant arrest if she broke those rules. He'd also called Rachel Anderson, a family law attorney who specialized in custody and protection issues, who told him to document everything and thoroughly cooperate with CPS to show that he was serious about the problem and guaranteeing my safety. The restraining order hearing was planned for next week, and Rachel predicted Olivia would fight it, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that I had been having a medical episode that she didn't comprehend. When we returned home, the house seemed empty, but also safer, because Olivia's presence had been removed. Dad had taken all of her stuff, including her expensive furniture and the portraits she had posted on the walls, creating areas that appeared bare but felt cleaner. He'd also returned my diabetic supplies to their rightful placements, placing emergency glucose on the kitchen counter and in different rooms to ensure I was never more than a few steps away from assistance if I needed it. He had printed out my CGM sharing rights and loaded the program on his phone, allowing him to remotely monitor my blood sugar levels. Olivia had convinced him that this was invasive helicopter parenting, but it was really typical procedure for type 1 management. He was overcompensating. I could tell by hovering and asking if I needed anything every few minutes, but I allowed him because we both needed the confidence that comes with attentiveness. Sophia arrived that evening with flowers and chocolate-covered pretzels, my favorite comfort food that I could have if I used insulin appropriately. She'd been monitoring my infrequent text updates and had become concerned when I went silent during the hypoglycemia episode. She stated she nearly phoned the cops herself, but assumed I was simply asleep. She now felt bad for not acting on her intuition, and I had to tell her the same thing I had told Dad. Olivia's manipulation was so successful that no one realized what was going on until it was nearly too late. The criminal case progressed faster than I expected. Within 4 days, Olivia Bennett was charged with child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. The assault accusation was premised on her aggressively shoving me into my room and physically removing medical supplies that I required, both of which constituted detrimental contact under California law. Detective Sullivan phoned to explain that the district attorney treated these matters seriously, especially when there was clear evidence and witness testimony, and that Olivia had been detained that morning at her temporary residence. Bail was set at $50,000, which her family quickly paid. However, the conditions of her release included a restraining order and GPS tracking to ensure she kept away from us. Detective Sullivan stated that the evidence was solid, with the 911 audio, witness accounts, medical documents, and my testimony, leaving little opportunity for Olivia to claim ignorance or accident. The DA advocated for a trial rather than a plea bargain, wishing to make an example of someone who intentionally harmed a kid with a medical problem. The trial was planned for 4 months out, which is usual for criminal trials, and Detective Sullivan informed me that I would have to testify. The concept horrified me, but it also felt important, like if I needed to get up in court and publicly explain what Olivia had done. CPS concluded their inquiry 2 weeks later, with a finding of proven medical neglect on Olivia but no charges against Dad. Natalie Miller visited with us to explain that the inquiry had revealed that Dad had been an unsuspecting victim of Olivia's deception, that he had no awareness of her meddling with my diabetes treatment, and that he had taken swift corrective action once he realized the circumstances. She stated that the home was now deemed safe for me, but she recommended family counseling to help us understand what had happened and restore trust. She also advised that I visit with a therapist separately to go through the trauma of the situation, particularly the horror of being shut in during a medical crisis. Dad agreed to everything, and had previously booked meetings with Dr. Robert Hayes, a family therapist who specializes in trauma healing. Dr. Hayes was in his 60s and had a soothing personality. And in our first session, he helped us begin to untangle the guilt, rage, and fear that had gotten intertwined. He worked with Dad to understand how he had been deceived, and to regain his trust in his parenting abilities. He helped me comprehend the betrayal of someone who should have protected me instead of attempting to murder me, as well as separate that experience from my future capacity to trust people. The restraining order hearing took place 4 weeks after the event, and it was my first time seeing Olivia since that night. She appeared different in court, less polished and more desperate, her costly clothing rumpled and her makeup insufficient to conceal the tension. Her counsel claimed that the restraining order was disproportionate, that Olivia had made a mistake of judgment but did not want to cause damage, and that she was eager to repent and make apologies. Rachel Anderson, Dad's attorney, delivered the evidence systematically. The medical records showed how near I had come to death. The witness accounts outlining Olivia's behavior, as well as the timeline demonstrating her premeditated acts despite the fact that I was in crisis. She played segments of the 911 tape in which my garbled voice begged for assistance. And I studied Olivia's face as she heard it. There was no regret, only calculation about how this would damage her case. The judge, Honorable Catherine O'Connor, who had been on the court for 15 years, listened to everything before issuing her verdict. She determined that Olivia represented a genuine threat to my safety, that her conduct were intentional and knowing, and that the restraining order would be in effect for 5 years, with the possibility of an extension depending on the outcome of the criminal trial. Judge O'Connor also expressed worry about Olivia's apparent lack of contrition in court, stating that she appeared to be more concerned with minimizing her acts than with addressing the hurt she had caused. Olivia's face hardened as the mask finally dropped entirely, and for a brief moment, I saw the person who had locked me in my room and walked away. The trial began in late October, 4 months after the tragedy, and received substantial media coverage. Local press had picked up on the issue, casting it as a cautionary tale about adults who refused to take children's medical illnesses seriously, and the courts was filled with journalists and diabetic children's rights campaigners. The prosecution, led by Deputy DA Jennifer Hayes, who had been litigating criminal cases for 19 years, presented a meticulous case that began with Olivia's connection with Dad, and ended the night she locked me in my room. Jennifer summoned witnesses in a deliberate sequence. First, the catering workers witnessed the juice box event. Then came the paramedics, who discovered me unconscious. Then Dr. Charles Morgan addressed the medical implications of hypoglycemia. Then Detective Sullivan went over the evidence and investigation. Each witness provided more damaging testimony, establishing a picture of willful harm that could not be explained away as an accident or ignorance. When it came my turn to testify, Jennifer carefully guided me through the events, asking precise questions that allowed me to relate the narrative in my own words, while ensuring that the legal aspects were addressed. I talked about my diabetes control, Olivia's months of meddling, the precise threat she made that afternoon, and hearing the key turn in the lock while my blood sugar was dropping. I detailed the dread of being confined, knowing I was dying but powerless to seek help, and hearing the dinner party continue while I passed out on my bedroom floor. Olivia's defense attorney Mark Donovan, who specialized in criminal defense, attempted to raise reasonable doubt by claiming that I had locked myself in by accident, that Olivia was unaware of the severity of my condition, and that she had been acting on advice from pharmaceutical colleagues who had told her teenagers that exaggerated symptoms were common. His cross-examination was forceful, hinting that I was a difficult adolescent who despised Olivia's presence and set up scenarios to turn Dad against her. He asked if I'd ever lied about my blood sugar levels, missed insulin shots on purpose, or manipulated my diabetes to gain attention or avoid obligations. Rachel had prepped me for this technique, stating that defense counsel would attempt to undermine my credibility. And I responded to each inquiry calmly and honestly, admitting that I had made mistakes in management but emphasizing that none of it warranted being trapped in a room during a medical emergency. The jury was paying close attention to these conversations, and I could see several of them staring at Olivia in disdain, especially when Mark Donovan implied that I had planned the entire affair to frame an innocent lady. The notion was so ludicrous and harsh, that even Mark seemed to recognize he'd lost the jury with that strategy. The prosecution's closing arguments were devastating. Jennifer Hayes guided the jury through every piece of evidence, witness comment, and documented instance of Olivia's intentional interference with my medical treatment. She pointed out that Olivia had worked in pharmaceuticals, that she was aware of hypoglycemia and its potential repercussions, and that her claims of ignorance were utterly contradicted by her professional experience. She played the 911 tape again, my voice barely audible as I screamed for assistance while confined in my room. She then urged the jurors to envision their own children confined and dying while an adult who could assist walked away. She reminded them that I was 17 years old, had a controllable medical condition, and should have been secure in my own house. But instead I almost died because someone thought that a business dinner was more important than a child's life. The jury debated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges, including child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. Olivia's face was expressionless as the judgments were announced, but her fists were clutching the defense table tightly enough that her knuckles were white. Judge O'Connor set the sentencing date for 4 weeks out, and Olivia was remanded to jail awaiting that hearing. The judge noted that she had showed no remorse, and presented a flight risk due to the probable jail sentence she faced. The weather on sentencing day was chilly and wet, which was suitable for the occasion. The courtroom was packed again, this time with victim advocates and medical professionals who had written testimonies emphasizing the need of treating children's medical concerns seriously. During the sentencing phase, Judge O'Connor heard testimony from a number of witnesses, including Dr. Harris, my regular endocrinologist, who testified that my diabetes control had been good before to Olivia's intervention and that her actions had put me at danger of irreversible consequences. She heard from Dr. Morgan, who gave expert testimony that my blood sugar level of 30 was an instant life-threatening crisis, and that further 10 minutes without assistance may have resulted in severe brain damage or death. She heard from Natalie Miller. He stated that medical neglect instances were especially dangerous since fragile youngsters relied on adults for survival. And she heard from me a victim impact statement that I had written and updated dozens of times in an attempt to reflect the long-term impact of being deceived by someone who was supposed to protect me. I mentioned that I still had dreams about being confined in that room, and that I was concerned about my blood sugar lowering since I had connected hypoglycemia with being trapped and helpless. I said that Olivia had taken something from me that I would never get back. The expectation that the grown-ups in my life would prioritize my safety over their own convenience. Judge O'Connor sentenced Olivia to 9 years in state prison, the maximum allowable by California sentencing guidelines for the combined crimes. She noted that the sentence reflected Olivia's premeditated acts, misuse of a position of trust, lack of contrition, and the significant harm she had caused. She pointed out that Olivia had put her social image ahead of a child's life, that she had been methodically undermining medical treatment for months, and that her actions on the night of the dinner party were premeditated and intentional. She stated that persons responsible for children had basic responsibility to safeguard them, and that breaking those commitments in such a heinous manner deserved harsh repercussions. Olivia would be eligible for parole after serving 85% of her sentence, or around 7 years. However, Judge O'Connor advised that the parole board examine her lack of contrition when determining her release. Olivia looked at me with venom as she was brought out of the courthouse in handcuffs. There is no pretension remaining. She had lost everything. She blamed me for her freedom, reputation, and future rather than taking responsibility for her own acts. I caught her gaze and felt nothing. There was no fear or fury, only the cool knowledge that justice had been delivered and that she would never touch me again. When Dad and I left the courthouse, there was a mob of media waiting for remarks, but Rachel Anderson handled them while we slipped out a side entrance. Throughout the trial, the media focused on my case, making it a focal point for conversations about medical negligence and the special vulnerability of children with chronic illnesses. Diabetes advocacy groups used the case to advocate for improved type 1 diabetes education and greater protections for children in need of medical care. I'd received hundreds of mails from other type 1 diabetics who had seen similar dismissals of their symptoms or interference with their care. People who claimed seeing someone held accountable gave them hope that their experiences would be treated seriously. The attention was taxing, but it also served as validation that what had occurred to me had significance beyond my own experience. Several medical organizations modified their rules for spotting and reporting medical negligence in the weeks following sentence, incorporating instances such as adults denying access to glucose or insulin. Schools amended their diabetes care rules to ensure that kids had unfettered access to supplies and could not be denied treatment for hypoglycemia. The adjustments felt like something positive springing from pain, as if Olivia's brutality had unintentionally raised awareness that may help other children. 7 months after the trial, Dad and I had found a new normal. We had completed rigorous family therapy with Dr. Hayes, working through the shame, shattered trust and terror that had almost destroyed our relationship. Dad had learnt to be more diligent about my medical care without becoming pushy. And I'd learnt to express my wants more plainly without fear of causing complications. We had set new habits and limitations. Things like Dad checking in on my blood sugar without passing judgment, and me being honest about when I was suffering rather than attempting to conceal it to avoid being difficult. The home had been redecorated. Olivia's apartments were all filled with furnishings and images that mirrored our real existence together, not some ideal performance. Dad had stepped back from his company development aspirations, realizing that being present for me was more essential than securing larger contracts. Ironically, the Maxwells had contacted Dad after the trial to show their support, and they ended up offering him an even bigger deal than the initial dinner party had hoped to achieve. Mrs. Maxwell stated that they valued integrity over social performance, and Dad's instant protective response after realizing the issue impressed them more than any meticulously produced meal could ever have. I'd begun a blog on diabetes treatment from a teen's viewpoint, where I shared both practical advice and tales about dealing with medical issues as I grew older. The blog had amassed an unexpected audience, connecting me with other young people struggling with chronic diseases and providing a community of support I had not realized I needed. Writing about my experience was therapeutic, transforming pain into activism, and the response from readers demonstrated that telling the truth about terrible events may make others feel less isolated. Sophia had grown even more active in my diabetes treatment, learning about hypoglycemia symptoms and how to administer glucagon, and had developed into the type of emergency backup I required when Dad wasn't around. She'd also been my strongest supporter during the trial and rehab, providing distraction and routine when everything seemed overwhelming. The bond had grown stronger through the crises, and I'd learned that true support required individuals who believed you and acted on that belief, rather than those who expressed worry while prioritizing other things. A year after the event, I testified before the California State Legislature on medical negligence and the need for stronger safeguards for children with chronic illnesses. The testimony was part of a larger drive for legislation that would expressly criminalize interfering with a child's medical treatment, closing gaps that previously allowed adults to claim ignorance or accident. I described my experience in clinical detail, including how systematic interference almost killed me. And I asked politicians to treat these situations as severely as they did physical abuse. The committee head praised me for standing up in public. And numerous politicians particularly highlighted my case when they presented the Medical Care Protection Act, which would improve reporting procedures and raise punishments for adults who intentionally prevent children from receiving critical medical treatment. The measure passed both houses and was signed into law 7 months later. Knowing that my tragedy had contributed to systemic change allowed me to comprehend what had happened. Olivia had tried to silence me and make my demands invisible, but her harshness had magnified my voice in ways she hadn't expected. I'm 19, I'm securely managing my type 1 diabetes, and I'm attending UCLA to study public health with an emphasis on chronic illness management in vulnerable communities. My A1C is constantly in the good range, demonstrating that I have kept the control I always had despite Olivia's attempts to weaken it. Dad and I have reconciled, not the same connection as before, but something deeper, based on tested trust and shown commitment. He never dated seriously after Olivia, instead focused on rebuilding our family and supporting my ambitions. We still talk about that night from time to time, working through layers of trauma and manipulation that continue to emerge years later. The physical scars are mild, with only some small cognitive effects from the extended extreme hypoglycemia that periodically interfere with my memory, but the emotional wounds have taken continuing care to repair. Therapy is ongoing and will most likely continue indefinitely, assisting me in separating what occurred from who I am and ensuring that Olivia's actions do not define my relationship with trust or vulnerability. The locked door still emerges in dreams, although less frequently. And when it happens, I wake up knowing I'm secure, that the door is open, that supplies are nearby, and that people I care about are listening for me. Olivia remains in jail and will be eligible for release next year. I've previously written a statement to the parole board explaining why I feel she is still a threat, highlighting her utter lack of remorse and the deliberate nature of her conduct. Detective Sullivan informed me that jail records reveal she's never accepted responsibility, never admitted guilt, and claims she was the victim of a juvenile deception ploy. That continual rejection strengthens the argument for rejecting parole by demonstrating that she is not rehabilitated or learnt from her misdeeds. I'm ready to testify at her parole hearing if required, to stand up once more and say that putting a diabetic girl in a room as she died served 9 years, but deserved every minute of it. The state agrees with me. Dad agrees with me. Most essential, I agree with myself. She almost murdered me for a dinner party, for her image, and for her need to rule. Some deeds warrant repercussions rather than forgiveness. And I've come to terms with the fact that I'll be the one to make sure she faces the full penalties. Sophia occasionally wonders whether I'm angry since I'll never get those months back. Fear, deception, and a near-death experience changed the course of my life. The solution is difficult. I'm angry about what occurred. About the treachery, brutality, and system that nearly allowed someone to kill me in my own house. But I am also appreciative in unusual ways. I'm grateful that I survived. That my voice mattered. That the experience educated me about strengths I didn't realize I possessed. I learned that I could confront someone in court and state the truth. That I was capable of turning trauma into advocacy. Surviving a crisis sometimes meant helping others survive theirs. Will I choose to go through that again? Never. But because I went through it, I'm choosing to make it mean more than merely surviving. Olivia believed she was silencing an issue when she shut the door and went away that night. Instead, she established a voice that people could hear. In the end, that voice sealed her away. Thank you for staying till the end. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Parents chose my sister's boutique over my daughter's surgery, giving her $140,000 instead. My fiancé asked, should I tell them I make $1.1 million a year? The restaurant's cutlery was more expensive than my first automobile. My fiancé, Michael, had particularly picked it for this supper. When I questioned the decision, he said that my parents would take us more seriously in an expensive environment, demonstrating that we were responsible people worth investing in. I had been too desperate to dispute. Looking back, I understood he already knew how the evening would go. My daughter Sophia sat next to me, her hand never leaving mine. At the age of 7, she knew more than any youngster should. The tumor pushing on her spinal cord had taught her about pain, hospitals, and conversations that would abruptly end when she entered rooms. She asked me 2 weeks ago if she was going to die. I hugged her and lied, claiming everything was all right. However, the operation cost $150,000, and our insurance company refused the claim twice, claiming it was an elective treatment despite 3 independent medical assessments verifying its need. My folks came 15 minutes late. Clara donned her new Chanel jacket, which she had shown on Facebook last month. John was wearing his Rolex, which he had given himself as an anniversary gift. My sister Rachel stepped in after them, already beaming the same grin she'd mastered over 32 years. The one who said she had already won the game we were playing. "Sorry we're late," Rachel apologized, kissing the air near my cheek. The traffic from the spa was extremely terrible. Michael stood and shook hands with my father before pulling out seats for the women. Regardless of our predicament, he insisted on paying for this supper. When I argued, he just answered, "Trust me." Those 2 words had carried me through the previous 2 months. Michael worked in finance, a complex field with foreign accounts that he rarely addressed at home. We'd been engaged for 8 months, and he had been Sophia's father in ways that went beyond genetics. The waiter delivered menus. Rachel chose the most costly wine without consulting anyone else's preferences. This was standard. She'd always been the golden child, incapable of doing anything wrong. She dropped out of college twice because she was searching for herself. I was bragging about finishing my degree after working 3 jobs. She'd married a real estate developer who abandoned her for his secretary, stealing the most of their money in the process. My parents had paid for her legal bills, the down payment on her new condominium, and her credit card debt. They'd never volunteered to aid me with anything. So once we'd ordered, John spoke with the boardroom authority he was known for. "You said this was important." I began to speak, but my throat tightened. Sophia gripped my hand. She had wanted to stay at home with Michael's sister, but I needed her here. I needed my parents to understand what was at stake. Michael spoke instead. "We're here because Sophia needs surgery. It's time sensitive. The tumor is growing, and the doctors have given us a narrow window before it causes permanent paralysis." Clara's expression fluttered with alarm. "Oh honey, that's terrible, but surely your insurance denied it." I survived. "They're calling it elective, not medically necessary. We've appealed twice. Our lawyer says we might win eventually, but Sophia doesn't have eventually. She has 4 weeks before the neurological damage becomes irreversible." It became real when the number appeared. Sophia's fingers clenched around mine. Rachel drank her wine. "That is truly awful, but what do you expect Mom and Dad to do about it?" I had anticipated this question. I'd practiced it in the mirror, the vehicle, and in the shower. "I'm asking for a loan. The surgery costs $150,000. I'll sign anything. Agree to any terms. I have my house as collateral. I'll work the rest of my life if I have to, but I need help now." John was enjoying his steak. The knife scratched on the plate. "That's a substantial amount of money." "I know. And you're certain about this surgeon? Have you gotten second opinions?" asked Michael. "We've consulted with 7 specialists across 3 states. Dr. Williams at Johns Hopkins is the best option. He's done this procedure successfully for years with excellent outcomes. The insurance company is just trying to avoid pain." "Still risky," Rachel remarked. "I mean, surgery is always risky. Maybe you should wait and see if the insurance comes through." Sophia made a little squeak. Not exactly a whimper, but close. I wanted to hurl my water glass at Rachel's flawlessly made-up face. "The tumor won't wait," Michael remarked, his voice calm but frigid. "Every day increases the likelihood of permanent damage." Clara leaned across the table and touched my hand. The gesture was theatrical and intended to be seen. "Sweetheart, we want to help. We really do. But that kind of money is complicated. We have our own obligations." "Like what?" My comments came out harsher than I had intended. John's jaws constricted. He dreaded being questioned. "Like your mother's medical expenses, like house maintenance, like retirement planning." I had seen their bank records a few years ago. When I assisted them with their taxes, they have investments totaling more than $2 million. The home was paid off. Clara's medical bills included Botox injections and dermatological treatments. She contacted a wellness doctor. "I'm not asking for a gift," I explained. Rachel slumped back in her chair. "I'll put it in writing. I'll pay interest. Whatever you need. You know what your problem is? You've always been so proud. Too proud to ask for help until you're desperate. And then you expect everyone to just drop everything." The boldness of the comment took my breath away. Rachel had asked for money so many times that I'd lost count. Rachel had borrowed $4,200 from me 6 years ago and never mentioned it again. Rachel had moved back home 3 times as an adult. "That's not fair," I muttered. Life isn't fair, sweetie. Rachel smiled wider. You made your choices. You had a kid young. You picked a career that doesn't pay well. You stop. Clara's words broke through the tension. This isn't helpful. The table became silent. The diner proceeded around us. Other families ate their lunches, unconscious that my entire world was disintegrating in the corner booth. John cleared his throat. We've actually been discussing this since you called. Your mother and I have talked it over extensively. Hope erupted in my chest. Painful and bright. We have decided that we can give you some money, he added. Not the full amount, but something to help. How much? Mike inquired. $18,000. The hope died. $18,000 would not even cover the anesthesiologist. I started to say something, but John raised his hand. However, she said, we've also decided to help Rachel. She's been through a difficult time with the divorce, and she's trying to start over. We want to support both our daughters. The universe was shifting. Clara smiled as she said, What do you mean by help, Rachel? She genuinely grinned. We're giving her the money we'd set aside for your request. Rachel wants to start a boutique. She's always been creative and now she has the opportunity to truly establish herself. A boutique? I repeated the words since they made no sense. You're using my daughter's medical money to open a shop. It's not your money, Rachel responded hastily. It's their money. They can do whatever they want with it. Michael placed his hand on my shoulder. His hold was firm and anchored. How much? I asked. How much are you giving her? John said, his expression slightly uneasy. We've agreed to invest $140,000 in Rachel's business venture. It's a loan, of course. Though we're not requiring immediate repayment, she'll pay us back when the business is profitable. The figures were not even attempting to conceal what this was. They took the exact amount I had requested and gave it to my sister instead. They kept $18,000 to preserve deniability and claimed they were assisting each of us equally. So, to be clear, Michael explained calmly, you're choosing to fund a boutique over your granddaughter's medical surgery. That's not how we see it, Clara said. We're helping both our daughters. Rachel deserves a chance at a better life. She's been through so much. And what has Sophia been through? I asked sharply and clearly. What exactly has my 7-year-old been through that matters less than Rachel's lifestyle choices? Don't be so dramatic, Rachel yelled. It's not like she's dying. Sophia snatched her hand away from me. I heard her quick inhalation, the type that preceded tears. Michael quickly hurried to her side, crouching next to her chair and mumbling something I couldn't hear. Actually, I said, turning to my sibling, without the surgery, paralysis is guaranteed within 2 months, and yes, the tumor is potentially fatal, so maybe choose your words more carefully when discussing my daughter's life. Girls, please. Clara's voice was plaintive as if she wanted everyone to get along so she wouldn't have to deal with problems. This doesn't have to be a fight. We're all family. John nodded. We've made our decision. We think it's fair and balanced. Rachel needs this opportunity and we want to support her. You'll figure something out for Sophia. You always do. The dismissal was plain. They had made up their minds before even arriving at the restaurant. This dinner was merely theater, an opportunity for them to announce their choice and feel kind about the symbolic $18,000 they were providing. She deserves a better life, John said, nodding toward Rachel. After everything she's been through, she deserves this chance. He stated it with pride, as if he had done something heroic by selecting one daughter's business enterprise above the other daughter's kid. As if this were knowledge rather than malice. I did not weep. I've wept enough over the last 2 months. I sobbed in hospital parking lots, the shower, and my car during lunch breaks. I sobbed till I was left with a cold, unambiguous sense of who my parents were. Instead, I turned to stare at Michael. He had returned to his seat after reassuring Sophia, and his expression was inscrutable. Our gazes connected, and I noticed something I had never seen before. Not sympathy, not even anger. It was a calculation. He rose up carefully and reached inside his jacket pocket. His phone appeared sleek and costly. He held it lightly, almost carelessly, while looking at my father. Should I tell them what I do for a living? The man inquired. The question remained in the air. Rachel's smile started to fade. She'd been victorious seconds before, shining with pride. Uncertainty crept into her features. You work in finance, John said dismissively. We know that. I do, Michael agreed. But specifically, I'm a senior partner at Berkeley & Company. We handle wealth management and private banking for high net worth individuals. I manage a portfolio of about $750 million. The The telephone number struck like a bomb. Clara's fork halted halfway to her mouth. My annual salary is $1.1 million, not counting bonuses, Michael said, his voice casual. Last year my bonus was $2.9 million. I've been hesitant to discuss this because your daughter values privacy, and I didn't want our relationship to be about money. Rachel's grin had entirely vanished. Her face had turned pale behind her makeup. We haven't needed your money, Michael explained, staring at my parents. We have more than enough for Sophia's surgery. I have investment accounts, savings, assets. We could pay for this surgery 10 times over without feeling it. I felt woozy. David, I wanted you to ask them, he added, turning to face me. You needed to know who they really are, what they would choose when it mattered. His gaze returned to my parents. And now we all know. John's face had gotten crimson. Then why put us through this charade? Because it wasn't a charade for me, Michael explained. I genuinely wanted to believe that when faced with their granddaughter's life, they would make the right choice. I was wrong, and I'm sorry for that, but I needed to know what kind of people I was marrying into. He took out his wallet and put a credit card on the table. Dinner's on me, all of it, including Rachel's expensive wine. Rachel discovered her voice. You let us think. You manipulated. I observed, Michael corrected. There's a difference. We came here asking for help, and you revealed exactly who you are. The money I have doesn't change the choice you made. You decided your daughter's boutique was worth more than your granddaughter's health. That's a decision you'll have to live with. Clara grabbed for me. Sweetie, if we'd known. Known what? I pushed away from her grip. That Michael had money. That only matters if you were making a financial decision instead of a moral one. Sophia needed surgery either way. That didn't change. This isn't fair, Rachel said, her voice rising. You set us up. You made us look bad on purpose. Michael laughed sharply. Nobody made you do anything. You were given the opportunity to aid a youngster, your niece, but you declined. The fact that we don't need your money does not affect your decision. We were still planning to give you $18,000, John objected. That's not nothing. You're right, I responded, standing. It's not nothing. It's insulting. It's the minimum amount you thought you could offer while still claiming you helped. It's a tip, not assistance. I lifted Sophia up, and she placed her arms around my neck. She was becoming too large to carry comfortably, yet I longed to hold her. Michael placed his hand on my back and guided us to the exit. Wait, Clara said. Please don't leave like this. We can talk about this. There's nothing to talk about, I said without looking around. You made your choice. Rachel gets her boutique. I hope it's everything she dreams of. You're being childish, Rachel yelled. Just because you tricked us. I paused and turned around. The entire restaurant was watching, but I didn't mind. I didn't trick anyone, I stated unequivocally. I asked my parents to help save my daughter's life. You all decided that funding a retail business was more important. Those are the facts. What you do with that information is up to you. We departed. The chilly evening air touched my face as we headed to Michael's vehicle. Sophia was silently weeping on my shoulder. Michael unlocked the door and assisted us both inside before getting into the driver's seat. For a long time, neither of us talked. The restaurant's lights gleamed behind us, warm and welcoming, in stark contrast to what had just transpired inside. I'm sorry, Michael eventually said. I know that was hard. Why didn't you tell me? I inquired about the money. About your plan. Because you wouldn't have gone through with it, explained the man. You would have said it was cruel or manipulative, but I needed you to see them clearly. We're about to get married. Sophia is about to become my legal daughter. I needed to know if they were going to be a positive presence in our lives or a toxic one. He was correct. I'd have declined. I would have argued it was overly harsh and deliberate. But sitting at that dinner, witnessing my parents prioritize Rachel's demands over Sophia's, confirmed everything. They'll try to reconcile, Michael stated. Once they process this, once Rachel's boutique inevitably fails, they'll reach out. They'll want access to our life, to the money they now know we have. You need to decide now what that relationship looks like. Sophia stirred against me. Mommy, why doesn't Grandma love me? The question destroyed something in my heart. She does, baby. She just doesn't know how to show it properly. That's a lie, Sophia murmured quietly. You don't have to lie anymore. I heard what they said. Michael caught my attention in the rearview mirror. Your grandparents made a bad choice tonight, Sophia. But you're going to be okay. We're going to take care of you. The surgery is scheduled for next month, and you're going to get better. Will I see them again? Sophia inquired. That's up to your mom, Michael said. And eventually up to you. The ride home that night seemed weird. Sophia fell asleep in the back seat, weary by the emotional toll. Michael's hand met mine across the console, his thumb drawing circles in my palm. Neither of us talked for the first 10 minutes. I keep replaying it, I eventually admitted. The look on John's face when he said Rachel deserves a better life. Like it was obvious. Like it was the only reasonable conclusion. Michael clasped my hand. He believed it. That's what makes it so devastating. He genuinely thought funding a boutique was equivalent to saving a child's life. How did you stay so calm? I inquired. I wanted to scream. I wanted to flip the table. Years of practice hiding what I'm thinking, he joked. It's a skill you develop in finance. But trust me, I wanted to do a lot more than flip a table. When we came home, I brought Sophia upstairs and put her to bed. She stirred when I lifted the cover. Mom. Her voice was small and tired. Yes, baby. Are we going to be okay? I brushed back her hair. We're going to be more than okay, I promise. Even without Grandma and Grandpa? The question wounded my heart, especially if that is what it takes to keep you safe and loved correctly. She nodded and closed her eyes. I observed her for a long time, this courageous young kid who had been through so much. The biopsy left a scar on her back, the night she sobbed in anguish, and how she learned to ask me whether we could afford things before asking for them. 7 years old and already carrying hardships that no youngster should bear. I went downstairs and found Michael in his office. He had his laptop open, with many displays displaying financial figures and data I could not comprehend. I'm establishing a trust, he replied without looking up at Sophia. Education, medical expenses, whatever she needs. It'll be ironclad. Your parents won't be able to touch it or contest it. Michael and I are having our lawyer create an agreement that clearly excludes them from any medical choices. If anything happens to you, they have no rights. My sister gets guardianship, not them. I settled into the chair opposite from his desk. You really think they try to interfere? He turned his gaze at me. I think people who value money over a child's health can rationalize anything. I'm not taking chances with Sophia's future. The next morning, I had 17 missed calls. My folks had evidently spent the night attempting to contact me. The voicemails varied from bewildered to furious to imploring. I erased them all without listening beyond the first few seconds. Work was a pleasant diversion. I'd been the marketing director at a small software business for 3 years, and my boss had been quite supportive of Sophia's medical predicament. When I arrived, my colleague Ethan was waiting at my desk with coffee. How did it go with your parents? He inquired. I told him about the supper and my severe need for support, but I didn't divulge Michael's plan or his salary. They decided to sponsor my sister's store instead. Ethan's mouth fell. You're joking. I wish I was. What are you going to do? Can you take out loans? Start a GoFundMe? Actually, I remarked, sitting down and going onto my computer. Michael had the money all along. He wanted to see what choice they'd make. Ethan was silent for a bit. That's either brilliant or cruel. I can't decide which. Neither can I confessed. But it worked. I know exactly who they are now. My telephone rang. Mom, are you calling again? I declined. They're not taking the hint, Ethan inquired. They're probably still in shock. Give them a few days to get angry. That's when the real messages will start. I was correct. On Wednesday, the tone altered. John texted me, calling me ungrateful and manipulative. Clara sent a lengthy email detailing how I was pulling the family apart. Rachel left me a message with every name she could think of. Her voice was harsh and aggressive. You always have to be the victim, Rachel's message said. You always have to make everything about you. Mom and Dad were trying to help both of us, and you threw a tantrum because you didn't get your way. Grow up, the world doesn't revolve around you and your kid. I stored the voicemail. Something told me that I could need it later. Michael returned home on Thursday evening with some news. Your sister went to my office today. I glanced up from assisting Sophia with her schoolwork. What? She showed up at the reception desk, demanded to see me. Security escorted her out, but not before she caused a scene. He undid his tie. She was yelling about how I'd ruined her life, how I'd manipulated everyone, how she was going to sue me for emotional distress. Can she do that? No. But she can try. It will cost her money that she does not have. He poured himself a drink. Your parents were waiting in the parking garage. I think they'd planned it together. My stomach constricted. Did they approach you? Your father did. Asked if we could talk man to man. I told him we had nothing to discuss and that if any of them showed up at my workplace again, I'd get a restraining order. Sophia was looking at us, her pencil frozen over her arithmetic paper. I faked a grin. It's okay, sweetheart. Just adult drama. Nothing for you to worry about. She did not appear persuaded, but she returned to her schoolwork. That night after Sophia had fallen asleep, I finally broke down. Michael discovered me in the bathroom, sitting on the floor and weeping into a towel to mask the sound. They were supposed to love her, I blurted out. She's their granddaughter. How could they choose money for Rachel over Sophia's life? What kind of people do that? Michael sat next to me, drawing me against him. The kind of people who never should have been parents in the first place. I keep thinking about when I was younger. John teaches me how to ride a bike. Clara's making my Halloween outfits. Were those folks ever genuine, or was I simply helpful until I wasn't? Maybe both, Michael said gently. People can love you and still be fundamentally selfish. The love doesn't make the selfishness hurt less. Friday offered a different strategy. My Aunt Helen, Clara's sister, contacted me. We had always been tight. When my parents were away, she was in charge of looking after me. The one who came to my college graduation after skipping Rachel's rehab graduation. Your mother asked me to call, she explained. She's devastated. They both are. They should be. Sweetheart, I'm not calling to take sides. I just want you to know that they're struggling with this. They thought they were making a balanced decision. On Helen, they paid Rachel $140,000 for a store and offered me $18,000 for Sophia's operation. How is that balanced? She exhaled. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. It sounds bad because it is bad. Your mother mentioned that Michael had money all along, that you weren't really in need. Would it have been okay if we were actually desperate? I blurted out. If we'd had no options and they'd still chosen Rachel's boutique, would that have been fine? Of course not. Then Michael's money doesn't change anything. They made a choice based on what they believed was true. They chose wrong. Aunt Helen was silent. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called. It's okay, but please tell them to stop. Stop calling. Stop showing up places. Stop sending people to talk to me. They made their decision. I've made mine. In comparison, the weekend was rather tranquil. Michael brought us to the zoo. Sophia giggled for the first time in days as she pointed out animals and enthusiastically read the information panels. We had lunch in the cafe, and Michael let Sophia to order whatever she wanted. This is nice, Sophia murmured, chocolate ice cream on her chin. Just us. Just us. I agreed and wiped her face. Michael caught my eye above Sophia's head. His look was both sorrowful and resolute. We were creating our own family, one that excluded those who had failed the most fundamental test of love. Monday morning marked the first break in my parents' togetherness. Clara phoned from a number I didn't know, so I answered, assuming it was the hospital or Sophia's school. Please don't hang up, she pleaded right away. I just need 5 minutes. I should have disconnected right then. You have to. Your father and I had a fight, a bad one about the money, about Rachel, about you. He's saying I'm too soft, that you're being manipulative, and we should stand firm. But I keep thinking about Sophia. You should have thought about Sophia at dinner. I know. You're right. I should have. Her voice crackled. I've made a lot of mistakes with you, favoring Rachel, looking the other way when she treated you badly. I told myself it was because she needed more support, because she struggled more. But the truth is, it was easier to give in to her than to stand up for you. I did not react. Couldn't. I want to make this right, Clara added. I know you don't need the money now. But I want to give it to you anyway. For Sophia's surgery. For her recovery. Whatever you need. I'll take it from the money we gave Rachel. And what does John think about this silence? He doesn't know you're calling, does he? He'd be furious, but I don't care anymore. You're my daughter. Sophia is my granddaughter. I should have chosen you. It was the closest thing to an apology I had ever received from her. A part of me wanted to embrace it, to believe she had finally seen the light. But another part, the one that had witnessed her grin while explaining why Rachel deserved more, couldn't forget. I appreciate that, Mom, I really do. But it's too late. Please, you didn't just make a financial mistake. You revealed what you value. And I can't expose Sophia to people who might make her feel less important than her cousins, or less worthy of love or support. I can't risk her internalizing the same treatment I got. I would never make her feel that way. You already did. She was sitting right there when you said Rachel deserves a better life. She heard every word. She asked me later why you don't love her. Clara's sob was clear over the phone. "I'm not trying to hurt you," I said. "But I'm done protecting your feelings at the expense of my daughter's well-being. You made your choice. This is mine." I hung up before she could reply. Then I added her new number to my contacts as Mom. Do not answer. So I'd know it if she phoned back. Michael had been listening at the doorway. That must have been hard. "It was necessary," I explained. "She wants absolution without consequence. That's not how this works." 2 weeks later, my phone was buzzing with texts. First from Mom, then John, and then from Rachel. The store had fallen through. The property owner noticed Rachel's business plan was insufficient, and she had no experience. He pulled out of the lease. Rachel was insisting that my parents sue him. They asked whether we might aid with legal bills. I banned all of their numbers, including Mom's new one. Sophia's operation was set for the following Tuesday. After another patient rescheduled, Dr. Williams was able to move forward her appointment time. The time was excellent. We'd be done with this before my relatives could cause further havoc. Sophia underwent surgery on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after the catastrophic supper. After 6 hours, Dr. Williams came out and informed us everything had gone great. The tumor was fully removed, and while she will require physical therapy, a full recovery was predicted. I cried in Michael's arms in the waiting area, releasing months of worry and anxiety. Rachel arrived at the hospital 2 hours later. She must have phoned around to find out where we were, most likely nagging common acquaintances until they informed her. She got past the front desk, pretending to be Sophia's aunt, and located us in the surgery recovery wing waiting room. Her hair was dirty and her makeup smudged. She seemed desperate. "Please," she asked. "I need to talk to you. Mom and Dad won't take my calls. The boutique money, they want it back. They're threatening to take me to court. I need help. I need a lawyer." Michael stood between her and me, saying, "You need to leave. She's my sister. I have a right." "You have no rights here," Michael said coldly. "You made it clear where your priorities were. Now deal with the consequences." Security escorted her out. I watched her leave, feeling nothing but tiredness. Clara and John tried again, arriving with flowers and cuddly animals. They grinned and cooed over Sophia, as if the meal had never occurred. Sophia gently received their presents but declined to talk with them. After 15 minutes of uncomfortable small conversation, they departed. In the parking garage, John cornered me while Clara kept Michael busy. "You know this makes you just as bad as us," he replied calmly, cutting us off since we had made one mistake, using money to influence relationships. "You're no better." I studied him closely. This man who had taught me to ride a bike, assisted me with homework, and accompanied me down the aisle at my first wedding. I attempted to locate a glimmer of affection for him but came up empty. "The difference," he replied, "is that I would have given you the money if Sophia was fine and Rachel was sick. I would have helped without conditions or tests. You failed one. I'm not manipulating you with money. I'm protecting my daughter from people who valued a boutique over her life. There's a difference." He flinched. "We didn't know Michael had money." "That's what makes it unforgivable," I corrected myself. "If you'd known, you might have made a different choice. But that would have been for the wrong reasons. You should have chosen Sophia because she's a child who needed help. The money should never have mattered." I went away, leaving him standing alone amid the vehicles. Sophia walked alone for the first time in 6 months after surgery. Her physical therapist sobbed. So did I. Michael videotaped the entire affair, speaking like a sports announcer and making Sophia giggle. We went home, ordered pizza, and watched movies till Sophia fell asleep between us on the couch. My phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number. It was Rachel. "The shop failed. I am bankrupt. Clara and John are suing me over the money. Please assist." I erased the mail without replying. Another text arrived. "I'm your sister. Doesn't this signify anything?" I blocked that number. Michael discovered me on the back porch later that night, gazing at the sky. He brought me tea and sat near me. "No regrets?" he inquired. I thought about it thoroughly. I regret that they made the choice they made. I regret that Sophia heard it. I regret that this is who they are. But cutting them off? No regrets about that. Rachel's legal troubles will probably drag on for months. He proceeded. "Your parents will lose their case eventually. She never signed proper loan documents, and even if she had, she's got no assets to collect against." "How do you know that?" "I have friends in family law. They're talking about it." He took a break. "Your parents will definitely lose the majority of that $140,000. And Rachel has already spent a significant portion of it on what? Apparently, she went on a shopping spree before the boutique transaction fell through. She bought a new car, furnishings and clothing because she believed she was going to start a profitable business. I drank my tea. Chamomile was my fave. I should feel something. Satisfaction maybe or vindication, but I just feel tired. That's normal, Michael said. They were your parents. Grieving them doesn't require their death, just the death of who you thought they were. Did you know? I inquired. When you first met them, did you know it would end like this? I suspected, he said. The way they talked about Rachel versus how they talked about you. The way they lit up for her and offered polite smiles for you. I saw the pattern. I just needed you to see it too. Sophia shouted out from within, half awake and craving water. We went to her jointly and tucked her back in. Her room was filled with images she had drawn while recovering. Rainbows, dwellings, and stick figure families. In each one, there were 3 people. Her, me, and Michael. My parents were not in any of them. 1 year later, I got a wedding invitation in the mail. Clara and John were renewing their vows. 40 years of marriage. The invitation was formal and costly. My name was on the envelope, but there was no personal letter. Only printed information and an RSVP card. I tossed it away. Clara phoned back 2 days later from another new number. I recognized the area code this time and nearly didn't respond, but my curiosity got the best of me. Did you get the invitation? She said, her tone guarded. Yes. Will you come? It would mean so much to us. Family should be there. No, I answered simply. Please. Your father wants to reconcile. So do I. We miss Sophia. We miss you. You chose this, I explained. When you had a chance to help Sophia, you chose Rachel's boutique. When you had a chance to show up for us, you chose your own comfort. Actions have consequences. That was more than a year ago. You're going to hold on to that forever? It wasn't about the money, I explained. I said it was about the choice. You revealed who you are when it matters. I'm protecting my daughter from people who see her as less important than their other grandchildren, or their investments, or their image. Rachel is suffering, Clara remarked gently. She's living in a studio apartment, she works retail, she has nothing. Then help her, I responded. That's what you chose. Live with it. And what about us? Clara's voice broke. Don't we deserve forgiveness? Forgiveness isn't the same as relationship, I informed them. I don't hate you, I just don't trust you, and I won't expose Sophia to people I don't trust. I hung up and blocked the new number. Michael discovered the invitation in the garbage later. Your mom called? Yeah. How do you feel? Free, I said. Is that wrong? Shouldn't I feel guilty or sad? You feel how you feel, he explained. They made their choice. You made yours. That's how consequences work. Sophia came into the kitchen after school, full of stories about her day. She had made the soccer squad. Her legs were strong and totally healed. She was prospering. Michael and I listened as she talked about practice, her friends, and the scientific project she wanted to start. She did not inquire about grandparents. She didn't disclose the invitation she wasn't aware of. She was content in the family we created, the one that showed up when it counted. My phone vibrated, another unknown number. I took a quick check at the text. This is cruel. We're your parents. We deserve better than this. I erased it without answering and switched off the phone. Sophia grasped my hand. Can we make cookies? Michael promised that we may try the dish with chocolate chips and peanut butter. Absolutely, I said, allowing her to lead me toward the cupboard. Behind me, Michael was already preparing the mixing bowls. Our house was warm, full, and secure. Outside, my parents were undoubtedly arranging their anniversary celebration and making excuses for why one daughter couldn't come. Rachel was doing a job she thought was beneath her, blaming everyone but herself for her circumstances, and I was preparing cookies with my daughter, who could walk, run, and live normally since we had rescued her without them. Some individuals believe family is everything. That blood requires forgiveness, that parents deserve unlimited opportunities. Sisters should always encourage each other. Those folks have not witnessed their parents prioritize money above their child's life. I did, and I chose appropriately. My mother-in-law stole my house while I was recovering from surgery, then had the nerve to claim she was helping, but she never expected me to fight back. My husband Jake and I purchased our house 5 years ago with my grandfather's legacy. Jake had horrible credit due to college debts, so the deed was exclusively in my name. It was a little 4-bedroom home, but it was ideal for beginning a family, which we had been planned since we married. Helen, Jake's mother, had been a nightmare from day one. Jake was constantly claiming he married down, because I was a nurse, and she wanted him to marry his ex, a lawyer. She especially despised the fact that I owned the house, but Jake did not. She continued telling everyone Jake was living in his wife's house like a kept man. When I became pregnant, Helen became quite interested in our living circumstances. She began throwing suggestions about how we needed a larger space for the baby, how the area was not nice enough, and how her buddy was a broker who could get us a good bargain. I assured her we were perfectly content with where we were. The nursery had already been painted, the home had been paid off, and we didn't need a mortgage with a baby on the way. That infuriated her because it reminded her that I had purchased the house outright. Something Jake couldn't have done. 1 month before my due date, Helen began showing up at Jake's job, bringing odd individuals she said were friends who wanted to view the property. I thought that was strange, but pregnant brain left me too weary to protest. She'd take them around each room, pointing out things she'd alter, and spoke about the home as if she knew everything about it. She then requested to borrow my house keys so that she could drop off baby goods while we were at work. Jake thought it was nice that his mother wanted to assist. I handed her the spare key. A big error. Helen persuaded Jake, 4 weeks before my due date, that I needed to include him in the deed before the baby arrived, claiming that it would safeguard our kid if something happened to me during delivery. She actually printed up deed transfer paperwork and delivered them to us. Jake was perplexed since he assumed his name was already on it. I reiterated his credit position from when we acquired it. Helen seemed surprised, saying that was so long ago that it didn't matter now. She kept pushing until I said we'd talk about it once the kid was born. Labor started quickly. My water broke at 2 a.m., and Jake rushed me to the hospital. I was in labor for 40 hours. Helen had Jake's phone at the moment since he was so focused on me. She often left the room to reportedly inform family members. She was really messaging from Jake's phone, while managing something altogether unrelated. Our daughter was delivered healthily, but I had a hemorrhage and required emergency surgery. Helen informed Jake while I was asleep that he needed to go home and retrieve my insurance cards from my desk because the hospital required them. It was a lie. The hospital already had everything. Helen remained in my room throughout Jake's absence. She looked through my handbag, found my driver's ID and social security card, and photographed everything. She also had Jake's phone data. 2 days later, when I was still healing and learning to breastfeed, a woman arrived in my hospital room with paperwork. She claimed she was from the title business and needed me to sign some adjustments to the deed transfer to include Jake's name. I was on pain medication, weary, and had just fed the baby, and Helen was standing right there, repeating everything we had talked. She said the lawyer made a mistake and listed the transfer date as that day, rather than 5 years ago when we purchased it. I was so out of it that I signed where she pointed, but it didn't add Jake to my deed. It was handing the house exclusively to Jake. Helen had previously arranged for Jake to sign documents the day before when he returned home, explaining that it was power of attorney paperwork for my medical choices. 7 days after giving birth, we returned home to discover our locks changed and a sold sign in the yard. Helen stood in the driveway with a man she introduced as the new owner. She stated Jake had sold the house because we wanted a bigger space for the baby. She'd orchestrated the entire operation, using photographs of my paperwork to fake initial agreements, having Jake inadvertently sign the sale papers, and selling my property for cash to her friend's kid for half its worth. Lucas, the buyer, was standing there grinning, with builders ready to begin modifications. Jake was extremely perplexed, claiming he had never promised to sell anything. Helen stated that he signed the documents and that she, as his mother, facilitated everything. She genuinely suggested that I praise her for managing things when I was being theatrical at the hospital. I phoned the police, but they stated it was a civil problem because paperwork had been signed. Lucas said all of the documentation was valid, and we had 48 hours to get our belongings out. Helen had already rented us a 1-bedroom apartment across town, which she claimed would teach us gratitude. She continued emphasizing that young people didn't need to buy homes anyhow. Helen messed up here. Lucas wasn't simply her friend's son. He was a contractor who had lost his license 3 years prior for fraud. I'm standing in my driveway with my 5-day-old daughter, and this grinning stranger tells me I have 48 hours to get out of my own home. Jake is hurriedly contacting the police again, and I can hear Helen in the background saying we should be thankful she got us an apartment, as if she did us a favor by stealing my house. My daughter starts weeping, and I attempt to calm her down as Lucas continues to explain how all of the documentation is legal and binding. He's acting as if this is simply business, as if he had no idea what he was doing when he paid half the worth of my property to a lady who had no right to sell it. The contractors have already begun measuring the living room windows, and I can see them staring at me as if I am the issue, as if I am some insane woman who refuses to go. Jake eventually gets through to the police dispatcher, who says someone will be out within an hour. Helen approaches and attempts to touch the infant, and I really back away from her. She appears to be harmed, but I am no longer concerned. She just snatched my house and is behaving as if I am being nasty to her. Lucas provides Jake a printed timetable of when we need to get our belongings out and what will happen if we do not comply. My legs feel weak, so I sit down on the front steps because I'm just 6 days post-surgery and shouldn't be standing for so long. The baby is still sobbing, and I need to feed her, but I won't do it in front of these folks. Jake comes down next to me, wraps his arm around my shoulders, and I can feel him shivering. He keeps apologizing, saying he had no clue what his mother was doing, and that he believed he was signing medical documents. I trust him because Jake is bad at reading legal paperwork, and Helen knows this. She had spent his entire life doing things for him and instructing him what to sign. When one of the contractors approaches and asks if we need help transporting boxes to a truck, Jake instructs him to leave us alone. The guy backs off, but I can see they're all waiting for us to go so they can begin ripping down my house. The cops come and spend 30 minutes going over all of the documents Lucas brought. And the officer ultimately tells us that it appears to be legally binding, despite the fact that we had no intention of selling. He's looking at the signatures, dates, and title transfer paperwork and shaking his head, as if he's seen this before but he can't do anything about it. Lucas stands there with his arms crossed, appearing confident, while Helen lingers around, attempting to explain that she was only assisting us in making a sound financial decision. The police asks if I signed the documents, and I explain that I was in the hospital for 7 days after giving birth, receiving pain medicine and undergoing emergency surgery. He asks Jake whether he signed anything, and Jake gives him the documents Helen handed him, which he assumed were medical power of authority. The officer says this is certainly a civil case, and we should get a lawyer right now because it is more than just a property dispute. He proposes that we document everything and submit a complaint with the district attorney's office for potential fraud. My hands are trembling so much that I can hardly grasp my phone to begin searching for lawyers. The officer hands us a card for legal aid services and tells us to call them first thing Monday morning. It's Saturday afternoon, and I realize we have the entire weekend to deal with this nightmare before we can even attempt to solve it. Lucas asks the officer whether he can proceed with the improvements, and the officer responds that the transaction is lawful as far as he knows. So I start weeping again, and so does the baby, and Jake tries to speak to the officer about fraud and forgery, but the officer simply says we need a lawyer. Helen really attempts to embrace me, but I shove her away so forcefully that she stumbles. Jake shouts at his mother to go, and she appears confused, as if she doesn't understand why we're furious with her. The officer asks if there would be a problem, and Jake answers, "No, we're leaving. We just need time to get our belongings." Lucas adds we just have 48 hours, no longer. The police officer goes, and we're standing there with Helen, Lucas and the contractors, and I feel like I'm in a bad dream where nothing makes sense. Jake's sister calls after hearing what occurred, and she is outraged with Helen, stating their mother has always been controlling, but this goes too far. Her name is Laura, and she's phoning because one of Helen's neighbors seen the police at our house and informed her that something was wrong. Jake puts her on speaker, and Laura yells that Helen has always been deceitful. But this is real fraud, and she may go to jail. Laura asks whether we have a lawyer, and Jake responds, "No, we just found out an hour ago." Laura adds her friend had a property issue last year and engaged an attorney called Clara Stone, who was fantastic in real estate fraud cases. She's sending me Clara's number while we're still on the phone, asking me to call right now rather than waiting until Monday. I contact Clara's workplace before we even complete our talk with Laura. The phone rings 4 times, and I believe it will go to voicemail. But then somebody picks up. A female announces, "This is Clara Stone's office," and I just start talking, explaining everything in this rushed, panicked voice about the hospital and the signatures and coming home to find our house sold. She stops me and says, "Clara is actually in the office finishing up some weekend work and can see us in an hour if we can get there." I quickly agree, and she gives me the address. Jake is already placing the baby in her car seat, and we're leaving our house while Lucas and his workmen are measuring and planning their improvements. Clara meets with us that afternoon at her office, and I'm still in my baggy pregnancy clothing, spit up on my shoulder, and attempting to nurse discreetly throughout the appointment. Her workplace is modest but well organized, with paperwork neatly arranged on all surfaces and legal volumes decorating the walls. Clara is about 40 years old, has short dark hair and wears spectacles. She has a concentrated attitude that makes me believe she is paying attention. She examines each document with extreme care and repeatedly returns to the chronology, asking precise questions about who had access to what information and when. She wants to know when Helen requested for the home keys, when she started bringing people in, when the hospital paperwork was signed, and everything. Jake and I take turns explaining, while Clara takes notes in this really exact handwriting. She requests to see the paperwork I signed at the hospital, so I show her the images I snapped with my phone before we left the house. Clara focuses attention on the signature, date, and witness line. She asks who saw my signing, and I tell the title company representative and Helen. Clara's eyes sharpen and she asks whether I was on pain medicine, to which I respond yes, along with being weary after 40 hours of labor. She questions Jake about the paperwork he signed, and he also gives her images of those. Clara lays out all of the paperwork on her desk and begins comparing signatures and dates, and I can feel her curiosity increasing as the fraud pattern becomes clear. She inquires about Lucas, and I inform her that he is an unlicensed contractor who lost his license for fraud 3 years ago. Clara genuinely grins for the first time and adds, "That's very helpful information." She asks how we found out, and Jake explains his sister Laura knows someone who formerly worked with Lucas. Clara says she wants to conduct a comprehensive background check on Lucas and the title business official who visited the hospital. Clara adds that the falsified signatures and my drugged state are grounds for canceling the deal. But we must act quickly since Lucas has already begun modifications, which will become more difficult to reverse with each passing day. She is discussing filing an emergency request for a temporary restraining order to prevent any alterations to the property while we fight the sale in court. She says, "The fact that I was in the hospital recovering from surgery and on medication makes the signature questionable at best. The fact that Jake thought he was signing medical papers and not sale documents is also important." She asks if we have any proof that Helen had access to our personal documents, and I tell her about giving her the spare key and leaving her alone in my hospital room. Clara claims it is circumstantial yet useful. She inquires about our money and whether we can afford to fight this. Jake and I gaze at each other. I tell her we have some funds, but not much, and I'm meant to be on maternity leave for another 8 weeks. Clara says she'll work with us on payment arrangements, but the most important thing right now is to prevent Lucas from doing any more work on the property. She files an emergency motion for a temporary restraining order while we are seated in her office. She is typing quickly, looking up legal precedents and describing what she is doing as she goes. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel like someone is truly fighting for us rather than simply telling us we're screwed. Clara says the hearing will probably be in 3 or 4 days, so we need to document everything Lucas does to the house between now and then. She instructs us to drive by and snap pictures every several hours, if feasible. She also advises we should gather all of the paperwork Helen has given us concerning the house. Every text message, email, and everything. Jake claims the most of it is on his phone, and Clara asks that it all be forwarded to her immediately. While waiting for the court hearing, Clara's investigator investigates Lucas's history and learns that he lost his contractor license after scamming 4 clients out of more than $250,000. Aaron, the investigator, contacts Clara 3 days after our initial meeting to provide information. Clara calls and puts Aaron on speaker. Aaron reveals that 5 years ago Lucas had a contracting firm and accepted deposits from 4 separate households for big improvements. He completed some preliminary work before disappearing with their money. The family sued and won, but Lucas declared bankruptcy, so they never received anything. The state has withdrawn his contractor license, and he is not permitted to perform any contractual work. Aaron believes this is significant since it demonstrates a habit of deception and targeting vulnerable individuals. The detective discovers Zachary Hale, Lucas's old business partner who was duped in the prior scheme. Zachary is more than eager to reveal evidence of Lucas's deceptive tactics and history of targeting vulnerable persons. Aaron claims Zachary phoned him back within an hour of being contacted and had boxes of documentation from their company together. Zachary wants Lucas to face actual repercussions this time. Clara believes Zachary's testimony might be critical to our case since it demonstrates that Lucas understands precisely what he's doing when he takes advantage of others. She asks whether we're comfortable with her contacting Zachary directly, and we answer yes, certainly. Aaron also offers us Zachary's contact information in case we wish to chat to him ourselves. Jake contacts Zachary that night, and they speak for over an hour. Zachary informs Jake that Lucas particularly targets people in crisis circumstances because they are too stressed to read paperwork attentively. He cheated 4 families and is now doing it to us. Zachary claims he lost his life savings in Lucas's prior swindle and has been waiting for an opportunity to see him face the penalties. Helen shows up abruptly in our tight apartment with baby necessities, as if nothing is wrong. We've been in this little 1-bedroom home for 4 days and are still living out of boxes. The doorbell rings, and I glance through the peephole to find Helen standing there with shopping bags. I don't want to allow her in, but Jake is in the shower. The baby is wailing, and I'm too weary to deal with it. I open the door, and Helen strides in as if she owns the place. She begins unpacking the luggage and takes out diapers, baby clothing and formula despite the fact that I am still nursing. She's commenting about how nice and comfortable the flat is. And aren't we happy she discovered it for us? When Jake confronts her about the house, she appears perplexed and upset that we are being ungrateful. He comes out of the bathroom in sweatpants with his hair still damp, sees his mother, and simply freezes. Helen grins and tells him she has brought provisions for the baby. Jake wonders what she's doing here, and Helen explains she came to check on her granddaughter. Helen is taken aback when Jake tells her that she must go. She truly believes we are overreacting, that young couples do not need to buy homes, and that renting promotes character. She claims we'll thank her later when we discover she protected us from becoming house poor. Jake ultimately loses his fury and orders his mother to leave and not return until she is ready to acknowledge what she done. Helen begins weeping, stating she was only trying to assist and that she believed we'd be better with a new start. Jake increases his voice, saying she took our house and must go now. Helen collects her purse and heads to the door, turning back and saying, "We're making a huge mistake getting lawyers involved." She continues, "Lucas is a nice young man and we should just accept the situation." Then she leaves, and Jake strikes the wall hard enough to damage it. I'm holding the baby and trying not to cry while Jake is shivering with fury. He contacts Laura and tells her what happened, and she says she'll come over. She arrives 4 days later with takeaway food and spends hours with us, telling us how their mother has always been like this. The temporary restraining order hearing takes place 3 days after we were due to leave, and the court granted it after considering the evidence of my medical condition and the strange timing. We're in a smaller courtroom than I thought, with only Clara and Lucas, his lawyer, and the judge. The judge is a lady in her 50s who appears exhausted, yet bright. Clara gives all of the documentation, explains the history, and displays images of me in the hospital. She has my medical records, including the bleeding, emergency surgery, and pain meds I was taking. Lucas's lawyer claims that the deal was legal and binding, and that we are simply experiencing buyer's regret. The court asks Lucas directly if he was aware I was in the hospital when the papers were signed, and Lucas responds yes, but this does not invalidate the transaction. When the judge asks if he knew I was using pain medicine, Lucas hesitates and maintains he was unaware of my medical situation. Clara brings out text exchanges between Lucas and Helen, in which Helen clearly says that I recently underwent surgery and am recovering. The judge looks at Lucas coldly, and thinks the timing is questionable at best. She issues the interim restraining order and orders Lucas to cease all remodeling work immediately. However, we are still unable to move back in because the transaction has not been cancelled, only frozen. The court has scheduled a full hearing in 2 weeks to assess if the transaction should be overturned. I'm weeping in the courthouse restroom since this partial triumph means we're still stuck in this cramped apartment with a newborn. Lucas is required to cease all work, although he still legally owns the house. Clara finds me in the restroom and says, "This is actually a really good result." She believes the judge saw through Lucas's falsehoods and that the complete hearing will most likely go our way, but 2 more weeks seems impossible right now. Our money are quickly depleted due to attorney bills and the increased rent on Helen's preferred apartment. And while I'm supposed to be on maternity leave, my nursing supervisor is calling to ask when I'll be back. The apartment is $400 more per month than our mortgage, and we're paying it on top of our usual bills and Clara's costs. Jake sits down with our bank statements and credit cards one night, after the baby has fallen asleep. He puts everything out on the little kitchen table and begins adding figures. We understand we may be able to afford 2 more months of legal bills before we are forced to choose between fighting for our home and meeting basic requirements. My boss keeps calling and inquiring about my return date, and I keep repeating, "I don't know. I'm supposed to have 8 more weeks of vacation, but we need the money." Jake's employment as an IT specialist does not provide enough money to cover everything. We discussed returning to work early, but the baby is just 2 weeks old and I'm still healing from surgery. My boss is understanding, but I can sense the hospital is running out of nurses and is becoming irritated. Jake offers we contact his sister for a loan, but I don't want to. Laura has already been quite helpful to us. We look at credit card offers and personal loans, and they all have ridiculously high interest rates. I start weeping because Helen and Lucas put us in this predicament, and we may have to go into debt to battle them. Jake says we'll work things out, but I can see he's worried too. We resolve to wait until after the next hearing before making any major financial choices. If we lose the house, we'll need money for a security deposit and relocation expenses. If we win, all we need to do is survive until we can move back in. Zachary Hale meets Clara personally and offers to testify about Lucas's fraud habits, bringing documents demonstrating that Lucas particularly targets persons in crisis circumstances who are too overburdened to read papers thoroughly. Clara contacts us the next morning, enthusiastic by Zachary's findings. She claims Zachary has contracts, emails and text messages from other fraud instances that detail Lucas's identical strategy. He seeks people who are going through family issues, medical crises, or financial difficulties and offers to help them. Then he forces them to sign paperwork they don't fully comprehend while distracted and anxious. Zachary lost his life savings in Lucas's prior swindle and has been waiting for an opportunity to see him face the penalties. Clara claims Zachary is willing to testify at the complete hearing, and his evidence might be crucial in establishing this wasn't simply a bungled transaction, but premeditated fraud. She asks if we want to meet with Zachary before the hearing, and we agree. We meet him at a coffee shop near our place. And Zachary is a skinny, jittery man in his 40s who appears to have not slept well in years. He shows us folders full of records and describes how Lucas persuaded him to spend their business savings on a property flip that never occurred. Lucas seized the money and fled, leaving Zachary unable to pay his staff or rent. He lost everything. Zachary adds that when Aaron phoned him about our situation, he saw the pattern right away. He claims Lucas constantly targets persons who are vulnerable and exhausted. He asks about our daughter, and I tell him she's 3 weeks old now. Zachary says, Lucas probably planned the whole thing around my due date knowing we'd be too distracted to fight back. That makes me feel sick because it means this was all calculated from the beginning. I leave the coffee shop with all of Zachary's documents in a folder and my baby sleeping in her carrier against my chest. Jake takes us home, and we both remain quiet since knowing Lucas timed this around my due date makes everything worse. Back at the flat, I nurse the baby and try not to think about Helen watching me labor for 40 hours, knowing exactly what she was planning. My phone rings, and it's Jake's sister Laura, wondering if we'll be attending Thanksgiving at her place next week. I tell her we can't since Helen will be there. Laura says she fully understands. She claims Jake's brother Chris feels the same way and will not go if Helen is invited. However, their other brother, Brian, believes we are exaggerating the situation. Laura claims Brian informed her that moms occasionally overstep, but that is just how Helen is, and we should forgive her. I have to put down the phone for a minute because I am so upset. Laura says she's having Thanksgiving only for us and Chris's family, and Helen isn't invited, till she confesses her mistakes. Jake gets on the phone and thanks his sister, and I can hear him tear a bit. He tells Laura that he never expected to have to choose between his mother and his wife. But Helen made that decision for him when she seized our home. After he hangs up, he sits on our tight apartment couch and looks at the wall. He claims Helen controlled everything during his life, and he never fought her because it was tiresome. He claims he should have safeguarded me better and established limits years ago. I sit next to him, and we don't speak for a long. The baby wakes up sobbing, and I change her diaper on the floor since there isn't enough space in this apartment for a changing table. 4 days later, Clara calls with news of a settlement offer. Lucas's attorney approached her with what they describe as a nice compromise. We'd receive 70% of the house's true worth in cash, and Lucas would keep the property. Clara suggests we should meet in person to discuss this. So we drove to her office with the baby. She lays out papers on her desk that display the figures. The house was valued around $320,000, and Lucas paid $160,000 for it. His offer would bring us $224,000. Clara says that going to trial is expensive, and the outcome is not assured even with all of our proof. She claims trials can last a year or more, and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal expenses. But if we accept this bargain, Helen and Lucas will get away with taking over $100,000 of my inheritance. I am shaking. I'm so furious. I tell Clara that I want to fight this all the way because they cannot simply take from us and then offer to return the majority of it as if they were doing us a favor. Jake agrees, but seems concerned about the cost. Clara says she understands and believes we have a solid case, but she must be open about the dangers and expenditures. We inform her we're not taking the offer, and she nods and says she'll notify Lucas's attorney. Jake and I discuss money again while driving home. We have about $6,000 in savings after paying Clara's retainer and the first month's rent on this flat. Even if we win the trial, we will be absolutely broke in a year. Jake offers asking his sister for a loan, but I decline because Laura has done so much already. We look at credit card offers and personal loans, and they all have ridiculously high interest rates. I start weeping because Helen and Lucas have gotten us into this problem, and we may have to go into debt to battle them. Jake responds, "We'll figure something out," but I can see he's scared too. The next week, Clara's investigator contacts her with information concerning Helen's finances. Clara joins us at a coffee shop and tells us what he discovered. Helen owes more than $40,000 on credit cards and is facing foreclosure on her condo. The investigator discovered emails between Helen and Lucas dated 6 months earlier, in which they discussed the house selling plan. Lucas offered Helen $25,000 if she helped him acquire the property at half price. Clara offers us printouts of the emails, which I read on my phone while keeping the infant from snatching the papers. Helen wrote, "Things like this will solve both of our problems, and Jake will understand eventually." Lucas' comments focus on timing and ensuring that all documentation seems real. Reading my mother-in-law's comments about snatching my house makes me ill. Clara replies, "This demonstrates Helen wasn't just controlling or making a mistake. She actively planned to commit fraud for money." Jake examines the emails, his hands trembling. He admits he knew his mother was problematic, but he never imagined she'd do something criminal with her own son. Clara argues that this material helps our case greatly by demonstrating preparation and intent. She'll send everything to the district attorney's office to determine whether they'll file criminal charges. When I ask Clara what it implies, she says Lucas and Helen might face fraud charges if the DA believes there is sufficient proof. She reminds us that criminal proceedings move slowly, and there is no assurance of prosecution. However, the fact that a criminal investigation is underway may put Lucas under pressure to negotiate better conditions. 2 weeks later, a detective called our flat and introduced himself as Victor Grant from the district attorney's fraud section. He wants to interview me about what occurred and asks if he may come over. I accept, and he shows up the next afternoon in ordinary clothing, carrying a notepad. The baby is cranky, so I'm attempting to feed her while answering his questions. Detective Grant asks me to go over everything from the beginning. I tell him about Helen's actions during my pregnancy, including handing her the spare key, going into labor, experiencing a hemorrhage, and requiring emergency surgery. When I signed the documents, he took notes and asked specific questions regarding my medical condition. I explained the agony, medicine, and weariness, as well as how I had just completed nursing when the title company representative arrived. He inquires whether Helen was present, and I respond, yes, she was standing right there telling me this was what we discussed. Detective Grant seemed troubled as I mentioned signing the paperwork while barely aware. He inquires about Jake's involvement, and I explain how Helen duped him into signing documents he believed were medical power of attorney. The baby begins sobbing loudly, and I have to interrupt the interview to stroll around and quiet her down. Detective Grant waits patiently, explaining that he has children and understands. When I sit back down, he inquires about the emails discovered by Clara's investigator. I tell him Clara has copies of everything, and he says he will obtain them from her. He asks whether I believe Helen arranged this particularly for my due date, and I respond definitely. That's exactly what occurred. She waited till I was most weak to carry out her plan. Detective Grant closes his notes, stating that this is one of the worst incidents of exploitation he has witnessed. He believes that taking advantage of someone shortly after childbirth and emergency surgery is particularly troubling. He assures me that the DA's office will analyze everything and decide on criminal charges within a few weeks. After he goes, I sit on the couch, exhausted. Jake gets home from work, and I tell him about the interview. He asks whether I'm okay, and I respond, no, I'm really not okay. The stress of everything finally hits me 2 weeks after the detective's visit. I awoke with a severe headache and blurred vision. Jake is preparing for work and I attempt to rise up, but the room swirls. He asks what's wrong, and I explain that I don't feel right. My head is throbbing and I am dizzy. Jake measures my blood pressure with the monitor we received after I left the hospital, and it is dangerously high. He asks his sister to watch the baby and drives me to the emergency department. The emergency room doctor checks me and requests blood tests. She returns an hour later and says, I'm showing signs of postpartum preeclampsia, and my blood pressure is high enough that I could have a stroke. She adds, if we'd waited any longer, it could have been really bad. They admit me overnight for monitoring and give me medication to lower my blood pressure. Jake is afraid and repeatedly asks the doctor whether I'll be okay. She believes I should be all right with proper therapy and relaxation, but I need to drastically lower my stress levels. I'm lying in a hospital bed, with an IV in my arm, recognizing that this legal battle is literally jeopardizing my life. The nurse checks my blood pressure every 2 hours during the night, and it gradually decreases. Laura remains at our flat with the baby and sends Jake updates on feedings. In the morning the doctor says I may go home, but I must relax and avoid stress as much as possible. She says postpartum preeclampsia can be dangerous, and I should take it carefully. Jake brings me home and Laura has cleaned our flat and prepared meals. She tenderly holds me and expresses her sorrow at what is occurring. I sleep the most of the day while Laura looks after the baby. When I wake up, Jake is sitting next to the bed, looking afraid. He suggests we accept Lucas' settlement offer since my health is more important than the house. I tell him I will not allow them win after everything they've done. He says he is concerned about losing me, and I respond I will be more cautious. But we are not giving up. My nursing network becomes aware of what occurred to me and the circumstances at home. My co-workers at the hospital begin asking questions, and I end up giving many of them the entire tale. Within days, someone starts an online campaign to aid with our legal bills and living expenses. I am not even sure who initiated it at first. My boss calls and tells me that the whole nursing staff wants to assist, and is circulating the fundraiser link to other departments. I'm ashamed at first since I don't enjoy asking for assistance, but Jake insists we need it. The crowdfunding page tells what Helen and Lucas did and how we're fighting to reclaim our house. Donations begin to pour in from nurses I work with, physicians I've supported during operations, and even patients' relatives who remember me. Within 3 days, more than $3,000 has been raised. By the end of the week, it'll have surpassed $8,000. I'm sobbing as I read the comments from individuals that want to assist and believe what happened to us is terrible. Some nurses I hardly know give $100 or more. My supervisor makes a $500 donation. The fundraising provides us with enough money to continue paying Clara and covering our rent for several months. I contact Clara and inform her that we will not accept Lucas's settlement offer since we can afford to continue battling. She seems relieved and says she was hoping we'd say that since she believes we'll win. My co-workers' support helps me feel less alone and helpless. Jake and I sit down and look at the fundraiser site, reading everyone's lovely remarks. He promises we'll get through this and get our house back. Detective Grant approaches Clara, stating that he needs to question the title company agent who handled the sale. Samantha Brooks is her name, and she is first reluctant to speak with him. Clara informs us that Samantha is concerned about legal liabilities for her firm. Grant receives a court order forcing her to be interrogated, and she eventually accepts. Clara is unable to attend the interview, but Grant later tells her about it. Samantha acknowledged she was concerned about the paperwork timetable because everything transpired so quickly. Lucas pushed her through the procedure, and she didn't push back as much as she could have. She informed Grant that she saw inconsistencies in her internal business files about how quickly things were signed and processed. Normally, a house sale takes weeks, but this one took only days. Samantha stated that Lucas pressed her to shut things promptly, and she agreed because he was a returning client. Grant inquired whether she saw anything strange about my signature, and Samantha stated the paperwork were valid at the time, but the timing was peculiar. Clara argues that Samantha's testimony is significant because it demonstrates that even the title firm suspected something was off with the deal. Her internal notes on inconsistencies will indicate Lucas was aware he was doing anything improper. Grant informs Clara that Samantha's assistance greatly improves the criminal case. The district attorney's office is now seriously investigating fraud charges against Lucas and Helen. Clara phones us 2 weeks later with big news. She claims that the criminal probe has become substantial enough that Lucas's counsel is now concerned about jail time. Grant has created a case that demonstrates Lucas's practice of deception against several victims, including Zachary Hale. The emails between Lucas and Helen show that they planned the entire affair together. Samantha's evidence reveals that Lucas hastened the transaction despite knowing it was dubious. All of the information about my medical condition and the fake paperwork indicates that this was a premeditated deception against a vulnerable individual. Clara claims Lucas's attorney contacted her to arrange a fresh settlement on our terms, rather than their prior lowball offer. Lucas's power has radically altered since he is facing criminal fraud accusations, which might result in actual prison time. Helen is being examined as an accomplice since the emails show she was part in the planning process. Clara claims that this is the first time she has truly believed that we will reclaim our home. Lucas's attorney wants to meet to negotiate conditions, and Clara believes they would agree to nearly anything to keep Lucas from going to trial on criminal charges. When I ask Clara what Helen is facing, she replies that if the DA charges her as an accomplice, she might face probation, community service, and reparations. Jake seemed relieved for the first time in months. We set up a meeting with Lucas's attorney for the next week to negotiate settlement terms. After 3 weeks of back and forth with our attorneys, we eventually reach an agreement. Lucas will return the house to us and put the deed back into my name. He will pay for all of our legal bills, including Clara's and the investigators. He will pay for our move back into the house, as well as $18,000 in compensation for damages and lost equity. In addition to returning the home, Lucas must pay us around $40,000 in total. It's not perfect since we'll never be able to recoup the 4 months of rent we paid for this place, let alone the mental pain of what we went through. But the most important thing is that we have our house back. Lucas has pleaded guilty to fraud charges, which result in 2 years probation and reparations to his other victims, including Zachary Hale. He will not serve jail time, but he will have a criminal record and must repay everyone he scammed. Clara claims that the DA consented to probation instead of prison time since Lucas is cooperating and returning our house. We sign the settlement papers in Clara's office, and I'm trembling the entire time. Jake squeezes my hand and says, "We did it." After all of the paperwork is processed via the court system, the house will be returned to my name within 2 weeks. Helen's criminal case continues forward independently of Lucas's settlement with us. The DA accuses her as an accomplice to fraud based on emails indicating that she arranged everything with Lucas. She faces probation, 200 hours of community service, and a $12,000 reparation payment for her involvement in the fraud. Clara argues that Helen's penalty is less harsh than Lucas's, since she did not immediately gain from the transaction, as Lucas never paid her the $25,000 he promised. The DA is treating her as a facilitator of the fraud, rather than the primary culprit. But she's still getting a criminal record and must repay us. The $12,000 restitution is in addition to Lucas's settlement, bringing the total payout to $30,000. Helen loses the $25,000 Lucas promised her, and her financial condition worsens instead of improving. Laura informs us that Helen had to sell her condo to escape foreclosure and is now relocating into a modest apartment. Her credit card debt remains, and she now faces further court bills. I don't enjoy seeing her suffer, but there is justice in how her selfishness and cruelty backfired totally. She attempted to take my fortune, but ended up losing everything herself. The moving truck arrives on a Saturday morning, 5 months after we signed the settlement documents. And I stood in our driveway, holding my daughter, who has grown so much since that dreadful day when we returned home to discover everything changed. Jake pulls boxes through the front door, which Lucas never had the time to fix. I accompany him inside to the living room, where Lucas began taking down the carpet but never completed. We spend the first day simply strolling through each area and choosing what has to be repaired, cleaned, or discarded from Lucas's half-finished repairs. The nursery still has the color I picked before everything fell apart, and I sit in it with my daughter, crying a bit because we are finally home. Jake finds me there and sits down next to us on the floor, wrapping his arm over my shoulders without saying anything for a few minutes. Then he talks about his mother and how he should have known what she was capable of. How his devotion to her blinded him to all the warning indicators that were there in front of him. He apologizes for disbelieving me when I originally informed him there was a problem with the papers, and for waiting 3 days to truly realize his mother had stolen our home. We chatted for nearly an hour about what our family would look like in the future, about boundaries and trust, and how we will safeguard our daughter from others who pretend to love her but treat her cruelly. It hurts to have this talk because Jake is grieving for the mother he believed he had before understanding she was never that person. And I am seeing my husband's grief, even if I am pleased that he has finally realized the truth. The next week, Jake calls his mother from our bedroom while I am in the hallway, where I can hear everything. He informs Helen that she can visit her granddaughter but only under supervision and after completing a family therapy program centered on boundaries and restoring shattered trust. Helen instantly begins arguing that she does not require treatment, that she was simply trying to assist us, and that we are being unkind and ungrateful. Jake remains cool and repeats the requirements without giving in or allowing her guilt trip to affect him. She threatens to fight for grandparents' rights, which Jake says is a poor idea considering her recent felony conviction for fraud. Helen begins weeping, claiming Jake is choosing me over his own mother, and he says that he has chosen his wife and daughter since that is what a husband and father do. Helen hangs up on him, and Jake emerges from the bedroom, fatigued but lighter in spirit. I tell him I'm proud of him for prioritizing our nuclear family, and he hugs me tightly, saying he should have done so years ago. 6 months after Lucas changed our locks and Helen devastated our lives, we've settled into a routine that feels almost normal. Our daughter is crawling around and gets into everything. And now that we've repaired all of the damage from Lucas's renovations, the house seems like our own again. Jake's connection with his mother is only maintained through infrequent supervised video conversations in which Helen refuses to recognize she did anything wrong. And I know their relationship will most likely never heal. However, his sister comes over twice a week to help with the baby. And his brother, who stood with us through everything, has become one of our best friends. Instead of pretending Helen's poisonous control was normal or appropriate, we're putting together the family support system we really need. My coworkers still check in with me on a daily basis to see how things are doing. And the nursing supervisor granted my desire to return part-time so I could spend more time with my baby. I'm now working 3 days a week, and we're steadily paying off the credit card debt we accumulated throughout the court battle. We are not where we were financially before Helen sold our house, and it will take another year to return to that stability, but we are going ahead, and our daughter is thriving in the home purchased with my grandfather's fortune, which was always the goal of battling so hard to reclaim it. I've learned that safeguarding your family often entails facing fights you never expected to confront, standing up to those who should love you but chose to be unkind instead. I'm stronger for having survived this horror, even if I wish it had never occurred. And I know I can handle whatever happens next, because I've already survived the worst-case scenario I could have imagined. My parents made me pay rent while funding my siblings' futures. Then I used their own lease against them to stop the exploitation. I turned 18, and my parents immediately began charging me $750 per month to live at home. They said it was to teach me responsibility and prepare me for the real world. I was still in high school, working part-time at a grocery store for the minimum wage, but they insisted. They wanted their money every month, on the first of the month. I barely had anything left after paying them, but I assumed this was how things worked as an adult. I paid every month for the rest of senior year. Then I noticed something strange. My brother, Ethan, turned 18 6 months after me. No rent. My parents explained that he was focused on his music and didn't need the stress. He sat in his room all day, playing video games and occasionally jamming on his guitar for 20 minutes. They bought him a new amplifier for his birthday that cost $1,800. My sister Sophia turned 18 a year later. She does not have to pay rent either. She was apparently preoccupied with her influencer career. She had 350 TikTok followers and only posted about once a week. My parents bought her a ring light and a new phone to help her create content. Meanwhile, after graduating, I was working full-time, attending community college at night, and still paying $750 per month. When I asked why only I paid rent, my mother explained that I was the responsible one who could handle it. My siblings needed more encouragement to pursue their goals. I kept paying while Ethan's musical career consisted of one open mic night where he forgot the lyrics. Sophia's influencer career peaked at 500 followers, despite my parents' payment for professional photos. My parents then raised my rent to $950, citing rising costs and the fact that I now worked full-time so I could afford it. At the age of 20, Ethan had never worked in his life. Sophia worked one shift per week at a boutique for the employee discount, but I paid more. The real kicker came when I overheard my parents discussing their finances. They were depositing my rent money directly into savings accounts for Ethan and Sophia. My rent was literally funding my siblings' futures, and I couldn't save a dime. They referred to it as their education funds, despite the fact that neither sibling attended school. Ethan dropped out of community college after one semester, and Sophia never applied. I attended night classes and paid my own tuition. When I confronted them, they claimed Ethan and Sophia were not as capable as me. They needed the financial cushion more. I was smart enough to do it on my own. That's when I discovered my parents had been telling everyone I was living at home rent-free and mooching off of them. They made themselves look like saints by supporting their adult child while I paid them $950 per month. My extended family thought I was a loser who took advantage of my parents. At family dinners, my aunt would make comments about how I needed to mature and support myself. My parents never corrected her, so I agreed to play their game. I went to them and told them they were correct. I needed more responsibilities. I asked them to draft a formal lease agreement so that I could establish rental history for my credit. They thought this was excellent adulting and drafted an official-looking lease with terms and conditions. They were so proud of teaching me about contracts that they even took a photo of me signing it to show off their responsible parenting. This is what they didn't realize. In our state, once you sign a lease, you have tenant rights, and they just broke about 15 of them. No proper notice of rent increases, no payment receipt system, no maintenance agreements, and no security deposit documentation. They had been entering my room without my knowledge, using my bathroom while theirs was occupied, and taking food I purchased without permission are all violations. I began documenting everything. Every time my mother entered my room, she borrowed something without asking. Every time my father used my laptop without permission. Every time they gave Ethan or Sophia money, they instructed me to pay more. They wrote the lease to allow for quiet enjoyment of the premises. It was difficult to enjoy when Ethan practiced his guitar badly at midnight, directly above my room. The lease specified access to common areas. Sophia's photography equipment is always spread across the living room, making it difficult to access. I sent them formal written complaints for each violation. They laughed at first, thinking I was overdramatic. Then I stopped paying the rent. I told them I was withholding it because of unresolved lease violations, as was my legal right as a tenant. They lost their minds and demanded the cash. I offered to pay if they resolved the violations. They claimed they did not have to fix anything in their own home. Cool. Then I did not have to pay. They tried to kick me out, but I showed them the lease they had written. They'd have to formally evict me, which could take months. They'd have to go to court and explain why they were evicting one child while the other two remained free. They would have to inform a judge about the savings accounts funded by my rent. They'd have to admit they were lying to everyone about me being free. The court records would be made public. Everyone would know. My mother panicked and offered to reduce my rent back to $750. I countered with zero, as did my siblings. My father's face turned bright red, and he began yelling that I was being disrespectful and ungrateful for everything they had done for me. His voice became louder with each word. My mother jumped in right away, saying, "They gave me a roof over my head. And this is how I repaid them. By threatening legal action like a stranger." She placed her hand on her chest as if I had physically hurt her. My heart was pounding, but I remained calm. I explained that I was not threatening anything and was simply asking for the same treatment that Ethan and Sophia received. $0 per month. My dad's face turned even redder, and he stormed out of the room. My mother looked at me for a second, as if she wanted to say something else, before following him out. I stood alone in the kitchen, holding my printed documentation of every lease violation. The papers felt heavy in my hands. I could hear the bedroom door slam upstairs. That night I lay in bed trying to concentrate on my homework, but I could hear my parents arguing loudly in their bedroom. The walls in this house were thin enough that I could understand most of what they were saying. My mother's voice came through first, saying they should simply let me stay rent-free to avoid problems. My father's voice rose again, insisting that this would be a reward for my bad behavior. He told me that I needed to learn respect. My mother said something quieter that I couldn't hear. Then my father mentioned something about not being manipulated by their own daughter. The argument went on for more than an hour. I gave up on my homework and lay there listening. Their voices gradually became quieter, and I heard their television turn on. The next morning, I came downstairs for breakfast and the kitchen was tense. My parents were already at the table, eating cereal and not talking to one another. Ethan walked in, scratching his head, and inquired as to what was going on, having heard yelling the night before. I poured myself a cup of coffee and explained the situation while my parents sat silently. I told him about the rent I'd been paying for years, the lease violations, and the savings accounts I funded with my own money. Ethan actually laughed and said I was overreacting about a few $100s per month. He took a bowl from the cabinet and said, "Everyone pays rent when they're adults." I pointed out that he did not pay rent. He shrugged, explaining that it was different because he was focused on his music. I asked when he had last practiced. He didn't respond. Sophia came downstairs in her pajamas, holding her phone. She must have overheard some of the conversation because she jumped right in, accusing me of being selfish and making everything about me when they were simply trying to pursue their dreams. Her voice had that whiny tone she used to elicit sympathy. I looked right at her and told her that my rent money was literally funding her dreams. I told her about the savings account. She opened her mouth but nothing came out. She looked at my parents, expecting them to deny it. My mother gazed down at her cereal bowl. My father got up and made a lot of noise while putting his dishes in the sink. Sophia's face turned pale, and she sat down without taking any food. That evening, my parents summoned me to the living room. They sat together on the couch, serious expressions. My father cleared his throat, saying they had discussed it and wanted to present a counteroffer. As a compromise, they reduced my monthly rent to $350. My mother nodded and agreed that was more than fair. I sat in the chair across from them and told them that the compromise was $0, just like my siblings. My father began to interrupt, but I continued speaking. I suggested that if they preferred, we let a judge decide what was fair. I took out my phone and showed them photos of the lease they'd written. Photographs of my payment records. Photographs of all documented violations. My mom's face turned white. My father stood up quickly and announced that he would be kicking me out immediately. His voice shook as he said it. I remained seated and calmly reminded him that this was illegal without proper eviction proceedings. I explained that he would need to file paperwork with the court. He'd need to wait for a hearing date. He'd have to explain to a judge why he was evicting one child while two others remained there free. I saw my mother's eyes widen as she realized I knew my rights. She grabbed my father's arm and pulled him back down to the couch. He was breathing rapidly as if he had been running. There was silence for quite some time. My parents then left the room without saying another word. My co-worker Katie approached me during our morning break the next day, so I must have appeared stressed. She inquired whether I was all right. I hesitated, but then it all came out. During our lunch break in the break room, I told her everything, including the rent, which my siblings had not paid, the savings accounts, and the lease violations. Katie's eyes grew large and she kept saying, "I can't believe my parents would do that." She stated that her own parents had problems, but at least they treated all of the children equally. She asked if I had any other places to stay. I told her I was staying because they couldn't legally force me to leave. Katie pulled out her phone and began texting someone. She told me that her husband, Barry, worked in property management and was very knowledgeable about tenant rights. She insisted I speak with him because he'd helped others in similar situations before. She claimed Barry had witnessed landlords engaging in various illegal activities and was always prepared to deal with them. I wasn't sure about including more people, but Katie wouldn't take no for an answer. She texted Barry back and forth for a minute before telling me he wanted to meet with me. She said he could review my lease and documents. I agreed because at this point, I needed all the assistance I could get. That weekend, I met Barry at a coffee shop near my workplace. He was a tall man in his 40s with glasses and a friendly smile. Katie had already shown him some details, so he knew the basics. I brought my folder containing the lease and all of my documents. Barry laid everything out on the table between our coffee cups and began reading it carefully. He took his time writing notes on a pad of paper. After about 20 minutes, he looked up and said, "My parents violated multiple tenant rights." He pointed to specific sections of the lease that they had written and explained each violation. There was no proper notice for the rent increase from $750 to $950. There is no receipt system for my payments. Despite the fact that the lease mentioned it, there was no documentation for the security deposit. He went through my photos of the times they had entered my room without my knowledge. Barry confirmed that I had a strong legal case if this went to court. He stated that most judges disapproved of parents financially exploiting their adult children. He explained that the lease my parents wrote provided me with more protections than they realized. He claimed I was doing the right thing by documenting everything and standing firm. He wrote down the name of a tenant rights attorney he knew who occasionally offered free consultations. He advised me to contact this attorney if my parents persisted in their demands. I felt relieved to have someone confirm that I wasn't crazy for fighting this. Barry stated that he would be willing to testify as an expert witness if the situation required it. He advised me to continue documenting everything and not let my parents pressure me into paying or leaving. We spent another hour discussing my options, and he answered all of my questions. I left the coffee shop feeling more confident than I had in days. Barry jotted down the attorney's name and phone number on a napkin. Crystal Winters. He claimed she worked with young people dealing with family landlord issues and occasionally took cases for free when she believed someone was being taken advantage of. I thanked him and placed the napkin in my wallet. When I arrived home that night, I went straight to my room and took out the napkin. I stared at the phone number for a while before calling. A receptionist responded, and I explained my situation as briefly as I could. She put me on hold for a couple of minutes. When she returned, she mentioned that Crystal had an opening for Thursday afternoon if I could make it. I agreed right away, despite the fact that it meant leaving work early. The following few days passed slowly. I carried my documentation folder in my backpack wherever I went. My parents tried to talk to me several times, but I kept the conversations short. My mom asked if we could sit down and talk like adults. I told her we could discuss it after I spoke with my lawyer. Her face turned pale when I said that word. On Tuesday night, I was in my room studying when I heard a knock. Before I could respond, my mother opened the door. She had tears running down her cheeks. She sat on the edge of my bed without asking and began crying more. She claimed I was tearing the family apart over money. She asked why I couldn't simply be the responsible one, as I had always been. She claimed Ethan and Sophia looked up to me, and now I was setting a bad example by involving lawyers. I shut my textbook and looked at her. I asked her directly why being responsible required me to be treated worse than my siblings. She wiped her eyes and stated that it was not her intention to treat me worse. She said Ethan and Sophia simply needed more assistance than I did. I asked her why they needed additional assistance. She couldn't give me an honest answer. She just kept saying that they needed help to find their way. I pointed out that I too was discovering my path, but I had to pay for it myself and give them money every month. She stood up and claimed I was being difficult on purpose. She left my room, and I could hear her crying in the hallway. On Thursday, I left work at 2 p.m. to make my 3 o'clock appointment. Crystal's office was located in a small building downtown. The waiting room had mismatched chairs and magazines from last year. The receptionist smiled and told me Crystal would be ready in a few minutes. I sat down with my folder in my lap. A woman walked out of the back office. She was probably in her 40s, with dark hair pulled back and glasses. She walked right over to me and extended her hand. Crystal Winters. She offered a firm handshake and made direct eye contact. She led me back to her office, which featured a large desk covered in files and papers. She cleared a space and told me to sit down. I opened the folder and began explaining everything. She listened without interrupting. She jotted notes on a yellow pad. After I finished, she leaned back in her chair. She said she had seen cases like mine before. She claimed that parents financially exploited their adult children on a regular basis, convincing themselves that it was for the kids' benefit. She claimed that the lease my parents wrote provided me with strong legal protection. She asked if she could keep my documentation and make copies. I said yes. Crystal called in her paralegal. Luke entered carrying a camera. He was younger than Crystal, probably in his late 20s. He began photographing every page in my folder, including the lease, my payment records, and the written complaints I had sent my parents regarding lease violations. He worked methodically and did not overlook anything. Crystal explained that everything needed to be properly documented in case it went to court. She stated that judges took these cases seriously when they discovered clear evidence of exploitation. Luke finished taking photos and returned the originals to me. Crystal stated that she would write a letter to my parents explaining their violations and my rights. The letter stated that I would resume paying rent once all violations were resolved and I was given the same terms as my siblings, $0 per month. I felt relief wash over me. Having a professional on my side made everything feel more genuine and less dramatic. Crystal said she'd have the letter ready by Monday and would mail it certified, requiring my parents to sign for it. She advised not to be surprised if they reacted negatively. She advised me to document any threats or harassment. I thanked her, and she told me not to worry about the payment right now. She'd figure something out because she despised seeing parents take advantage of their children. I left her office feeling stronger than I had been in months. The letter arrived at my parents' home on Wednesday. I was at work when my phone rang. My father, I let it go to voicemail. He called 3 additional times. Then my mother called. I didn't respond. During my lunch break, I checked the voicemails. My father was furious about how I got lawyers involved in family business. He claimed I was destroying our relationship for a few $100s. My mother sent me a message in which she cried and said I was ruining everything. When I arrived home that evening, my father was waiting in the living room. He began yelling the moment I walked in. How dare I involve lawyers in this? How dare I threaten them in their own home? My mom was crying on the couch. I remained calm and stated that I was not threatening anyone. I was just asking for the same treatment that Ethan and Sophia received. My father's face turned red. He said, "If I want to play legal games, maybe Ethan and Sophia should start paying rent as well." He yelled for them to come downstairs. Ethan came down first, looking perplexed. Sophia followed a minute later. My father informed them that starting next month, they would both be paying $350 in rent. Ethan's mouth dropped open. He said he could not afford it. My father asked why not. Ethan stammered, "I don't have a job." My father said that was exactly the point. If I didn't have to pay, nobody would get a free ride anymore. Sophia burst into tears, explaining that she was building her career and couldn't afford to pay rent. My father said she should figure it out then. Ethan looked at me like it was my fault. I simply stared back at him. This was the first time he'd had to think about money, and it was obvious on his face. He asked my father if he was serious. My father replied, "Completely serious. Everyone pays or nobody pays." My mother was still crying on the couch. Ethan returned upstairs without saying another word. Sophia followed him. Sophia made a TikTok post the following day. I didn't notice it at first, but Katie showed it to me at work. Sophia was in her room, looking sad, with a text overlay about toxic family members causing drama. An audio track about being misunderstood played in the background. The video received maybe 30 views. Katie rolled her eyes and said, "My sister was ridiculous." That evening, my mother posted the video to Facebook with a lengthy caption about how difficult it is when your children turn against you. She didn't go into detail, only mentioning family struggles and staying strong. I read the comments. My aunt wrote that some children did not appreciate their parents' sacrifices. Other relatives agreed. Nobody knew what was happening. They all assumed I was the problem based on my parents' lies. On Saturday morning, my aunt called me directly. I almost didn't respond, but decided I was done hiding. She immediately started talking about how I was being selfish and tearing the family apart. I interrupted her. I asked if she knew I was paying $950 per month in rent. She became quiet. I told her the entire story. How I had paid since I was 18. How Ethan and Sophia refused to pay anything. My parents put my rent money into savings accounts for my siblings. How they informed everyone that I lived freely. My aunt didn't say anything for a while. Then she said, "I have no idea." She claimed my parents always made it appear as if I was the one taking advantage. She apologized for judging me without knowing the truth. She admitted that the favoritism was wrong and apologized for the comments she had made at family dinners. I thanked her for listening. She said she'd call my parents and get their perspective, but she believed me. After we hung up, I felt as if someone in my family had finally understood what I was going through. Within an hour, my phone began to light up with texts from relatives I had barely spoken to. My uncle wanted to know if I had been paying rent. My cousin questioned why my parents never mentioned it. Even my grandmother called to see what was going on with the family. I responded to each one with the same basic information. $950 per month since I turned 18. Ethan and Sophia didn't pay anything. My rent went into their savings accounts. My parents told everyone I lived freely. The responses came in fast. My uncle said that wasn't correct. My cousin said she'd always wondered why my parents treated me like I was lazy when I worked full-time. My grandmother said she needed to talk to my mother about this. By dinner time my phone was constantly buzzing. My parents' phones must have been worse because I could hear my mother on the phone in the kitchen, becoming louder with each call. She kept saying it was a private family business that people should stay out of. At one point, my father grabbed the phone from her and told whoever was calling that I was intentionally making them look bad. I stayed in my room, locked the door, and let them deal with the mess they'd made by lying to everyone. My mother knocked on my door the next morning. She appeared tired, and her eyes were red. She explained that my father wanted to make me an offer to settle everything. I followed her downstairs where my father sat at the kitchen table, holding a calculator and some papers. He stated that they would refund 6 months' rent to demonstrate good faith. That cost $5,200. In exchange, I agreed to stop discussing family finances with relatives. I took a photo of the papers with my phone and told them I'd think about it. I then texted the photo to Crystal. She called back within 20 minutes. Her voice was sharp as she warned me not to accept anything without proper legal documentation. She said the offer was an attempt to control the narrative and silence me. She inquired whether there were any conditions attached. I read her the papers, and she made a disgusted sound. She claimed they were trying to buy my silence while admitting no wrongdoing. She instructed me to reject it and let her handle the negotiations. 2 days later, my father sent me an email with an attached document. I opened it and began reading. They'd refund the $5,200, but I'd have to agree to pay $350 per month from now on. I also had to sign a document stating that I would not discuss family finances with anyone other than my immediate family. There was an entire paragraph about protecting family privacy and setting respectful boundaries. I sent it to Crystal without responding to my parents. She called me that evening, sounding annoyed. She claimed that my parents were still trying to control me while pretending to compromise. She inquired whether I wanted her to respond. I said yes. She told me she'd send them a letter outlining her terms, and they could accept it or see me in housing court. Crystal's letter reached my parents' house 3 days later. I was at work when my father called, screaming into the phone. He claimed my lawyer was threatening them and making unreasonable demands. I inquired as to the specific demands. He stated that Crystal requested a full year's refund and no future rent. I told him those seemed fair because that's what Ethan and Sophia received. He told me I was being ridiculous and hung up. My parents said nothing to me during dinner that night. When Ethan asked what was going on, my mother told him it was between them and me. Sophia scrolled through her phone, ignoring everyone. The silence felt heavy, but I did not try to fill it. My parents went 4 days without speaking to me except when absolutely necessary. Then my father showed up at work during my afternoon shift. I was restocking shelves when I noticed him walking toward me. He began talking before he even approached me. He said we needed to talk about the lawyer situation as adults. I informed him that Crystal was handling everything, and that all communication should go through her. He raised his voice, saying I was his daughter and he had the right to speak to me. Other customers began looking over. My manager emerged from the back office. My father kept saying that I was tearing the family apart over money. My manager stepped between us and asked my father to leave. My father looked at me as if I had betrayed him. Then he turned and walked away. My manager asked if I was all right. I nodded, but my hands shook. She advised me to take my break earlier. That evening Katie called me. She explained that Barry wanted to know if I needed a place to stay. She stated that if things at home worsened, they could use their guest room. I felt a release in my chest that I hadn't realized was tight. Having somewhere to go made everything seem less scary. I thanked her and promised to let her know. She stated that the offer was valid at any time. After we hung up, I sat on my bed and looked around my room. Knowing I could leave if I needed to made staying feel like an option, rather than a trap. Crystal set a deadline of 1 week from her letter. On the 5th day, my mother visited my room. She said they would consult their own lawyer. She stated that fighting this in court would be expensive and embarrassing for everyone. She inquired as to what it would take for me to drop everything. I informed her that Crystal's terms were fair. My siblings pay no rent and have received a full refund for the previous year. My mother's face became tight. She stated that it was $10,200. I stated that was what I had paid them. She departed without saying anything else. Day 6 passed without a word. On day 7, my father knocked on my door in the morning before I left for work. He said they had agreed on Crystal's terms. His voice sounded flat. He said they'd refund me for the entire year and let me live rent-free in the future, just like Ethan and Sophia. I inquired whether he was putting that in writing. He stated that their lawyer was drafting the agreement. I told him to send it to Crystal. He nodded before walking away. I got ready for work, feeling strange. I won, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like something in my family had broken and wouldn't be repaired. The refund check arrived 4 days later. $10,200 was made out to me. I stared at it for a long time before going to a different bank than my parents did. I opened a savings account and deposited the entire amount. The teller smiled and congratulated me on beginning to save. I thanked her and took the receipt. Walking out to my car, I checked the balance printed on the paper. All of the money I had paid them was in an account with my name on it. It felt genuine in a way it hadn't before. I'd been correct to fight for fair treatment. The money proved it. The atmosphere at home changed completely after that. My parents stopped trying to talk to me about anything other than basic household chores. Ethan avoided me entirely, spending the majority of his time in his room. Sophia walked past me as if I were not there. Family dinners took place in complete silence, with everyone eating quickly and leaving the table. My mother attempted to strike up a conversation several times, but it fizzled out quickly when no one else joined in. I ate my food and returned to my room. The house felt cold for reasons other than temperature. My mother knocked on my door early the following morning. She entered without waiting for me to respond and sat on the edge of my bed. She began discussing household expenses and how they really needed my rent money to keep things running. I sat up, looking at her. I mentioned that she and Dad had been putting my rent into savings accounts for Ethan and Sophia. If they needed it for household expenses, why was it sitting in my siblings' bank accounts? She opened and closed her mouth again. Her face turned red and she stood up quickly. She left my room without saying anything more. 2 weeks passed with little conversation. Then one night at dinner, my father cleared his throat and made an announcement. Beginning next month, Ethan and Sophia will each pay $350 in rent. Ethan dropped his fork, which clattered against his plate. He started complaining that it wasn't fair and that he couldn't afford it. My father held up his hand and told Ethan to stop talking. He said that if I didn't have to pay, nobody would get a free ride anymore. Sophia's mouth dropped open, but she said nothing. I kept eating my food without looking at anyone. Ethan pushed his chair back and stomped up to his room. Sophia followed him a minute later. My parents sat in silence as I finished my dinner alone with them. The following week, Ethan was suddenly extremely busy. He printed out his resume and began applying for jobs online. He visited the mall and dropped off applications at each store. Within 5 days, he had an interview at a downtown music store. He returned home 2 days later and informed everyone that he had gotten the job. He'd be working 4 days a week to assist customers and organize inventory. My father nodded and said, "That's good." Ethan looked at me across the table, but I just ate my meal. It was funny how quickly he could find work when he needed it. He'd been saying for 2 years that no one was hiring and that he should focus on his music instead. It turned out that jobs were available the entire time. Sophia took a different approach. She stopped going to her boutique job and told my parents she couldn't afford rent while pursuing her influencer career. She needed to devote all of her time to content creation if she wanted to increase her following. My mother looked at my father, and he shook his head. He told Sophia she had 2 options. Pay $350 per month or find another place to live. Sophia's eyes widened and she began crying. She claimed they were ruining her dreams and being unfair. My father did not change his expression. He told her she had until the end of the week to decide. Sophia ran upstairs and I heard her door slam. The next day she was on her laptop applying for jobs. She was hired at a coffee shop near the mall within 5 days. Living at home felt wrong, even though I wasn't paying rent. The air was heavy and nobody looked at each other during meals. I started considering getting my own place. I texted Barry and asked if he could help me figure out what I could afford and what I should look for in a lease. He texted back right away, inviting me to come by his office that weekend. Saturday morning I drove to his workplace, a property management company. He had a large desk filled with folders and a computer with 2 monitors. He pulled up a chair for me, and we talked about my finances for about an hour. He showed me how to figure out what percentage of my income should go toward rent. He discussed security deposits and utility costs. He looked up apartment listings in my area and explained what I should look for in lease terms. By the end, I had a list of 5 places to look into and felt like I knew what I was doing. Annie approached me after my community college class that week. She taught my business fundamentals course and was always friendly to me. She mentioned that my assignments were improving and that I appeared to be more focused in class. She inquired if everything was fine. I told her about the housing situation with my parents and how resolving it had given me mental space. She nodded and explained that stress affects everything, including schoolwork. She told me she was proud of how I handled the situation and that I was doing well in her class. It was nice to have someone notice the positive changes. I thanked her and went to my next class, feeling better than I had in weeks. I spent the next 2 weeks looking for apartments. The majority of them were either too expensive or in bad neighborhoods. Then I discovered a small studio apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building. It had a small kitchen and bathroom, but the main room was quite spacious. The landlord showed me around and explained that the rent was $900 per month, which included all utilities. I did the math in my head. This was less than the $950 my parents had charged me. I'd pay less to live on my own than I did in their house. The irony was not lost on me. I filled out the application that day and was approved 5 days later. My mom's face changed when I told her I was moving out. She expressed genuine sadness and asked if we could mend our relationship. I told her honestly that I needed time to decide whether I wanted them in my life after how they had treated me. She began crying, and my father wrapped his arm around her. He said nothing, but his jaw was clenched. I went upstairs and started packing my belongings. I had a month until my lease started, but I wanted to be prepared. The week before I moved, Ethan knocked on my door. He asked if he could help me move my belongings to the new apartment. I was surprised, but agreed. On moving day, Ethan arrived with his car. We loaded boxes and furniture, making 3 trips back and forth. On the last trip, he told me that he had no idea how unfair things had been until he had to get a job himself. He apologized for laughing at me when I first brought up the rent situation. He admitted to living in a bubble, and our parents had allowed him to stay there. I told him I appreciated his apology. We carried the last box up to my apartment, and he assisted me in arranging the furniture. Before leaving, he hugged me and expressed his desire for us to remain close. Sophia did not apologize, but she did stop making vague complaints about me on social media. Katie showed me that Sophia had deleted all of her posts about family drama and toxic siblings. Sophia received her first real paycheck from the coffee shop 1 week after I moved out. She posted a picture of it with the caption, "Honest work and earning your own way." She was now working 4 days a week and appeared to be less concerned with becoming famous on the internet. Sophia had begun discussing the possibility of attending community college next semester, according to my mother. Reality had struck both of my siblings, and they were handling it differently, but they were dealing with it. Moving into my studio felt different from the beginning. I chose a small secondhand couch and dark blue fabric and positioned it against the wall near the window. The kitchen had just enough space for a small table and 2 chairs, and I bought real dishes instead of paper plates, as I had done at my parents' house, to avoid arguments over who would wash them. I hung up some posters I'd had rolled up in my closet for years because Sophia always said they were ugly, and my mother would take them down. They were now on my walls, and nobody could say anything. I cooked actual meals for myself and ate them whenever I wanted, without Ethan showing up to steal half of my food or my father helping himself to the leftovers I had been saving. My belongings remained exactly where I put them. My shampoo remained in my shower. My snacks remained in my cabinet. Nobody borrowed my laptop, towel, or phone charger. The level of freedom exceeded my expectations. A week after I moved in, Crystal called to inform me that she was closing my case file. She stated that she never charged me for any of her work because parents who exploit their children financially made her very angry, and she was happy to assist me in standing up for myself. I tried to offer her something, but she refused and told me to use the money for my future instead. I thanked her about 5 times before hanging up, promising to send her a card. Katie and I began hanging out on weekends after she helped me get through the worst of the conflict with my parents. We'd go get coffee, walk around the mall, or just watch movies at her place with Barry. Having a genuine friend who knew the whole story and still supported me meant more than I could express. She never judged me for my legal issues or made me feel bad for going against my family. She simply listened and said I deserved better treatment. After 3 months in my new apartment, I had established a routine that felt stable for the first time in many years. I worked my shifts, went to class, Came home to my own space and saved money every month because I no longer had to pay rent. My phone buzzed with a text from my mother, asking if we could meet for coffee and talk. I stared at the message for a few minutes before saying I'd meet her at a coffee shop near campus. Part of me wondered if she was really ready to admit what she'd done wrong, or if this was just another attempt to guilt me into returning. I arrived at the coffee shop first and ordered a regular coffee with cream. My mom arrived 10 minutes later, looking tired and older than I remembered. She ordered tea and we sat at a corner table away from the others. She started talking right away and expressed her genuine regret for the favoritism and financial exploitation. She explained that she had convinced herself that I was stronger and more capable than Ethan and Sophia, so it was acceptable to treat me differently and expect more of me. But now she realized how wrong that was, and how much damage it had caused. She admitted to using my supposed strength as an excuse to take advantage of me while babysitting my siblings. Hearing her say the words aloud made something tight in my chest loosen up slightly. I told her that I appreciated her apology, but that rebuilding trust would take time. She nodded, stating that she understood and would wait as long as I needed. 2 days after meeting with my mother, my father sent me an email. It was shorter and less personal than my mother's apology, but he admitted that he was wrong to charge me rent while allowing Ethan and Sophia to live freely. He apologized for not treating me fairly, and expressed hope that we could improve our relationship moving forward. The email felt stiff and awkward, as if he had struggled with every word. But I appreciated that he had at least attempted to admit his mistake. I responded briefly, thanking him for his apology. Over the next few months I began meeting my parents for dinner at restaurants every couple of weeks. We kept things neutral and talked about everyday topics like work, school, and the weather. They were learning to treat me as an independent adult, rather than a source of income or a problem to be solved. My mother stopped trying to give me advice on every decision I made, and my father stopped acting as if I owed him anything for raising me. The dynamic had changed, and it felt more balanced. Ethan and I actually became closer after I moved out. He began texting me more frequently, and we would occasionally grab lunch together after his shifts at the music store. He told me that after having to start working and paying his own way, he realized how unfair things had been. He apologized for laughing at me when I first complained about the rent situation, and he admitted to living in a bubble created by our parents. He was still working at the music store and seemed to enjoy having structure and purpose in his life, rather than just sitting around playing video games all day. He even began to take guitar lessons seriously and practice regularly. A year after moving into my studio apartment, I was performing better than I had ever done. My grades at community college were good, so I started looking into four-year universities to transfer to. The money I'd saved from the rent refund, combined with not paying rent during my final months at home, had laid a solid financial foundation. I had nearly $8,000 in my savings account and a solid plan for the future. My relationship with my family was better now because it was built on mutual respect rather than obligation and exploitation. Standing up for myself had been difficult and frightening, but it taught everyone in my family that fair treatment was not something they could bargain for. I was worthy of the same consideration as everyone else, and I would never accept anything less. I refused to marry, so my parents gave my sister everything, but she sold it for a business. Now they expect me to buy back the $250,000 heirloom. About 4 months ago, my parents and I had a major disagreement. The battle was over something extremely personal and precious to me, a family relic. My sister was about to marry when the quarrel broke out. Now I've always been clear about the fact that I don't intend to marry or have children. I've simply never seen that life path for myself. My family understands this. However, rather of honoring my decision, my parents chose to punish me by doing such a heinous act. My parents asked both of us home for supper the day after my sister got engaged. At first, it appeared to be a typical family evening. We were all seated around the table, talking and eating, when my parents revealed, right in the middle of dinner, that they wanted my sister to have the whole family heirloom as her wedding gift. They promised her she would receive every single piece. I was astonished. It took me a moment to understand what they just stated. To clarify, this jewelry collection was not made up of random old objects. They were really pricey objects with a lot of sentimental significance. The things had been passed down over several generations. Growing up, my mother even said that the heritage will be shared between my sister and myself. That's why it seemed like a betrayal when they abruptly changed their views without speaking to me. I sat there trying to seem cool, but inside I was enraged and horribly upset. This was not just unfair, it felt like a smack in the face. What made matters worse was that this was not the first time something like this had occurred. You know, all my life, I felt that my sister was their favorite. She's the youngest and has always received everything from them. More attention, more assistance, and now the heritage that was meant to be shared between us. My sister had always received preferential treatment from them, even when we were little. The difference in how we were raised began from the moment she was born. I can recall my father throwing a great family party to commemorate her birth. He stood up in front of everyone and addressed her as their miraculous, wonderful baby. My parents were relieved because, unlike me, my sister was born normal. For reference, I was born with a hearing disability, and I've had to use a hearing aid since I was a youngster. Rather than recognizing this as a natural part of who I am, my parents have treated it as a dirty secret. They have always expressed their wish that I did not have that defect. They seemed embarrassed by me, as if I were not the child they had planned for. So, when my sister was born without a handicap, they instantly liked her and favored her more. They've always made disparaging remarks about me and reminded me that I'm not as flawless as my sister. They've told me things like, "A noble man would want to marry a deaf girl like me," or, "I shouldn't have such high standards in men because of my hearing issues and just settle down with anyone who would have me." As if my condition made me unworthy of love or marriage. Because of their attitude toward me, I worked very hard to leave my hometown and attend college. After graduating from college, I decided to leave home and forge my own path in life. I want independence, space, and freedom. And because I've chosen not to pursue the typical route they expected, such as marrying, settling down, and becoming the sort of woman they believe I should be, they've become even more enraged. My sister, on the other hand, remained with them, constantly at their side, living the life they had planned for her, and they have always admired that about her. My parents have always been clear about their expectations of me. They've repeatedly advised me that I should marry as soon as possible and have grandkids, as if those are the only ways to live a complete, meaningful life. They believe that if I do not accomplish these things, I would be living an incomplete life, which I will regret when I am older and alone. My mother has even told me directly that as a woman, my role on this globe is to bring new life into the world. She said that by refusing to have children, I am not only disappointing her, but also disobeying God. As you might expect, it isn't simply pressure, it's emotional blackmail laced with guilt and manipulation. Despite this, I have always stayed firm and refused to marry merely for the sake of it. I created my life on my own terms, not theirs. So, when my sister got engaged, my parents clearly saw it as an opportunity to put me in my place, so they gave her all of our family artifacts. My sister was nearly shining with delight as my mother made the announcement. She was all smiles and thank yous, evidently happy with the whole affair. But what stung the most was that she didn't even question why I wasn't receiving anything. She did not check in with me. She didn't care what that choice meant to me, or how upset I was. When I tried to address my parents about how unjust it was, my father simply shut it off. He stated that he and my mother thought my sister was the perfect person to carry on the family legacy. My mother joined in, stating that because I had decided not to marry or have children, they believed it only made fair for my sister to receive all of the artifacts and pass them on to her children. In their minds, legacy equates to offspring, and since I'm not giving them any, I have no say. I couldn't simply sit there silently. So I objected. I reminded them of something vital. My grandmother had always stated that both my sister and I should receive the family treasure. That was her pledge to us, and that was always the plan. But my mother, with the same finality she usually employs, maintained that she knows best. She claimed that out of the two of us, she thought my sister was the most deserved, and she didn't care what I thought. My father accused me of being greedy for even asking for my portion of the treasure. He wholeheartedly supported my mother's choice, emphasizing that their minds were made up and there was no place for disagreement. All of their words hurt. It was more than simply the heirloom at that moment. It was everything they'd ever told me. They had made me feel insignificant several times. Music. Being the least beloved child is one thing. Being reminded of it all the time is quite another. And being made to feel invisible in my own family is something else completely. It seemed as if I will always be the one who was neglected. Like, no matter what I tried, I could never live up to their ideal of the perfect daughter. And I was hardly the perfect daughter. After supper, I decided I'd had enough. I realized I needed to step back from my family. So I made the decision to maintain little communication with my parents and sister. I stopped reaching out and allowed others to reach out less and less. I couldn't take their conduct anymore. Even though my sister invited me to her wedding, I respectfully declined. I decided it would be better for my own peace of mind to remain away. I was not prepared to face with more of the same pain and disappointment. But my sister was not pleased with my decision, so she attempted to exacerbate the matter. Because I had banned her on my phone and social media, she resorted to sending me a series of emails. She didn't even try to figure out why I wasn't coming. She was only upset that I would not be present for her in front of her groom's family. To top things off, she had the audacity to tell me that even if I wasn't attending, I should at least give her a wedding present. She urged me to get her an air fryer and a Dyson Airwrap, stating that with my income, I could easily afford them, and that I should give them to her as a wedding present. I just couldn't believe it. The arrogance was amazing. I responded that she had already gotten my portion of the inheritance, the family treasures, and she should be content with that. I told her that I had previously given her something meaningful, which was meant to be shared, and that should enough. I did not sugarcoat it. I responded to her that wanting an air fryer and a Dyson Airwrap on top of everything she had already gotten was utterly unreasonable, and she had no right to ask anything extra from me. She was clearly upset by my email and continued to send me emails, but I simply ignored her. I didn't react or send her anything. Anyway, it has been 4 months since I cut off all communication with my family. I've stuck to my decision, staying away from my parents and sister and focused on my own life. I had begun to find some serenity in the area I had made for myself. My folks unexpectedly came up at my door yesterday. This was quite unique. They have never paid me a visit since I cut off touch with them. So having them appear on my porch seemed weird. I had no idea what to anticipate, but I knew it would not be a casual visit. When I inquired what was going on, my mother, with a serious expression on her face, said that it was a family emergency, which was why she and Robert had chosen to come by. The way she stated it, in that cruel tone, had my heart pounding. I panicked for a second, wondering if anything had happened to my sister, or if one of them had suddenly become ill. After all, they would never have turned up unexpectedly like that, unless something was seriously wrong. I allowed them in. But I was on edge. As soon as they sat down, I asked them to get right to the point. I was not in the mood for niceties. I needed to know why they were at my house after all this time. That's when my mother began to tell me that they had missed me during the previous few months and felt terrible about how they treated me the last time we met. I glanced at her cautiously, because this did not sound like her. Mom went on to tell me that after all these months, she and Robert realized they had made a mistake by giving my sister all of their family antiques. She went on almost sheepishly, stating they now see how unfair their actions were and how painful it must have been for me. I couldn't believe what I heard. I scoffed and looked at them suspiciously. This was not like them at all. My parents were never the sort to apologize, much less acknowledge they were wrong. It did not feel genuine. This abrupt dramatic shift in their behavior felt too convenient, too out of character. I had spent years feeling like I was second best. And then they suddenly tried to apologize. It did not make sense. So I asked them straight up, what's really going on? I needed to know what was behind this sudden apology because I had no doubt that there was more to the story than they were telling. I wasn't going to fall for some superficial reconciliation if there was something deeper they weren't saying. My parents exchanged glances, and I could see hesitation in their eyes. After a long pause, my father reluctantly spoke. He explained that they had realized that I was the more deserving of the two of us, and that after everything had happened, they now wanted me to carry on their family legacy rather than my sister. But there was a catch, of course. Before I could receive anything, I had to complete this one task. I was already on high alert, and my skepticism was rising. I amused them by asking what this one thing was. I figured they were just looking for a gesture of goodwill from me before offering me the heirlooms. But what they said next completely confused me. They told me that in order to receive the heirlooms, I needed to buy them back from the exact location where my sister had sold them all. I just stared at them, shocked. My mouth became dry and my mind raced to process what I was hearing. What? My sister had sold the family heirlooms. I could not believe it. I wasn't sure if this was a joke or if I was simply hearing things incorrectly. I asked what they were talking about. That was when my mother finally admitted the truth. She explained that my sister had sold the entire collection of family heirlooms without their knowledge. She used the thousands of dollars she made from selling the items to start her own business. I was stunned, completely speechless. My sister saw it as a way to make a quick buck for herself, so all the years of hard work and sentimental value of those heirlooms vanished. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. How could she have done such a thing? And how could my parents have let this happen without intervening? However, it turns out that my sister did this without even informing our parents. Apparently my sister's business venture had failed miserably. Now she and her husband were in debt. And guess what? She had run back to our parents, pleading for financial help. That's when my parents finally convinced her to admit what she'd done with the heirlooms. At this point my mother broke down and begged me to save the jewelry. She kept saying how much she regretted not listening to Grandma Eleanor and how she should have divided the heirlooms between me and my sister from the beginning, as she had always promised. But because she didn't, Everything was destroyed, and the heirlooms were lost. I scoffed and asked her how I could possibly save the heirloom after it had already been sold. My father then pointed out that I could still get the entire family heirloom back for $250,000. He explained that after some investigation, they discovered that these heirlooms were now being resold on a website. This is why they sought my assistance in regaining possession of their jewelry. I looked at them in complete shock. $250,000. I almost didn't understand what I was hearing. I pointed out that this was completely ridiculous. How on earth was I supposed to pull $250,000 out of thin air to repurchase the family heirlooms? Even if I had that kind of money, I would never pay that much for something that should have been mine in the first place. I looked at my parents and told them this was entirely their fault. They were the ones who gave the heirlooms to my sister in the first place, despite knowing all along that they should have been divided equally between me and her. And now, because she had turned around and sold everything, they expected me to somehow fix it. It felt like they were attempting to shift all of the responsibility onto me, as if I should be the one to clean up the mess they had made. However, I was not going to correct their mistake. I wasn't going to pay $250,000 just because they hadn't properly managed their family heirlooms. It was not my responsibility to right their wrongs. When my mother heard this, she immediately started arguing. She said I could easily help them because I was a childless single woman with plenty of money. She complained that I was just making excuses. The way she spoke was as if she thought she was entitled to my money. She didn't care why I wasn't willing to just hand over an obscene amount of money to fix a problem that wasn't mine to fix. Then my dad jumped in. He said he understood I was frustrated with them, but that I needed to keep my grudge aside for now and find a way to buy back the heirlooms from the site. He went on saying that the heirlooms were my family legacy also, and that they shouldn't be in the hands of a stranger. I stayed calm as I pointed out the obvious truth. I wasn't going to take on the responsibility of fixing something that should never have been a problem in the first place. If they truly wanted to get the heirlooms back, they should be asking my sister to buy them back, not me. Also, if this was really so important to them, they should have thought about it carefully before giving it all to my irresponsible sister. The decision they made back then led directly to this mess. I mean, my sister has never held a job or earned a cent, and they just gave her thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, expecting her to take care of it. Of course, she sold it. How is it my responsibility to save our family legacy when you didn't even trust me with it in the first place? I asked, my voice steady, but firm. I reminded them that they were the ones who had found my sister more deserving than me to get all the family heirlooms, and had even called me greedy when I had pointed out their unfairness. This was the hard truth, and I wasn't going to sugarcoat it for them. I had every right to be upset, and they couldn't just expect me to shoulder the burden now that everything had fallen apart. It wasn't right. I pointed out that instead of me, they should be asking my sister to buy back the heirlooms. But my mother quickly shot back. She said that they had actually tried to pressure my sister to buy them back, but she and her husband were completely broke since her business failed, and he lost his job. They apparently had no money left, were in debt, and in fact, they were relying on my parents for financial support. My father argued that my sister was clearly in no position to help with buying the heirlooms back. He claimed that since I was financially better off, it was up to me now to save the family heirlooms. His words made me feel like I was being manipulated. They expected me to be the savior just because they had failed to make the right decision months ago. I scoffed. I couldn't help it. After everything, this was what they had shown up for at my doorstep. Not to apologize properly, not to try and rebuild a connection with me after all these months, but to ask for money just so they can fix their mistake. I looked them straight in the eye and told them no. Firm and clear. I told them that if this was the reason they had come all this way, expecting me to bail them out after gifting my sister everything, then they could turn around and leave disappointed. I had absolutely no intentions of buying back the heirlooms. Why should I? They weren't even given to me in the first place. They made their choice. They decided that my sister deserved it more than I now. They were just facing the consequences of their decision. At that point, my mother broke down and started crying, saying I was being cruel and unhelpful. She said that I was the only one who could help them now, as if I was supposed to feel guilty for not jumping in. Then my dad joined in, claiming that they had put their egos aside to come ask for help, and that I was turning them away just to be spiteful. Eventually, I managed to get them to leave. I held the door open, and though my mother sobbed and pleaded and my dad hurled a few choice words at me before walking out, I didn't waver. So, Reddit, Emily Lancaster for not helping out my parents. Update 1. Hi everyone. Wow. I wasn't expecting this post to get the kind of attention it did, but I really appreciate the support and messages from all of you. A lot of people are curious about how our family heirloom is even worth $250,000. This is because it isn't just one object. It's a whole collection of jewelry and a few rare cultural items passed down for generations. My grandmother always said it was meant to stay in the family. In the past, my mother did have it appraised, and the value was high even back then because of its history and craftsmanship. Now, can I really buy back these family heirlooms if I want? Well, the answer is both yes and no. I do have a stable career and I earn really well, but I don't just have $250,000 lying around in a vault. That kind of money would eat into my savings, emergency funds, and, honestly, it would wreck me financially. So yes, maybe technically I could pull it off if I absolutely had to, but it would be reckless and, in my opinion, ridiculous to even consider spending that kind of money on something that should have been rightfully mine to begin with. Also, I've stayed no contact with my sister ever since the wedding. After I declined the invitation, she bombarded me with emails, asking for wedding gifts and tried guilt-tripping me. I ignored them all. She knew what she was doing when she took the heirlooms, and she definitely knew what she was doing when she sold them. We haven't spoken since and I have no intention of reaching out. A lot of people have been telling me that I should have gone to a lawyer or taken legal action when my mom gave all the family heirlooms to my sister. I totally get why people are saying that. But unfortunately, there's nothing I can legally do about it. You see, my grandmother didn't technically leave behind a will that stated exactly how the heirloom should be divided. She always said to my mother that she wanted both my sister and me to inherit them equally. It was something she talked about openly when we were younger, and she assumed my mom would honor that wish and be fair to both of her daughters. But legally, since there is no official document, no written will, no trust, it was entirely up to my mom how she chose to handle the family heirloom. So when she decided to give everything to my sister, I had no legal grounds to contest it. It was her decision completely. So no, I couldn't go to court or see a lawyer about it. Anyways, thanks again to everyone who's been trying to look out for me though. It really means a lot. Update 2. As if my parents randomly showing up at my house wasn't enough of a headache. Guess who decided to make a surprise appearance this week? Yep. My sister. This time though, I had learned my lesson. After seeing just how entitled and manipulative my parents were during their visit, I wasn't about to go through that again. So, when my sister knocked on my door, I flat out refused to let her in. She began yelling from the other side of the door about how upset our parents were, how they were now blaming her for being reckless, and how she was being treated like garbage for making a single mistake. Then she started convincing me that if I just paid the money and bought the heirlooms back, everything would be fine. I told her the same thing that I told our parents. This isn't my problem. I was not the one who made a selfish decision. I wasn't the one who sold off decades of family history, and I'm not about to fix something that never should have happened in the first place. She kept saying how unfair it was that everyone was now turning against her and that no one had ever helped her. To be honest, I had to laugh because she had had everything handed to her her entire life and was still complaining. She eventually left when she realized I didn't want to hear her out. Thank you to everyone who is still reading and following along. Your comments and support are the only thing keeping me from going insane in this mess. Update 3. My parents have decided to get a second mortgage on their house. Can you believe it? They are willing to go into debt in order to repurchase the family heirlooms that my sister sold. Apparently, the prospect of a stranger owning the heirlooms is so terrifying that they'd rather risk their home than face the consequences of their own actions. It's absolutely perplexing. They act as if the world will end if those items aren't returned to their proper place. To make matters worse, my father has now sent me 3 emails. Each one was practically dripping with disappointment. He keeps saying how disappointed he is that I refuse to help them, and how they had no choice but to take this action to protect our family legacy. As if any of this is my fault, and to top it all off, he has begun to suggest that there is still time for me to make things right by sending them money every month to help cover their loan payments. The audacity. Yeah, they want me to help pay off the loan they took out just to buy back the heirlooms they gave away and my sister sold. Make it make sense, please. I really don't know what to say anymore. Their entitlement is almost beyond comprehension at this point. My parents were never concerned about how unfairly they treated me. But now that their golden child has messed up and they are facing the consequences, it's my responsibility to bail them out. Also, just to clarify, because a few people in my messages seemed concerned, I'm doing fairly well in my life despite my family's attempts to manipulate and emotionally blackmail me. I know my parents think my life is incomplete because I haven't married or had children, but I've never felt more in control. I worked hard to get to where I am. I don't owe anyone anything, especially those who made it abundantly clear that I wasn't their priority unless they required something from me. So, no. I'm not going to waste my hard-earned money so that they can fix the mess they made. That is on them. My family accused me of faking my qualifications. They brought proof. But when the judge looked at my cases, her face changed. You are brilliant. The meeting room smelled of aged wood and expensive fragrance. I sat down at the large mahogany table, hands clasped in my lap, watching my sister Claire fumble with her pearl necklace across from me. My parents flanked her on either side, their features set in the same expression of righteous vindication. We have evidence, my mother told the three-member panel. Her speech held the tone she'd cultivated over the years, implying that anyone who disagreed with her was either foolish or purposely ignorant. Our daughter has been lying about her qualifications for years. She has never taken the bar exam. Judge Evelyn West sat in the center of the panel, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. To her left was David Grant, a senior partner at one of Boston's oldest firms, and to her right was Detective James Walker from the Fraud Division. All three had manila files open in front of them. Miss Harper, Judge West remarked, her eyes meeting mine. You've been incredibly silent during these proceedings. Would you wish to reply to the allegations? I held her stare but said nothing. My lawyer, Andrew Collins, had urged me to let them speak and develop their case. Allow them to be confident. Claire leaned forward, her designer blouse rustling. Your Honor, my sister has always been a family disappointment. She barely finished high school. She attended a little-known Ohio community college. The idea that she could pass the Massachusetts bar exam is ridiculous. My father nodded emphatically. We tried to help her, he added, his voice thick with contrived anguish. But she's been living in a dream world. When we discovered she was genuinely representing clients, we felt we had to act. Judge West's demeanor remained bland, but something sparked in her eyes as she opened the file in front of her, and I noticed her face alter. The slight widening of her eyes, the pause in her breathing, the way her fingers tightened on the edge of the paper. Miss Harper, she said slowly. You argued before me last year, the Fitzgerald case. The room fell silent. I remember you quite clearly, Judge West continued, her voice changing. I described it as the most amazing defense I'd seen in my 30 years on the bench. Why is your family alleging that you are not a licensed attorney? My mother's face turned pale, and Claire's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for oxygen. Perhaps, I murmured slowly, speaking for the first time. We should start from the beginning. Growing up as the youngest of two daughters in the Harper household meant living in Claire's shadow. My sister was everything my parents desired. Beautiful, charming, and effortlessly popular. She got straight A's without studying, dated the football team captain, and was accepted to Yale before her senior year of high school even ended. My parents made it clear which daughter was the prize and which was the consolation. Claire was blonde and willowy, while I was dark-haired and solid, and where she excelled naturally, I struggled and fought for every B-. At dinner parties, my mother would occasionally mention the oops baby after her third glass of wine. Why aren't you more like your sister? Became my mother's favorite refrain, delivered with increasing frustration as I moved through my teenage years. The comparison crystallized during the summer after my sophomore year of high school, when Claire had just finished her first year at Yale Law School, and my parents hosted a celebration dinner at our house in suburban Connecticut. I served appetizers in a black dress my mother had bought especially for the occasion, playing the role of helpful younger sister while Claire held court about constitutional law in her summer internship at a prestigious New York firm. And what about you? Mrs. Jackson from next door spoke, her voice tripping with polite disinterest. What are your intentions for college? Before I could respond, my mother interjected, Oh, she'll probably go to the community college downtown. Claire chuckled as the dismissive tone in her voice wounded more than the words themselves. That tinkling sound everyone found so delightful. Not everyone is cut out for higher education, she said, patting my shoulder. There's no shame in knowing your limitations. Something hardened in me that night. I was 16 years old, with 2 years of high school still ahead of me, and I resolved that one day, I would make them regret every condescending word. My parents made it clear that Claire's Ivy League expenses had depleted the family education fund, so I kept my head down, improved my grades as much as I could, and began looking into colleges that I could actually afford. Whatever I wanted to do next, I'd have to pay for myself. When I left, my parents sent me a check for $3,500, which my father explicitly stated was all the support we could afford to provide. Lakewood Community College in rural Ohio was not prestigious or impressive, but it was affordable and far enough away from Connecticut that I didn't have to witness Claire's continued rise. Claire's Yale education cost $55,000 per year, but I didn't say anything, I just took the money and left. At Lakewood, I discovered something surprising. When I wasn't constantly compared to my sister, I could actually focus. I took a full course load and worked 25 hours a week at a local diner. My grades improved, and by the second semester, I had a perfect GPA. My advisor, Professor Linda Carter, a former prosecutor who had left the legal field following her husband's death and settled into teaching paralegal studies, discovered something in me that my family never did. "You've got a natural instinct for legal reasoning," she informed me one afternoon in her office. "Have you ever considered law school?" I chuckled bitterly. "My sister got to Yale Law, and I'm the family disappointment, remember?" "Who told you this?" Professor Carter's brows narrowed beneath her wire-rimmed glasses. "Everyone who matters." She reclined back in her chair. "Let me tell you about law school. It's not important where you start. It depends on how hard you're willing to work. And based on my observations, you work harder than anybody else in this program." The talk stuck with me because, for the first time in my life, someone felt I was more than just Harper's kid. Over the following 2 years, Professor Carter became my mentor, teaching me how to think like a lawyer, how to develop arguments, and how to identify flaws in opposing viewpoints. My family accused me of faking my qualifications. They brought proof. But when the judge looked at my cases, her face changed. "You are brilliant." The meeting room smelled of aged wood and expensive fragrance. I sat down at the large mahogany table, hands clasped in my lap, watching my sister Claire fumble with her pearl necklace across from me. My parents flanked her on either side, their features set in the same expression of righteous vindication. "We have evidence," my mother told the 3-member panel. Her speech held the tone she'd cultivated over the years, implying that anyone who disagreed with her was either foolish or purposely ignorant. "Our daughter has been lying about her qualifications for years. She has never taken the bar exam." Judge Evelyn West sat in the center of the panel, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. To her left was David Grant, a senior partner at one of Boston's oldest firms, and to her right was Detective James Walker from the Fraud Division. All three had manila files open in front of them. "Miss Harper," Judge West remarked, her eyes meeting mine, "you've been incredibly silent during these proceedings. Would you wish to reply to the allegations?" I held her stare but said nothing. My lawyer, Andrew Collins, had urged me to let them speak and develop their case. Allow them to be confident. Claire leaned forward, her designer blouse rustling. "Your Honor, my sister has always been a family disappointment. She barely finished high school. She attended a little-known Ohio community college. The idea that she could pass the Massachusetts bar exam is ridiculous." My father nodded emphatically. "We tried to help her," he added, his voice thick with contrived anguish. "But she's been living in a dream world. When we discovered she was genuinely representing clients, we felt we had to act." Judge West's demeanor remained bland, but something sparked in her eyes as she opened the file in front of her, and I noticed her face alter. The slight widening of her eyes, the pause in her breathing, the way her fingers tightened on the edge of the paper. "Miss Harper," she said slowly. "You argued before me last year, the Fitzgerald case." The room fell silent. "I remember you quite clearly," Judge West continued, her voice changing. "I described it as the most amazing defense I'd seen in my 30 years on the bench. Why is your family alleging that you are not a licensed attorney?" My mother's face turned pale, and Claire's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for oxygen. "Perhaps," I murmured slowly, speaking for the first time, "we should start from the beginning. Growing up as the youngest of 2 daughters in the Harper household meant living in Claire's shadow. My sister was everything my parents desired. Beautiful, charming, and effortlessly popular. She got straight A's without studying, dated the football team captain, and was accepted to Yale before her senior year of high school even ended. My parents made it clear which daughter was the prize and which was the consolation. Claire was blonde and willowy, while I was dark-haired and solid, and where she excelled naturally, I struggled and fought for every B-. At dinner parties, my mother would occasionally mention the oops baby after her 3rd glass of wine. "Why aren't you more like your sister?" became my mother's favorite refrain, delivered with increasing frustration as I moved through my teenage years. The comparison crystallized during the summer after my sophomore year of high school, when Claire had just finished her first year at Yale Law School, and my parents hosted a celebration dinner at our house in suburban Connecticut. I served appetizers in a black dress my mother had bought especially for the occasion, playing the role of helpful younger sister while Claire held court about constitutional law in her summer internship at a prestigious New York firm. "And what about you?" Mrs. Jackson from next door spoke, her voice tripping with polite disinterest. "What are your intentions for college?" Before I could respond, my mother interjected, "Oh, she'll probably go to the community college downtown." Claire chuckled as the dismissive tone in her voice wounded more than the words themselves. That tinkling sound everyone found so delightful. Not everyone is cut out for higher education, she said, patting my shoulder. There's no shame in knowing your limitations. Something hardened in me that night. I was 16 years old, with 2 years of high school still ahead of me, and I resolved that one day, I would make them regret every condescending word. My parents made it clear that Claire's Ivy League expenses had depleted the family education fund, so I kept my head down, improved my grades as much as I could, and began looking into colleges that I could actually afford. Whatever I wanted to do next, I'd have to pay for myself. When I left, my parents sent me a check for $3,500, which my father explicitly stated was all the support we could afford to provide. Lakewood Community College in rural Ohio was not prestigious or impressive, but it was affordable and far enough away from Connecticut that I didn't have to witness Claire's continued rise. Claire's Yale education cost $55,000 per year, but I didn't say anything, I just took the money and left. At Lakewood, I discovered something surprising. When I wasn't constantly compared to my sister, I could actually focus. I took a full course load and worked 25 hours a week at a local diner. My grades improved, and by the second semester, I had a perfect GPA. My advisor, Professor Linda Carter, a former prosecutor who had left the legal field following her husband's death and settled into teaching paralegal studies, discovered something in me that my family never did. You've got a natural instinct for legal reasoning, she informed me one afternoon in her office. Have you ever considered law school? I chuckled bitterly. My sister got to Yale Law, and I'm the family disappointment, remember? Who told you this? Professor Carter's brows narrowed beneath her wire-rimmed glasses. Everyone who matters. She reclined back in her chair. Let me tell you about law school. It's not important where you start. It depends on how hard you're willing to work. And based on my observations, you work harder than anybody else in this program. The talk stuck with me because, for the first time in my life, someone felt I was more than just Harper's kid. Over the following 2 years, Professor Carter became my mentor, teaching me how to think like a lawyer, how to develop arguments, and how to identify flaws in opposing viewpoints. She pushed me harder than any instructor I'd ever had. When I graduated from Lakewood with an associate's degree, she gave me a letter of recommendation and a list of law schools that provided need-based scholarships. Don't let anyone tell you what you're capable of, she told me, especially not family. I applied to Suffolk University Law School in Boston. It wasn't Yale, but it was a renowned university with a strong regional reputation. I wrote an honest application essay about being underestimated, proving myself, and wanting to represent those who didn't have a voice. In March, I received an admission letter with a full scholarship and contacted my parents to tell them. Law school? My mother's voice sounded skeptical. You're not serious. Suffolk offered me a full ride, I answered, trying to keep my voice calm. I start in the fall. There was a lengthy delay before my father came on the phone. Look, honey, we understand that you want to improve yourself, but law school, you battled just to get through high school. This will be a major waste of your time and their resources. I have a 3.8 GPA from Lakewood, I told them. Community college, my mother said. It's not the same thing. Claire would never say this because she is too sweet, but we are concerned you are setting yourself up for a disastrous failure. Law school is quite challenging. Perhaps you should think of something more practical. I hung up before they could say anything further, then put my belongings into my 12-year-old Honda and traveled to Boston. Suffolk law was harsh, and my parents were right. It was really demanding. I studied 70 hours a week, lived on ramen and peanut butter, and slept very little. The other students came from better schools and backgrounds. They had family connections and work chances set up before the first semester finished, but I had only Professor Carter's words in my brain, and a strong desire to prove everyone wrong. In my first year, instead of traveling home for Thanksgiving, I worked as a hostess at a downtown restaurant. My family did not pay me a visit, nor did they make a phone call. My parents sent a card containing a $70 bill and a letter that said, "Thinking of you during this difficult time." Claire, meantime, had been promoted to junior partner at her New York business. My mother's Facebook page was filled with photographs of Claire at charity galas, winning awards, and being interviewed for legal journals. The golden kid continued to shine, and I studied harder. By the second year, something changed. The law began to make sense in a way it hadn't before. I could see the patterns, arguments, and methods. My contracts professor, a severe woman called Dr. Helen Vasquez, approached me after class one day and remarked, "You have exceptional analytical skills. Have you considered applying for law review?" I hadn't. Legal review was for top students, those bound for Supreme Court clerkships and large legal firms, not community college transfers working 3 part-time jobs. You should apply, Dr. Vasquez said. I'll write you a recommendation. I completed a law review. I also earned the Academic Excellence Award for second-year students and got a summer internship at a small criminal defense company. When I called to tell my parents, my mother responded, "That's great, honey. Claire recently got engaged. He's a Harvard MBA and they're planning a spring wedding." Of course they were. I graduated in my 3rd year, summa cum laude. I ranked 3rd in my class, had 2 job offers from reputable Boston businesses, and the bar test was slated for July. I prepared like my life depended on it, and in many respects it did. My parents did not attend my law school graduation since Claire's wedding was the same weekend, and that naturally took priority. I stood in the audience, surrounded by classmates and their proud families, experiencing the familiar ache of being forgotten. Professor Carter traveled here from Ohio, sat in the 2nd row, and applauded when they announced my name. She then took me to dinner at an Italian restaurant in the North End. "Your family does not deserve you," she observed over spaghetti. "But that doesn't matter. You did it for yourself." "I did it to prove them wrong," I said. She grinned. "That works too." I moved into a modest studio apartment in Cambridge and worked as a clerk at Morrison & Associates while I waited for the bar test results, which came in November. At 6:47 a.m., I received an email informing me that I had not only passed but also scored in the top 5%. I grieved on my flat floor before calling my parents. "That's excellent, honey," my mother responded, her voice preoccupied. "Your father and I are on our way to Claire's house. She is pregnant. We'll help with the nursery." I passed the bar exam. "Yes, you mentioned that. We're really proud. Listen, can we call you back? We're nearly to her house." They never phoned back. Morrison & Associates specialized in criminal defense. The job was hard, the hours were long, and the pay was poor, but I loved it. I enjoyed the challenge of developing a case, the excitement of cross-examination, and the gratification of getting acquittals for clients whom others had written off. My supervisor, Robert Taylor, was a grizzled veteran who had been practicing for 40 years. He taught me how to read juries, uncover the narrative in the evidence, and fight for individuals who had been abandoned by the system. "You're very good at this," he said after I won my first trial. "You have instincts that most lawyers never develop." I worked every case like it was the most important one of my career, building a reputation for being thorough, relentless, and prepared. Other attorneys began referring clients to me, and judges began recognizing me in court. My family had no idea. We spoke maybe 5 times a year, brief phone calls where my mother updated me on Claire's accomplishments and asked perfunctory questions about my small law job. Then came the Fitzgerald case, in which Daniel Fitzgerald was accused of embezzling $3 million from his employer, a mid-sized investment firm. The evidence was damning: wire transfers in his name, forged documents, and a paper trail that appeared to lead directly to him. The prosecution was confident, and the media had already convicted him. Frank gave the case to me. "This is your opportunity," he said. "High profile, plenty of attention. Win this, and you'll make a name for yourself." I spent 4 months preparing, reviewing every document, bank statement, and email, hiring forensic accountants, tracking down witnesses, and gradually identifying inconsistencies, patterns that didn't fit, and timelines that didn't make sense. The trial, which lasted 2 weeks, was presided over by Judge Evelyn West, a former prosecutor who was known for being fair but exacting and did not tolerate incompetence. Every day the courtroom was packed with reporters and legal observers, and I was able to dismantle the prosecution's case piece by piece. After a 6-hour jury deliberation, Judge West summoned me to the bench. I demonstrated how the wire transfers had been manipulated, the documents had been backdated, and the true embezzler was Daniel's supervisor, who had fled to the Cayman Islands 3 days prior to the start of the investigation. "Miss Harper," she remarked, "that was the best defense I've seen in my 30 years on this bench. You have an outstanding future ahead of you." The legal world noticed, and I began to receive calls from larger firms, offers of partnership, and invitations to speak at conferences. As my business increased, I moved to a better apartment. I could finally afford to eat something other than ramen. I still didn't tell my family the details. What was the point? 2 years after the Fitzgerald case, my reputation had solidified. I was handling increasingly complex cases, mentoring junior attorneys at Morrison & Associates, and Frank had officially named me a partner. Harper & Morrison had a nice ring to it. My relationship with my family remained surface level, with obligatory holiday calls, generic birthday cards, and the occasional Facebook interaction where my mother would comment on Claire's post but ignore mine. Claire herself seemed to view me with mild curiosity, as if I were a distant cousin she vaguely remembered meeting once. In March, I received a wedding invitation on heavy cardstock with gold embossing. Her husband Ethan came from old money, and they had 2 children, a brownstone in the village and a summer house in the Hamptons. My cousin Sophie was getting married in Connecticut, and the entire extended family would be there. I hadn't seen most of them in over a decade, but something compelled me to RSVP. The wedding was at a country club I'd driven past 1,000 times growing up, but never entered. I wore a navy dress and minimal jewelry, attempting to blend in. My plan was to show up, congratulate Sophie, and leave before the reception ended. I was standing at the bar when Claire approached me. She was stunning in a rose-colored gown, her blonde hair perfectly styled, diamonds glittering at her throat. "There you are," she said, her voice warm but her eyes calculating. "We've barely seen you in years. What have you been up to?" "Working," I responded simply. "Still at that little firm in Boston." She sipped her champagne. "That's sweet. Ethan and I were just talking we should come visit someday and see how the other half lives." The condescension was slight but undeniable. I felt like I was 16 again, serving appetizers as everyone admired the golden kid. My mother entered, escorted by 2 of her friends. Rachel was just inquiring about my children. Claire is a partner at Strickland & Morris in Manhattan, and here is my younger daughter, who works as a lawyer in Boston. "Some sort of legal work," I said, and my mother waved her hand dismissively. "You know I don't understand all the details, honey. You deal with criminals or something." One of her pals looked uneasy, while the other, a woman called Patricia, smiled. "Oh, are you a public defender? That is such noble work." "I'm a criminal defense attorney in private practice," I said. "Same thing." "Really?" My mother spoke. Claire laughed. "Come on, Mom. There's a significant distinction between public defenders and real criminal lawyers." "No offense," she continued, glancing at me. "I'm sure you're doing fine." Something inside me snapped. I'd been broken before and put myself back together, but this was different. This was the last straw after years of being ridiculed, ignored, and undervalued. "Actually," I responded, my voice calm. "I just won the Morey case last month. The newspapers described it as the biggest white-collar victory in Massachusetts this year." Claire's face did not change. "That is nice." My mother touched my arm. "I am sure that felt like a huge deal. We're proud of your efforts here. Now let us go locate your father. He wants photos of both of his girls." They went away, leaving me at the bar with Patricia, who offered me a sympathetic grin. "For what it's worth," she murmured gently. "I think it's amazing. Criminal law is quite complicated." I thanked her and requested another drink. I stayed for the rest of the reception, watching my family interact, listening to them praise Claire's accomplishments while carefully avoiding asking me about mine. When I got home that night, I sat in my living room and made a decision. I was done trying to earn their respect. I was done waiting for them to see me, and I was not going to let them diminish me any longer. 4 months after the wedding, I received a call from Andrew Collins, an attorney I'd previously worked with on a few cases. He seemed concerned. "Are you sitting down? What's wrong?" he inquired. "Someone filed a complaint with the State Bar Association against you." My blood ran cold. "They say you fabricated your qualifications, that you never truly passed the bar test. You've been practicing law illegally for years." "That's insane." "Who is in your family?" Andrew said. "Your parents and sister filed a united complaint. They have documents and affidavits. They claim you lied about graduating from law school and forged your bar passage certificate." I couldn't breathe. "What did they do?" "There will be a hearing. The disciplinary committee wishes to investigate. This is serious. If they believe the charges, you may lose your license. You could face criminal charges." I sat down hard on my couch. My family had truly done this. They sought to destroy my career because I had finally accomplished something they could not ignore. "I need you to represent me," I explained. "Already working on it," Andrew said. "However, this is awful. Even false charges might harm your reputation. We need to figure out why they are doing this." I understood why. I'd stopped being invisible. I'd succeeded in a way they couldn't ignore, and my daughter's disappointment had become uncontrollable. The documentation my family provided was extensive. They'd gathered old high school report cards with my mediocre grades, found people willing to sign affidavits claiming I'd always struggled academically, and even obtained records from Lakewood Community College, though they conveniently left out the part about my perfect GPA. Claire's statement was quite thorough. She said I had been envious of her success for years and had begun imitating a lawyer to compete with her. She stated, "I became delusional, creating a fantasy life where I was a successful attorney instead of accepting my limitations. My parents described me as confused, unpredictable, and someone who had always struggled to discern between fact and fantasy. They were concerned about any clients I could be fooling and wanted the committee to do a thorough investigation. It was character assassination disguised as civic duty." Andrew examined everything with increasing incredulity. "This is vindictive," he stated. "They're trying to ruin you." "Can they?" "No," he said firmly. "Because everything they're claiming is false. You graduated from SUFFK. You passed the bar. You're a licensed attorney in good standing. This is harassment." "Then why have a hearing at all?" "Because the Bar Association has to investigate all complaints. It's procedure. But once they see the evidence, your actual transcripts, your bar exam results, your court records, this will be dismissed immediately." I nodded, but horror gripped my gut. My family had gone to burned earth. If the hearing went public, the allegations alone may harm my image. Clients can lose faith. Judges may see me differently. Everything I created may shatter because my family couldn't bear watching me prosper. The hearing was planned for Tuesday morning in October. My stomach churned as I arrived at the State Bar Association headquarters with Andrew. We planned attentively. Every document was categorized and every truth confirmed. My family was already present. My parents sat together, nicely clothed, with somber attitudes. Claire sat alongside them in a charcoal suit, looking every bit the accomplished lawyer. They had brought their own lawyer, a man from Connecticut who specialized in professional misconduct cases. They were truly dedicated to harming me. The three-person panel entered. Judge West, David Grant, and Detective James Walker. I felt a slight thrill of relief when I saw Judge West. She recognized me. She'd seen my work, but I knew she'd have to remain unbiased. The hearing started. My parents' attorney presented their argument with amazing theatricality. He constructed an image of a distraught young woman who had invented her entire career. He labeled me desperate, crazy, and dangerous. Claire testified. She talked about how I'd always been the troublesome child, how I struggled in school, and how worried the family was when I began professing to be a lawyer. Claire continued, her voice thick with fake anguish. She even told people she had won major cases. She detailed the intricate trials in detail. It was painful to witness. My mother testified. She discussed my rough background, academic challenges, and perceived separation from reality. My father testified. He stated they attempted to help me, but I refused. He said submitting the lawsuit was the most difficult thing they'd ever done, but they felt ethically required. Throughout it all, I sat quietly. Andrew told me not to respond or engage. Allow them to talk. Allow them to feel assured. Then it was our time. Judge West stared at me. "Miss Harper, you've been surprisingly silent during the proceedings. Would you like to respond to these allegations?" I met her eyes. "Your Honor, I'd like to let my record speak for itself." Andrew started presenting our evidence. My SUFK transcript indicating that I have graduated summa cum laude, my bar test passing certificate. I am licensed to practice law in Massachusetts. Character recommendations from instructors, co-workers, and judges. David Grant leafed over the materials, his face ranging from skepticism to perplexity. Then Judge West opened my case file. I kept a meticulous record of every case I fought, every motion I filed, and every client I represented. She stopped breathing for a moment. Her eyes expanded. She gazed up at me with something resembling recognition. "Miss Harper," she said hesitantly. "You argued before me last year about the Fitzgerald case." The room became quiet. "I remember you quite clearly," Judge West went on. "I called it the most brilliant defense I'd seen in 30 years of sitting on the bench. Why is your family claiming you're not a licensed attorney?" My mother's face had lost its color. Claire's mouth opened and closed, then opened again. My father clutched the table's edge. Andrew stood. "Your Honor, if I may, the evidence plainly reveals that Miss Harper is not only a licensed attorney, but an unusually accomplished one. She graduated with honors from Suffolk University Law School, passed the bar on her first attempt, and scored in the top 5%. She has argued hundreds of successful cases, many in your courtroom and others around the state." He put another stack of paperwork on the table. These are records of Ms. Harper's cases over the past 4 years. Wins, settlements, judicial commendations. She's built an impeccable reputation in the legal community. Detective James Walker spoke up. I'm confused. The complaint suggests Ms. Harper has no legal education and has been committing fraud. But this evidence clearly contradicts that because the complaint is false, Andrew told me. Deliberately, maliciously false. David Grant stared at my family. Did you verify any of this before filing your complaint? My parents' lawyer jumbled his paperwork. We relied on our client's good faith assertions. Good faith? Andrew asked, his voice rising. They filed a formal complaint with the State Bar Association attempting to destroy an attorney's career and livelihood based on high school report cards and personal animosity. There's no good faith here. Judge West's countenance had shifted from confusion to rage. Miss Harper, I need to understand something. Your family has made serious allegations against you. Allegations that, if true, would constitute criminal fraud. But the evidence shows you're a highly qualified, successful attorney. Can you explain this discrepancy? This was the moment. I had remained silent through their accusations, falsehoods, and attempts to ruin me. Now it was time to talk. My family, I blurted out, my tone firm, has always been very clear about what they think of me. I was the disappointment daughter, the one who couldn't measure up to my brilliant older sister. When I went to community college, they considered it proof of my limitations. When I got into law school, they told me I was wasting everyone's time. When I passed the bar, my mother was too busy celebrating my sister's pregnancy to care. I glanced straight at my parents. I didn't tell you about my success because I knew you weren't interested. You didn't attend my law school graduation. You didn't congratulate me when I won the Fitzgerald case, despite the fact that it was featured in the Boston Globe. You never inquired about my job, life, or successes, therefore I didn't keep you up to speed on my profession. Claire attempted to interject, but Judge West raised her hand. I went to a family wedding 6 months ago, I told them. My mother described me as someone who does some type of legal work with criminals, and when I attempted to explain what I do, my sister laughed and claimed it wasn't the same as genuine criminal lawyers, so I stopped trying to get you to see me. My father began to speak, but I hadn't finished. This complaint isn't about concern for the legal profession or protecting the public. This is about a family that can't handle the fact that the daughter they dismissed, the one they considered a failure, actually succeeded without your help, without your approval, without your acknowledgement. The room was totally quiet. David Grant glanced at my family with unmistakable disdain. You filed a fraudulent complaint with this committee because you were embarrassed by your daughter's success. No, my mother said swiftly. We genuinely believed. You believed what? Andrew interrupted. That your daughter somehow fooled the Massachusetts Bar Association, multiple judges, and hundreds of clients over 5 years? She defended sophisticated legal matters without anybody recognizing she was unqualified. Judge West, a distinguished judge with 3 decades of expertise, was unable to distinguish between a legitimate lawyer and a fake. Detective James Walker cleared his throat. For the record, submitting a fake complaint to a state regulatory authority is a criminal. It is also possibly defamatory. Claire's face had become white. We didn't mean this wasn't supposed to. What? I inquired gently. You didn't think there would be consequences. You thought you could destroy my career and face no repercussions? Judge West closed my file. Her look was stern. This hearing has finished. Miss Harper, the committee finds no evidence to substantiate these charges. Your qualifications are immaculate. Your record is great. And this complaint looks to be malicious and without substance. She gazed at my family. I want to be clear. You intended to use this committee as a weapon against a licensed attorney in good standing. You have squandered state resources and this panel's time, and your unfounded charges have the potential to harm Miss Harper's image. This is unacceptable. David Grant nodded. I practice in New York as well as Massachusetts. Miss Harper, he added, turning to Claire. I'll report this event to the New York Bar Association. They take professional behavior extremely seriously. Claire's eyes widened. You can't. I didn't do anything wrong. I just believed what my parents. She was saying. You're an attorney, David Grant said coldly. You should have known better than to sign an affidavit making serious allegations without verifying the facts. That's basic legal ethics. Detective James Walker stood. Mr. and Mrs. Harper, I'm going to need you to come with me. Filing a false report is a criminal matter. My mother gave a gasp. My father attempted to argue. Their lawyer sought to interfere, but Detective Walker remained unmoved. Judge West addressed me personally. Miss Harper, on behalf of the committee, I apologize for the hardship you've gone through. Throughout this process, you have maintained a high level of professionalism, and your reputation in the legal world has not been harmed. Thank you, Your Honor. As the panel stood to go, Judge West halted. One more thing. I'm proposing you for the Massachusetts Bar Association's Professional Excellence Award. The nomination has been languishing for several months, and after reading your documentation today, I am confident you deserve it. I felt tears approaching, but I kept them back. I would not weep in front of my family. Not now. The fallout was quick and harsh. Detective Walker did bring my folks in for questioning. While they were not eventually prosecuted, the inquiry was extensive and humiliating. The local Connecticut newspaper published an article on the fake complaint. My mother's acquaintance has ceased phoning. Claire received disciplinary action from the New York Bar Association for signing a false affidavit. She received a formal reprimand and was required to complete additional ethics training. More damaging was the blow to her reputation. Her actions became widely known in legal circles. Clients began asking uncomfortable questions. Her company recommended she take a leave of absence. My parents' lawyer issued a letter seeking to clarify that everything had been a misunderstanding. Andrew reacted with a letter stating our plan to bring a defamation complaint unless they publicly apologized and fully retracted all charges. They cooperated within a week. The public apology was brief and clearly unpleasant for them to make. It appeared in the Boston Globe and numerous legal periodicals, stating that their complaint was unjustified and that I was a licensed and experienced attorney. It was insufficient to heal the harm to our connection. However, our relationship had been broken for quite some time. 3 months later, I was presented with the Massachusetts Bar Association's Professional Excellence Award in a ceremony attended by over 300 attorneys, judges, and legal professionals. Judge West delivered it personally, speaking about my devotion, competence, and honesty. My family wasn't there. I didn't invite them. Professor Carter flew in from Ohio. She sat in the front row and cheered when they announced my name. Afterward, we had supper at the same Italian restaurant in the North End where we'd celebrated my law school graduation. I told you, she continued, raising her glass. Don't let anyone tell you what you're capable of, especially not family. You were right, I said. I usually am. She grinned. So, what's next? Big firm offer? Political career? I shake my head. I'm staying where I am. Morrison and Associates is where I belong. Small firm. Big impact. Frank's talking about making me a named partner. Harper and Morrison. Professor Carter mused. It did. A year has passed. My practice grew. I won more cases, took on more challenging clients, and coached young attorneys in the same manner that Professor Carter and Frank had mentored me. My parents called once 6 months after the hearing. My mother's voice sounded stiff and professional. We wanted to check in, she told us. See how you're doing. I'm fine, I said. That is good. Your father and I have been thinking about what occurred. We may have overreacted. May I have overreacted? Not that we were incorrect or are sorry. I may have overreacted, as if they were unhappy about something insignificant rather than attempting to damage my career. Is there anything else? I asked. A prolonged pause. Claire is suffering. The censure had a negative impact on her professional standing. She may have to leave her firm. Oh, there it was. They weren't phoning to apologize. They were calling because the golden kid had been tarnished and someone needed to be blamed. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, meaning it. I didn't feel guilty. I felt sad for Claire. She'd been trained to believe she was superior to everyone else, and now she was seeing that her actions had repercussions. We were hoping you would talk to some individuals, my mother said. Use your contacts, help her locate a new job. The audacity was amazing. No, I answered simply. But she's your sister, my mother said. Family helps family. Family, I said slowly, does not file fake accusations to damage each other's professions. The family does not sign papers saying that their daughter is insane. Family does not spend years making someone feel worthless just to beg for favors when it is convenient. My father got on the phone. You are being petty. We committed a mistake, but keeping grudges is unproductive. Claire needs assistance. Claire is an adult lady and a licensed attorney. She made choices. She signed court paperwork containing fraudulent claims. These decisions have repercussions. That is not my problem to repair. After everything we did for you, my mother continued, her voice rising with familiar outrage. We raised you. We backed you. You gave me $3,500 for college, I told you. You paid Claire $55,000 each year for Yale. You attended all her functions but none of mine. You applauded her accomplishments while dismissing mine. You told folks I conducted some kind of legal work while talking about her collaboration, so no, you can't claim you backed me. We're still your parents, my father responded. That has to mean something. It does, I said. It implies I'll be nice when we encounter each other at family gatherings. It implies I will not sue you for defamation, even if I have grounds. But it does not imply I owe you anything more than basic civility. The line went quiet for a long time. We tried, my mother eventually remarked, her voice chilly, to reach out and mend things. You can choose to be obstinate and unforgiving, but don't expect us to continue trying. I won't, I said and hung up. The phone conversation left me startled, but also oddly emancipated. For years, a part of me had thought they'd see me, truly see me. That hope was now gone, and its absence felt like release. Andrew phoned the next day. Your mother's attorney contacted us, he explained. They want to settle possible claims quietly. They're offering a big payment if you sign an NDA covering the entire affair. How substantial? He mentioned a figure that made me blink. 6 figures. Enough to pay off my condo, expand my practice, and never worry about money again. What do you think? I asked. I think they're scared, Andrew replied. They scared you right about this, talk about it publicly and damage their reputation even more. The money is to buy your silence. I thought about it for exactly 10 seconds. Tell them no. I am not signing anything. If I want to discuss what happened, I will. They can't pay me to pretend it didn't happen. Andrew chuckled. I had hoped you'd say that. For the record, I believe you're making the proper decision. Some things are more important than money. The talk reminded me of why I went into criminal defense in the first place. Money and power should not be allowed to hide the truth, and standing up for what's right often requires sacrificing what's comfortable. My relatives tried to purchase my quiet in the same manner that they sought to destroy my career by presuming I was weak enough to accept anything they offered. They were both incorrect. 2 years after the hearing, I got an unexpected. Family ignored my welding dreams for years. As I refused to skip my exam for my golden brother, Mom called it selfish. I left, and never went back. When I was 16, I thought my family was just a little dramatic, not damaged, but loud, proud, and emotionally clumsy. But by the time I was 24, I realized that some families do not intentionally damage you. They aim. My name is Ethan, and I passed my welding certification exam last month. It took 7 years of odd jobs, late nights, and early mornings in community college to get there. 7 years of sweating through steel fumes and clutching flashcards until my hands were too weary to handle a coffee cup. And the night before my exam, the single most crucial day of my life, my mother approached me in the kitchen and said, "Your brother needs help moving his couch." I wish that was a joke. I did not grow up believing I was the invisible one. It merely started gradually, like a water leak beneath the floorboards. My older brother Liam was always the favored child. He was the child who had his name painted on the wall above his bed, along with a small football and 2 stars on either side. But I shared a room with peeling wallpaper and a bunk bed that groaned like it was demanding to be taken down. Liam was 4 years older than me and always seemed to be 3 steps ahead. My parents had a backyard cookout for him shortly after he graduated from high school. When I made the dean's list my first semester, Mom looked at the email and said, "That's nice, honey. Can you take the trash out?" Liam didn't do much school. He moved between occupations like a leaf in the wind. Gym receptionist, then real estate, then something involving cryptocurrencies that never made sense, and finally accidentally maxing out his father's second credit card. Meanwhile, I worked weekend shifts at a scrapyard and studied during breaks because welding and sleeping were not my strong suits. I am not the brilliant kind. I'm the grinded-out kind, who wakes up at 5 a.m. and learns by repetition. But in my house, Liam might breathe incorrectly and be complimented for his lung capacity. I might be bleeding from both hands and be asked why I was causing a mess. It wasn't entirely terrible, I suppose. My Nana, Dad's mother, was the only one who seemed to notice me. She used to nickname me Maze the Maker because I was always making things, even from leftovers. But she died when I was 17, and whatever little barrier I had against the family hierarchy disappeared with her. After that, I was simply the spare son, the assistant, the errand runner, the one who always had time since having goals didn't count unless you wore a suit or talked about it on Instagram. And Liam moved into an extravagant apartment last year with his now ex-girlfriend, and when it failed, as it inevitably did, he chose to downsize to something more humble. That modest property was a duplex 26 minutes outside town, with a second-floor walk-up and a couch that appeared to weigh as much as his ego. He didn't mention anything until the night before my exam. I was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the living room, my notes spread out like a temple dedicated to pipe angles and safety rules. He strolled in as if he still lived there. Although he had moved out, his aroma lingered in the home. Expensive cologne, and entitlement. "Yo, Maze," he shouted, flinging a rolled-up pair of socks at my leg as if we were 12 again. "No, tomorrow morning. Couch is a beast." I glanced at him. "Tomorrow is my welding test." He hesitated. "Oh, right. You're still doing that. Still doing that." I glanced over at my mother, who was preparing tea in the kitchen. She had not said anything yet. She did not even look at me. "I've been studying for months," I explained carefully, trying not to seem defensive. "I must arrive promptly at 8 a.m. This is the practical test." Liam grumbled. "Dude, it's only one morning. I am not asking for a kidney." Mom turned around and eventually set out. She didn't shout. Not yet. Her voice was kind. She used to pretend to be calm when she was about to do something bad. "Honey, your brother is attempting to construct a genuine life. He cannot accomplish anything on his own." My hands became chilly, and I am not. She didn't respond, just gave me that tired look as if I was being theatrical for attempting to place myself on the same playing field. Then she continued. "I just think you could reschedule or skip it. There'll be other tests." I chuckled. Actually laughed, not because it was amusing, but because it was unbelievable. "I have already paid the price, and you cannot reschedule it for another 7 months. This is my shot." Mom pressed her mug down harder than required. "So you are saying no?" "I'm stating that I can't. I will not." And that's when the shouting began. She snapped like a rubber band that had been twisted too tightly. "He's attempting to create something for himself. You're just playing pretend with your small metal toys. Welding? Really? Do you believe that is a legitimate job? Do you believe that will take care of you?" Every part of me wished to shrink. However, something sharp began to rise in my chest. I stood up gently. And for once, I did not apologize. I did not beg to be understood. I scooped up my notes, passed by Liam, and went to my room. My father, as usual, remained mute and pretended to scroll on his phone in the corridor. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I maintained my thoughts. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I should have just helped and rescheduled. But then I realized how many times I'd bent, said yes, and placed myself second so that Liam could be first, again and over. So I packed my belongings. Not all of them, but plenty. My boots, helmet, notes, and my favorite sweatshirt, which had burnt arms from that summer. I helped rewire a metal barn roof and then departed quietly. No speech, no drama, simply the front door closing at 2 a.m., and the sound of my old Civic starting up in the driveway. I slept in my car that night, and the next morning, I passed my welding exam. I imagined that would be the end of it. They'd ignore me as usual, pretend I was simply going through a phase, and wait for me to return with an apology and a wrench in hand. But that is not what occurred. I departed with more than just my backpack. I removed the final thread that held their sense of normalcy together, and without me to hold it all together, their entire little house of cards began to disintegrate. But I didn't realize it yet. Not then. I was simply a guy with a certification, a sleeping bag, and years of suppressed wrath. Anger that was finally beginning to show fangs. For the following several days after passing my welding exam, I was caught in a strange limbo between tiredness and pride. I had not told anybody at home. There was no text to Mom, no call to Liam, not even a "Hey, I passed." It felt too important to discuss with people who would simply roll their eyes or nod nicely and ask if I'd considered pursuing a business degree. I basically stayed to myself, crashing on a friend's old couch, nursing coffee like it was fluid, and wondering for the first time in years whether, just maybe, I might have a true life that belonged to me. I expected them to try to contact me, or at least make a little effort to appear concerned. But there was no radio, not even a thumbs-up emoji from Dad, which, as you know, is how my father communicates. The only ping I received was from Liam. 2 days later. "Didn't expect you to actually flake. Nice." There was no question about the exam. No acknowledgement of what I've been working on for years. Just that. I did not react. A week later, the guilt campaign started. It all started with a text from Mom. "You've made your point. Could you please stop punishing your family for loving you?" I gazed at the message for a minute before putting my phone down without responding. I'm loving myself. That's what it was. Screaming at me for putting my future first, rejecting my whole professional path as fictitious. They had an amusing way of expressing affection, and I quickly became bored of justifying myself to folks who never listened. But I should have known that quiet would not be enough. The next morning, I received a call from Aunt Claire. Mom's sister. We weren't close, but she was always nice to me in a distant, smile at Thanksgiving sort of manner. So when I picked up, I expected to make small conversation. Instead, she sighed loudly and continued. Ethan, I just got off the phone with your mom. What is going on? I blinked, sat up taller. What do you mean what's going on? She's in tears, says, you've gone completely off the rails. She said you cursed her out and stormed out in the middle of the night. Ethan, you know she's been through a lot lately. You can't just abandon your family. I wasn't expecting that. I actually laughed. What? That's what she said. Claire said. That you're having a rebellious episode. That you're staying with strangers and refusing to return home. Strangers? I've been living with Ryan, my best buddy since middle school. His sofa had more family significance than half the embraces I ever received growing up. She's lying, I remarked, my voice cold. I didn't swear at anybody. I just informed them I couldn't bypass my welding certification. Then she yelled that I was not creating a true life. So I departed gently. There was a prolonged pause. Then Claire cleared her throat. Well, that's not what she told the rest of us. And that's when it clicked. They weren't simply attempting to shame me into returning. They were attempting to change the tale to make me the unstable character, the ungrateful son who rushed away, rather than the one who eventually stood up for himself. And in that version of the narrative, Liam remained the hero, the one who tried and needed help, while I was the one who inflicted suffering. I swiftly stopped the conversation after that. I wasn't harsh, but I didn't sugarcoat anything either. Aunt Claire didn't say anything in response. I could see she did not want to get involved. 2 days later, Liam shared a picture on Facebook. Big thanks to all the real ones who showed up and helped me move. Appreciate the love. In the shot, he's standing next to 2 of his gym mates, smiling as if he just got a movie contract. Mom said, so proud of you, sweetie, starting your new life with integrity and grace. Grace. Integrity. That was it. That was the exact moment I felt it. The snapping point. Nor wrath, nor even grief, but a profound bone-level clarity. They were never going to comprehend. Even worse, they didn't want to. They enjoyed the tale of me being the bitter failure who was too obstinate to see how fortunate I was. It was cleaner and simpler to stomach. But I was not going to play along. That week I began making moves. Ryan introduced me to a person he knew at a fabrication firm across town. It wasn't spectacular, but the compensation was adequate, and they need welders who understood what they were doing. I arrived with my certification in hand and a fire in my belly. The foreman shook my hand, examined my sleeve burns and stated, you'll fit right in. It was not glamorous. I burnt through my gloves quicker than I could replace them. By day 3 my boots smelled like molten metal, and my lunch breaks consisted of 10 minutes of stillness in a gravel parking lot. But for the first time in years, I was not faking. I was working on something, earning money, but yet receiving nothing from home. No congratulations. No, how about the job? Just quiet. Except for the rare communication from Mom, which reads like passive-aggressive greeting cards. Family isn't supposed to be this hard. You used to have such a kind heart. Don't let strangers turn you against your blood. Family is life. They loved that word when it fit them. Then I received an unexpected phone call. I was 4 weeks into my new work when Dad called. He called, not texted, and said, we need to talk in person. I hesitated, but something in his voice seemed strange, so I accepted. We met in a diner midway between my apartment and theirs. I arrived wearing my work boots and a hoodie I hadn't cleaned in 3 days. He walked in wearing his old jacket and appeared to have not slept. We sat. The hush was heavy. Then he continued. Your brother got fired. I said nothing. He made some stupid decisions with the crypto nonsense. He spent more than he made. His lease went through. He needs somewhere to stay. I gazed at him. Dad looked uneasy as he said, okay. Your mother and I were hoping he could move back into the house for a while, just until he gets back on his feet. I nearly laughed again. That's fine. It's your house. Dad scratched his temples. Thing is, we were hoping you could move back too. Help out with bills, you know, chip in. There was a sign. The actual cause. They asked me to bankroll Liam's return tour. I slumped back into the booth. Let me get things straight. He blew his rent, lost his job, and now you want me to assist pay the mortgage while he sleeps in his old bed and runs a business in the living room. Dad did not respond. I just got certified. I'm finally working. I have a shot at something, and you want me to give that up for him? He's your brother. He claimed he needed us. I looked him full in the eyes and responded, "So did I." Then I stood up and went. I did not weep. Not in the automobile. Not going back to Ryan's. But something inside me eventually relaxed. A choice. A turning point. I was done asking to be noticed. I'm done auditioning for a position I'll never get. But just when I thought the worst was past, and the ridiculousness had peaked, something occurred. The treachery. It was delivered in the form of a letter, not an email or a text message. When I arrived home from work one evening, Ryan gave it to me with furrowed eyebrows. "Looks official," he remarked. "From your parents." I opened it with grease-stained hands. Inside was an official notification, not legal but near. A prepared note on letterhead that basically read, "We've decided it's time to make some financial changes. Because Liam is in transition, we've enabled him to sublease your previous room. Please communicate directly with him to obtain your remaining stuff. Any things left unclaimed at the end of the month will be deemed forfeited." I reread it 3 times. They gave Liam my room without asking or saying anything. The cherry on top was Liam's signature at the bottom of the letter, which was simply written in blue ink as if it were a business transaction. I didn't enter Ryan's residence that night. Not straight away. I remained on his porch for perhaps 20 minutes, gazing at the letter, reading and rereading it, trying to persuade myself that I had misread something. Perhaps it was a joke, a prank, or a strange way of summoning me back home. But it wasn't. It was authentic, typed, signed, and mailed with intent. They gave Liam my room. They removed me again, as if I were a placeholder until their actual kid was back on track. I stepped down to the curb and sat on the side of the pavement, arms on my knees, a letter crumpled in my hand. That's when I discovered it was already crumpled down the center, folded neatly and purposefully, indicating that someone, most likely my mother, sat down at a table, wrote it all out, and folded it like she was delivering a wedding invitation. There was no indecision or conflict, just a simple rejection. That was my rock bottom. Not the letter, not even the room. It was understanding I was so simple to take out that they didn't even try to lessen the impact by lying. They did not say temporary. They didn't say, "We hope you understand." Instead, they used the word forfeited, as if my life were a parcel left on their porch for too long. Returning to cinder. I didn't tell Ryan that night. I simply nodded when he asked if I was okay and walked into the guest room. I lay on the pull-out, turned toward the wall and let the weight of everything drop on top of me as if the ceiling had collapsed. Over the next few days I didn't say much. I went to work, welded whatever was necessary and kept my head down. I didn't discuss the letter or bring up Liam. I believe Ryan felt something was awry. He's the type of friend who understands when to back off. But I could feel myself shrinking, as if I were changing into someone else, quieter, numb. However, one night, I snapped a little. We were watching TV, some idiotic cookery show, when the presenter said something like, "You've got to know your worth before anyone else does." I murmured without thinking. "Unless your family convinces you it's 0. Ryan turned off the TV. "Okay," he said, not rudely. "Tell me what happened." And I did. I told him everything. The quarrel before the exam, the stillness that followed, the guilt texts, the Facebook post, the dinner chat with my father, and eventually the letter. He did not say anything straight immediately, but stared at me for a long time. Then he said something that I will never forget. "Maze, they're not your family. Not anymore. They're your origin story." It slammed me like a steel beam in the chest because he was correct. I'd spent years believing I was a flawed piece of the puzzle, attempting to shove myself into a spot that was never intended for me. But perhaps the aim was not to fit. Perhaps the goal was to make my own dang table. The next morning I asked my foreman if I might work extra shifts. I informed him that I needed the hours. He glanced at me, smiled, and said, "You're not going to sleep for a month, kid? You sure?" I agreed. "Yeah, I'm sure." That month, I worked more than ever before. Early mornings, late nights, and weekends. I took any junk shift that no one wanted. I welded through blisters, missed lunch breaks, and immersed myself in the task as if I were trying to get the pain out of my system. And gradually, silently, it began to assist. The buzzing in my mind diminished. My chest discomfort became less intense. I was still furious and sad, but I was also moving. And then, approximately 5 weeks into the grind, something unexpected occurred. I was promoted. Not formally. No title. No increase yet, but the foreman began pairing me with the fresher men, having me examine their joints, teach them how to adjust their arcs, and provide feedback without yelling commands. At first I assumed it was a coincidence, But then he grabbed me aside and said, "You've got an eye, Ethan, and you've got patience. That's rare." I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded. Later that week, I purchased a new set of gear, including high-end gloves, a new helmet, and a set of bespoke earplugs tailored to my ears. Sure, it felt luxurious, but for the first time in a long time I felt valued. And then something crazy happened. I have my own place. It was a modest studio, about the size of a garage, but it had a functioning heater, good water pressure, and a window that looked out into a scrapyard where the sun caught the rusty metal just perfectly in the morning. The landlord was mellow, didn't ask too many questions, and let me sign a month-to-month lease. I recall standing in the middle of that studio on move-in day. Just myself, a twin mattress and a folding table, and I'm feeling a wave of peaceful tranquility. I had nothing, yet it was mine. I didn't post about it or publicize it to the world. I just started creating a life slowly and silently, one bolt at a time. Of course, there were some difficult moments. One night I stopped at a gas station and noticed my mother filling up her car at the next pump. She didn't notice me, and if she did, she pretended not to. I looked at her for a second. She wore the same weary coat and unkempt bun while cleaning the home. And for a little while, I felt the familiar need to approach and say something, to inquire as to why and how. But I did not. I let her drive away without saying a thing. Because by then, I'd learned something significant. Closure isn't always a door that somebody else unlocks. Sometimes you're standing alone and deciding not to knock. Ryan dropped by over the weekend with a housewarming present. He described a beat-up microwave and a plastic plant that appeared to have survived a battle. We sat on the floor, eating microwave burritos. I eventually informed him about my idea. I want to start something on my own. Not huge currently, but perhaps mobile welding, bespoke metal work, and repairs. He grinned. May's the maker back at it. Maybe. Over the following few weeks I researched small company permissions, mobile rigs, and equipment pricing. It was not easy. After paying rent and food, I hardly had enough money to save anything. But I started saving money steadily, dollar by dollar. Then came the call from Liam. There was no caller ID, just a voice that I hadn't heard in weeks. "Ethan, I haven't said anything." He went on. "Look, I know things got weird, but I wanted to talk, maybe clear the air." I should have hung up, but something inside me wanted to see what excuse he'd come up with this time. "You know how Mom is," he continued, laughing. "She freaks out. It's all intense. I did not intend for you to lose your room. That was not my idea." "Have you signed the letter?" I asked plainly. He paused. "I mean, absolutely, but only because she stated you didn't care and wouldn't return." "She lied," I said. "And you contributed." He became silent. Then, in a quieter tone, he said, "I'm trying, man. I really am. I got a new job. It's remote but decent pay. Trying to clean things up." I didn't respond. At last he said, "I miss having a brother. And maybe once I would have cracked, would have reached across the void and tried to fix things, but not now. Not this version of me." I hang up. No wrath, no speech, only stillness. Because it was the true power I possessed now. I didn't need them. Not for validation, shelter, or purpose. I had created something from nothing. Just myself, a pair of gloves, and a back that never stopped hurting. And this was merely the beginning. Because while they were still pretending and playing home with their broken deck of cards, I was ready to begin stacking actual bricks. When I was finished, they'd know about it. But it's not from me. By the time October arrived and the morning frost began to bite, I had established my own pattern. Wake up at 6, have a fast coffee, weld till my back felt like a steel beam, return home to my little studio, eat whatever Ryan insisted on putting in my fridge, and fall asleep watching YouTube videos on welding rigs, tool storage, and small company taxes. I'd become obsessed, not in a desperate way, but in a focused, sharp way, as if my previous life was attempting to suffocate me, and now I finally had space to breathe. However, after you start breathing again, you will be able to think clearly. And once I did, the setup began. It began with a notepad, a simple spiral-bound item I picked up at the dollar shop on a whim. I opened it up on my workbench one night and scrawled 4 words across the first page in strong black marker. They believe I'm gone because that's what it all came down to. My parents, Liam, had erased me. Not out of wrath, but as if it were a filing error. A row that is silently deleted. They believed I was a ghost in a flannel hoodie who would vanish and never be heard from again, and this assumption was going to cost them. But I didn't want retribution based on pettiness, like a social media post or a family text feud. No, I wanted something clean, something planned, a retribution that seemed to be successful, sounded like stillness, and felt like a guy rebuilding his own life brick by brick while they sat there wondering why the home kept growing colder. So I devised a strategy. Page 1 of that notebook contained my objective. The following 30 minutes were spent going over steps, contacts, quotations, drawings, and timeframes. I had never been a planner before. Always the person who worked hard and thought everything would work out. But now, I was in surgery. The objective is to develop a mobile welding firm by spring. Not showy, not large, simply genuine and sustainable. The first step was to find a reliable rig. My Civic was ideal for short journeys, but I wanted something that could handle metal, gas tanks, and tools without throwing a rod. Ryan assisted me in scouring listings every weekend. We even went to an hour-away mechanic who was selling an ancient Ford F-250 that was bashed up and corroded at the base but had a strong engine and a reinforced bed. I stood in front of it, arms crossed, and asked, "Will it get me to work without killing me on the freeway?" The mechanic, a guy named Roland with a cigarette behind each ear, nodded and said, "Kid, this truck is uglier than my first divorce, but it'll outlive us both." Sold. I drained half my savings on it, but it felt right, like planting roots in motion. I spent the following 2 weekends cleaning it out, polishing the frame, painting it matte black, and putting in a set of used racks for my welding tanks and toolboxes. Ryan, who had become a cheerleader and co-founder, assisted me in branding it. We drew up a logo one night over beers, something basic, yet striking. "Ethan works with metal." "That sounds legitimate," he said. "Sounds like a guy who doesn't live on a futon anymore," I told him. We both laughed, but there was a spark beneath my ribs that had never been there before. Something new. Pride. Step 2. Obtain a license. I won't get into the dull specifics, but between permit offices, company insurance, EIN registration, and safety compliance paperwork, I felt like I was swimming in red tape for a month. I'd work full shifts, get home, and then spend 3 hours immersed in forms and how-to instructions. But as I dug deeper, I became more determined. It wasn't simply about starting a business anymore. It was about becoming unmistakable. Nobody could accuse me of pretending. Step 3 was more personal. And this is where the true arrangement began to take shape. I understood that if I ever wanted genuine closure, I needed to tackle the source rather than ignore or outgrow it. So I went home, not to discuss or cry, but simply to get what was mine. I wrote Liam a polite but stern text message. Nothing big, just, "Hey, I'll be by this weekend to pick up my remaining items. Please don't touch them." He said, "Sure, whatever's left is in the basement." The basement? Not even my old room. Of course. Saturday arrived. I pulled up in my pickup, parked halfway down the street and strolled up the driveway, gloves in my back pocket and my pulse racing like a war drum. The home had not altered. The same damaged mailbox and plastic flamingo remained in the flower garden. It was smaller than I recalled, less like a fortress and more like a prison. Liam opened the door in gym shorts and a tank top, as if he had not aged a day. He nodded as if we were still youngsters in the backyard, tossing rocks at the fence. I did not return it. "You may go around back," he added, pointing to the garage. "Stuff around the water heater." I did not say anything and went by him. The basement smelled like mold and old memories. My boxes were there, dusty and crumpled at the edges, one of them partly open with a pair of my boots thrown on top like garbage. I went through them gently. My helmet, my first pair of gloves, a photo of me and Nana with the edges curled, a notebook full of welding schematics from trade school, and other items they presumably assumed I didn't care about. I placed everything into cartons I took from the truck, taped them, labeled them, and stacked them neatly. Nobody came down to chat the entire time. I could hear the TV upstairs and Mom laughing in the background, but no one recognized my presence, which was okay since I did one final thing before leaving. I pulled out a little envelope from my pocket, printed on heavy card material and beautifully embossed with my logo and new business name. A basic one-page leaflet contained information on mobile welding services, the debut date, the services supplied, and contact information. I slipped it into the kitchen's rubbish drawer, next to the extra scissors and expired coupons. Let them discover it. Allow them to sit with it. A few days later, the calls started. First it was my aunt again. "Sweetheart, I noticed your company ad on Facebook, which your mother placed. Congratulations." I blinked. "She posted it?" she asked, expressing her pride in your business drive. I almost dropped the phone. Not a word to me. Just a proud Facebook post. A couple more days passed before I received a text from my father. "Here's a snapshot of my truck parked outside a job location. The logo gleams with the phrase, "Looks good." Your grandfather would have liked this. There was no apology. But it didn't have to, because the following arrangement took the shape of a contract. One of my former co-workers, Raul, a senior welder, approached me about a subcontracting opportunity. He said he appreciated my work ethic, and his cousin owned a construction company that needed metalwork done for a new home development on the west side. Cash flow is solid, he stated, and your name appears on the invoice. I met the cousin. We shook hands and agreed on the scope and price. That night I signed my first genuine contract with Ethan Works Metal. When the check cleared, I photographed and printed it. I didn't send it or even wave it around. I merely pinned it to my workstation, next to the crumpled letter from my parents. One piece of paper read "forfeited." The other replied they had paid in full. I didn't intend to get engaged in the neighborhood association effort. Not at first. I just wanted to weld, construct stuff, and expand my customer list. But life has a weird way of silently plotting your retribution while you're busy reconstructing your life from the bottom up. It began with a woman named Beth. She was in her late 50s and led the local neighborhood organization for the Oak View Expansion Project, a middle-class suburban development on the outskirts of town. Her husband had noticed my vehicle at a job site, taken a picture of the emblem, and given her my phone number. She phoned me the next day. "We're looking for someone to fabricate custom railings for 20 new units," she told me, "and possibly assist with some gate restoration on the older properties. Your name came up. You come highly recommended." I thought I'd dropped the phone. It wasn't merely a massive task. This was a public job. High exposure, constant employment, and a contract that not only paid my rent 6 months in advance, but also provided me with something more important: credibility. I met her on site, gave her my pitch, and showed her images of past work, credentials, and insurance. I was scared, over-prepared and sweating, but she nodded, went through my folder and said, "You're the first guy we've met who actually came prepared. The board votes next week, but I'd say you're in good shape." I received the contract 2 days later, and then the cosmos did its thing. 4 weeks into the endeavor, I drove into the area early to get a jumpstart. I had barely finished unloading steel rods when a familiar voice echoed over the cul-de-sac. "Wait, Ethan." I turned slowly. There she was. Mom's hair was nicely curled, her Starbucks cup in hand, and she was wearing the same smug look she usually had when speaking to people she needed to impress. She was walking a little white dog on a pink leash, which she used to claim she despised. And next to her, Liam was dressed in joggers and sunglasses despite the fact that it was cloudy. I did not flinch, instead wiping my hands on a cloth and nodding. "Hey." She blinked, as if she had seen a ghost. "What are you doing here?" "I currently oversee metal fabrication at Oak View," I answered, indicating to the railing behind me. "Custom installations, gate repair, that type of stuff." Liam blinked. "Wait, this is your company?" I smiled slightly. "Yeah, Ethan Works Metal. You might have heard of it." Their faces were priceless. Turns out they just moved into Oak View. Apparently after Liam's cryptocurrency thing imploded and his rebound job fell through, they scraped together enough to co-sign a unit together, one of the pre-furnished townhomes built during the first expansion. "Wow," Mom said after a pause. "Good for you, sweetie." "Sweetie," I nodded. "Appreciate it." Then I went back to work. But something about that run-in stuck in my head. Not because I wanted to impress them, not anymore, but because I saw something behind their eyes that I hadn't seen in years. Over the next few weeks, the Oak View job became my second home, and the residents loved me. I showed up early, did the work cleanly, and didn't cut corners. Word spread, and I began getting calls from people outside the association asking about custom furniture, signage, and sculpture work. Beth called me one afternoon and said, "Hey, the board wants to recognize you at the quarterly meeting. You've had a big influence on the area. Could you please pop by and say something?" I agreed. I donned my finest shirt, clean pants, and carried a photo slideshow of before and after projects on my iPad. The meeting was held at the neighborhood clubhouse, where they hosted family barbecues and wine evenings. About 40 people attended, including Mom and Liam. They sat near the back, and I didn't look at them once. Beth introduced me, and I spoke for 5 minutes about how I got into welding, what I like about it, and how grateful I was to be able to work in a community that values craftsmanship. When I finished, they all clapped, including Mom. Beth then pulled me aside during mingling and refreshments. She said, "A couple of the older apartments here are still officially under the initial HOA management business. They are a bit of a mess. Late on repairs and behind on paperwork. It is slowing us down. But next quarter, We'll vote on merging the board and bringing everything under one administration, so we'll be searching for a new maintenance and fabrication lead for the entire subdivision. I raised an eyebrow. That's a lot of land to cover. She grinned. You'd be well compensated. And you'd have authority over all property maintenance, including who gets prioritized, who gets skipped, and what gets postponed. I understood right away. Liam and Mom's flat was in the old block, and I kept my face neutral. I'd be honored. The vote passed a month later, and I was the man they had to call for help. Within a week, the first request came in. A service ticket from their address, a loose stair railing, a potential safety hazard. I marked it as received, then let it sit for 4 weeks. They sent follow-ups. Polite at first, then urgent. Please advise. We have some elderly folks visiting. Stairs are still unsteady. This is a safety problem. Liam even called my work number, which I did not answer. When Beth eventually inquired about the delay, I told her the truth. I'll get to it, but I have a backlog. Residents who have supported the work from the beginning will be given priority. She just nodded. Makes sense. I eventually went, took my time, arrived late, made a lot of noise, drilled slowly and loudly, and left metal shavings in the walkway. I still did good work, but there was no small talk, no eye contact, just work. Cold, clean and professional. When I finished, I handed Mom the invoice, full price, no discount. Before I turned to leave, I remarked, "By the way, your faucet's leaking upstairs." She blinked. What? Second floor? I heard it while working. Might want to correct that. She started to speak, but I was already walking away, and that's when I realized they got it. Not just the message, but the whole image. I hadn't screamed. I hadn't thrown a tantrum, written a Facebook post, or called the family together for some big dramatic reckoning. Instead, I'd done something worse. I'd succeeded without them, built something they couldn't touch, dismiss, or take credit for, and now they had to live in it. Every railing, gate, and polished weld they passed on the way to their car. I was there. I would always be there. But not for them, just around them, like a shadow they couldn't shake. Months later, Ryan and I sat outside my shop. Yes, my shop, because I'd finally rented a small warehouse on the outskirts of town. The business was steady. I had 2 part-time guys working weekends. I had a waiting list, and most importantly, I had peace. Did you imagine you'd go this far? He inquired, cracking open a Pepsi. I glanced about at the truck, the shop, the stillness, and grinned. No, I answered. But I knew I'd leave them behind. And that's exactly what I did. They attempted to bury me, but I wasn't gone. On Christmas Eve, my parents gave all the gifts to my brother's son. They mocked. "You didn't deserve one," I said, 3 words that stunned them all. They claim you'll never forget the moment you learn your family considers you expendable. For me, that moment occurred on Christmas Eve, surrounded by dazzling lights, sugar cookies, and the type of happiness that generally hides the flaws in a family. My name is Ethan. I'm 42. And before that night, I believed I knew how far my folks would go to play favorites. I did not. I have 2 children, Lily, 10, and Max, 8. They're brilliant and kind, the sort of youngsters who send thank you letters and still believe in magic. I won't claim they're flawless, but they're good. My wife Sarah and I have done everything we can to provide children with a life full of stability, love, and the holiday traditions I did not grow up with. I believed I had left the toxicity behind and created out something healthy. It turns out that the past has a way of making its way back in. We reside roughly 3 hours from my folks. Every year, despite our damaged relationship, we would drive to the huge family Christmas Eve celebration. My mother would demand we all wear red. Dad would pour spiked eggnog like holy water, and the living room would fill up with my brothers, wives, and grandchildren. My oldest brother Ben would always arrive late, pompous, usually with his kid Jake in tow, and make some explanation about a last-minute business event that necessitated a new haircut and fashionable jacket. Ben has always been the golden child. He could forget birthdays and miss family functions and yet be treated like a military hero. Last summer, I helped my parents renovate their kitchen. When Ben was too busy, I took time off work to drive Mom to her operation. No one recalled it, but when Ben posted a photo of his latte art, his mother would say, "So proud of my kid. It used to sting. Now I just let things go." I discovered serenity by decreasing my expectations. This year, however, was different. We arrived a little early. Lily helped put the cookies on the platter, while Max attempted to steal one when no one was watching. Sarah poured chocolate for the kids and smiled through Mom's compliments on how well behaved they are right now. I should have realized something was wrong when I noticed the pile of gifts under the tree. They were heaped high. Shiny ribbons, glittering paper, large and little, handmade tags. But when I peered closer, I found something peculiar. None of them knew Lily or Max's names. I reasoned that they may be in another room. Maybe Mom was doing that thing where she hides the gifts to create anticipation. That's something she used to do, correct? Then Ben came late, as usual. Jake, now 13 and maturing into a smirky adolescent, swaggered behind him as if he owned the space. Ben welcomed the room like a politician, greeting Mom and fist-bumping Dad while ignoring me completely. I noticed Jake head directly to the tree and exclaim, "Woo, that's all for us? All for the grandkids who made us proud this year," Dad said with a wink. I froze. The grandkids who made us proud. My gut nodded, but I refrained from jumping to conclusions. Sarah clasped my hand. She'd heard it too. Mom ushered everyone into the living room, literally hopping with enthusiasm. We wanted to do something special this year to recognize the grandchildren who have excelled, top in their class, helpful around the house, and making us very proud. I looked down at Lily and Max. Lily's grin vanished. Max moved uneasily. Ben stood behind them like a proud stage parent, and Jake puffed out his chest. Mom delivered Jake his first present from grandmother and grandpa. Jake ripped it open. An iPad. I blinked. The following item was a pair of costly sneakers, then a gaming headset, then a drone. Every gift was for Jake. Different tags and packaging, all addressed to him. Max leaned toward me. "Are ours arriving later?" I couldn't respond. Then came the kicker. Jake held up the drone and laughed. He looked directly at Lily and Max and said, "I suppose you didn't deserve one." My jaw clenched. I glanced at Mom and Dad, expecting some type of correction or recognition, but Mom merely giggled and said, "Oh, he's just teasing." Lily appeared to be trying not to weep. Max gazed at the floor. Sarah's face was pallid. Her lips opened slightly as if she intended to say something, but she did not. And me? I did not cause a scene. I didn't shout or flip the table, despite my overwhelming want to do so. Instead, I took a long breath and gently rose up, saying, "Come on, folks. We're on our way home." Mom blinked. "Oh, don't be silly. Dinner's in an hour." "We're not hungry," I answered, my voice calm but frigid. "Come on, get your coats." Lily said nothing. Max followed softly, the drones still buzzing in the distance. As we departed, Ben murmured, "Drama queen." That was all. We drove home silently. Max fell asleep in the back seat. Lily sat alongside him, her head leaning against the window, tears running down her cheeks. Sarah glanced out the front window, her hands on her lap, the tension between us building. I did not speak. I was too preoccupied with repeating the scene, each time cutting deeper than the last. The presence, the chuckle, the way my parents smiled through it all, and my daughter's expression when she realized she didn't matter to them. That night, after putting the kids down and watching Lily hold the little teddy bear she used to sleep with years ago, I reached for my phone. I was staring at the message I was going to send. Nor theatrical, nor furious, simply final. Do not ever invite us again. We are not your punchline. I pushed submit, and the ramifications began the next morning. The text returned as read. No answer, no apologies, nothing. I watched the TV for a few minutes, hoping that my parents would realize what they had done and call. But the only notification I received that morning was from our local pharmacy, which reminded me to pick up Lily's allergy medication. Sarah entered the kitchen, holding 2 mugs of coffee. She handed me one without saying anything and sat across from me asking, "Are you okay?" I gently nodded, but I wasn't. Something inside me had sprung open. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was angry, silently and sincerely, in a manner I hadn't felt in years. And underlying the wrath was humiliation. Not for what I accomplished, but for how long I endured it. See, Christmas was not the first time my parents made my children feel invisible. It wasn't the first time they disregarded Sarah or referred to Ben as the second coming of Steve Jobs. But it wasn't until I saw the expression on my daughter's face that I knew she understood, that she could feel the difference, and that she was beginning to believe it. Over the next several days, I attempted to focus on our personal vacation. We played board games, baked cookies, exchanged gifts, and lighted the fireplace. But something had changed in the atmosphere, like if a window had been broken open in a chamber that we believed was shut. We tried to go on, but the cold persisted. New Year's arrived and went peacefully. Then, a week into January, my phone broke. It was a group chat my mother had started years ago, simply named Family. It was fairly silent, with the exception of the occasional happy birthday or blurry snapshot of my father's grilling attempts. But this time, Mom. Hello everyone. I just wanted to start preparing Jake's big birthday weekend. He will be 14 this year. Can you believe it? We are thinking about a ski lodge holiday. Cabins cost around $300 per night, but we can divide. Who is in? I gazed at the message, my thumb lingering over the screen. Sarah was putting away groceries when she noticed my face. What's wrong? I said, turning the screen to face her. She read it, blinked and chuckled. It was a bitter and biting sound. They're unbelievable. I didn't respond in the group conversation. I didn't say anything. Ben did, however, answer a few minutes later. Ben sounds amazing. Mom, count me in. And Jake in. Ethan can probably cover our cabin too. He still owes me for the laptop I gave him in high school. That wasn't even the truth. He gave me an old broken Dell in senior year since he was buying a new MacBook. Even then, he had me borrow it, as if he were doing me a favor. However, no one corrected him. Not Mom, not Dad, nor my sister Olivia, who spoke out straight after. Olivia, haha, yes. Jake's birthday is basically a holiday. Let's make it big. I did not react. I exited the group chat that afternoon. A few hours later my mother called. I let it go to voicemail. Then she wrote, Mom, I can't believe you left the family chat. That's immature, Ethan. I scribbled and erased at least 4 answers before deciding on one phrase. Me, was noticed. Her response was quick. Mom, what's your problem lately? This is about the Christmas thing, isn't it? You always overreact. I did not answer again. I was done explaining things to folks who wouldn't listen. But I didn't know how deep the partiality ran until a week later, when Lily returned home from school with a folder full of class assignments. She was thrilled and smiling, finally regaining her vitality. Guess what? She asked, holding up the folder. I got picked for the school STEM fair. I grinned. That's awesome, Elle. What are you going to build? I want to make a solar-powered oven, she explained. My teacher said it was a smart idea. Sarah and I talked her up all evening. We got some supplies online, printed out schematics, and even started designing presentation boards. That weekend I shared a snapshot of her doodling ideas at the dining table. Just a calm father moment, nothing flashy. The comment said, proud of my little engineer. A day later, my sister Olivia shared a photo of Jake clutching a basketball. Olivia's caption read, my nephew equals the next NBA MVP. Sorry, not sorry. Then Mom commented on her post. Genius boy, we're so proud of you, Jake. Silence. Sarah noticed first. They did not even enjoy the post. I shrugged. It's fine. But it wasn't, because 2 days later, Lily approached me, perplexed. Grandma posted a picture of Jake on Facebook and said he was the smartest grandkid. I froze. When did she post that? This morning, Lily said gently. He won something at school, a spelling thing. She wasn't sobbing, but her face had that vacant look I'd seen around Christmas. That silent, dejected perplexity that children experience when confronted with something too large to comprehend. I drew her closer. Hey, you're amazing, okay? And we'll always be proud of you. She nodded against my chest, but I could feel her body stiffen. The next day, I called my mother. She responded with the same tone she usually used when she believed I had something to apologize for. Well, look who finally decided to call. Did you really post that Jake is your smartest grandkid? I requested an answer. My voice seemed calm, but I was not. Oh, come on, Ethan. It's just a figure of speech. You're really taking things too personally these days. You know Lily saw that, right? She's a child. She'll get over it. That was the moment something inside me changed. No, I said gently. She shouldn't have to get over it. There was a pause. Ethan, you're blowing this way out of proportion. You always have to be the victim. No, I've just stopped pretending it doesn't hurt. Another pause. Then she said something that would stick with me for the rest of the year. Well, maybe if you raised your kids to stand out more, they'd get the attention you want so badly. I did not shout. I did not argue. I simply hung up. Sarah was in the doorway. She'd heard the entire thing. She came over, sat next to me, and whispered, "We're done with them, right?" I nodded. But of course, it was not over. 2 weeks later, in February, I received a letter from my parents. Not a card, not an apology, but a letter. It was written in my father's handwriting. It was clean and cool. Ethan, we're disappointed in how you've handled things lately. Cutting ties over perceived slights is childish. We hope you'll reconsider your attitude and remember that family means putting pride aside. My mother had wrote at the bottom, "Tell Lily and Max we love them, even if they don't always earn it." I did not show the letter to the children. I didn't want them to see the poison in writing, so I showed Sarah. She read it once, then twice, then set it down and was silent for a long time. That night she asked, "You know what the worst part is?" "What?" "They think they're the victims." I laughed bitterly. "They always have. But even then, I thought we'd hit the bottom. I thought that letter was the worst it would get." I didn't realize what Ben had been doing behind the scenes. I didn't know what my folks had planned for Easter. I had no idea how far they were ready to go to pretend they had done nothing wrong, or how deep they'd dig before dragging me down into it. Because the treachery that ruined everything had not yet occurred. But it was imminent. And once it occurred, there would be no turning back. The aftermath of the letter hovered over our house like dense fog. For weeks, everything I did, every dish I washed, every meeting I attended at work, and every bedtime tale I read had a faint background noise of the sentence my mother had written at the bottom of the page. Even if they don't always earn it. Lily didn't see anything, but she could feel it. I could see it in the way she hesitated to show us her schoolwork now. Max peered at her before asking for help with homework, as if he was afraid his older sister would snap. She never did. However, the brightness in her stride had dimmed, as if someone had seized her pride and examined it with disfavor. I was drowning in guilt and frustration. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because I had allowed things go this far, by allowing my children to love people who could not love them back in the way they deserved. By the middle of February, Sarah and I sat down one night after the kids went to bed, the TV gently buzzing with a culinary competition. Neither of us was looking. She reached over and hushed it. "I know you're spiraling," she remarked gently. "But you've got to pull yourself out of this. You did the right thing walking away." I nodded slowly. I feel like I let them steal something from me. From the kids. They didn't steal it, they tried, but you stopped it in time, you protected them. It did not feel like it. But the interaction ignited something. Not a rush of motivation. Not some huge phoenix rise from the ashes event. Just a small click in my head. A simple choice to quit waiting for validation from my family. If they weren't going to be the community behind my children, I'd construct one from scratch. So I started small. I offered to chaperone Lily's STEM club one Friday after school. It felt strange at first. I was the only father there, surrounded by ecstatic mothers and a little harried science instructor who appeared pleased simply to have another adult around. Lily smiled as she spotted me in the corridor. "You came," she muttered, half ashamed and partly excited. I stayed in the corner, primarily assisting youngsters with taping down poster boards or testing circuits that were shorting out. But I noticed that Lily stood a little higher that day. She raised her hand more and discussed her solar oven idea to two of the younger kids who were struggling with their own. When we got in the car, she added, "It was cool that you were there. It hit me harder than I expected." Later that week, Max came home and mentioned a soccer skills session he wanted to attend. It was early Saturday morning, which often meant cartoons and pancakes, but I signed us both up. I hadn't kicked a soccer ball in years, but Max wasn't concerned. He simply wanted to do something with me. And gradually, life began to alter. I joined a local dads club that focuses on community involvement and mutual support, rather than one that gathers to drink beer and gripe. We made toy packages for children in hospitals, organized cleanup days at local parks, and even sponsored a Dad and Me event at the library, where I saw Max read the BFG aloud to 3 other kids like a miniature motivational speaker. Meanwhile, I became more focused on my work. I was a mid-level project manager for a logistics software company, and while I was always good at it, I never sought to improve. I'd spent too many years trying to keep my head down and seeking acceptance from the wrong people. With nothing to lose, I moved forward. I offered to head a difficult cross-departmental program that had been stuck for months. I remained late, understood the elements of the system that I'd always avoided, and accepted responsibility when things broke. My supervisor took note. At the following all-hands meeting, he addressed me by name. "Ethan's been quietly keeping this whole operation afloat," he told me. "If you've benefited from faster rollouts this quarter, thank him." The Slack messages began to arrive. Not just accolades, but possibilities. Someone in another department informed me about a product pilot. Another person offered to suggest me for a leadership fellowship. I wasn't used to it, but I didn't dismiss it. Sarah was doing well at home too. She'd taken on some freelance consulting work, leveraging her marketing skills to assist local firms with branding and outreach. She'd started conducting Zoom calls from the guest bedroom, her voice clear and confident. "You're different lately," she informed me one evening. "It's like you're finally letting go of the weight." And I was going slowly because here's something I didn't expect. Breaking off my parents and siblings. It stung. Of course it did. But it also created space. Space to breathe, think, and develop. However, this does not imply that the past has been tranquil. My sister Olivia messaged me on Instagram in early March. No phone contact, no text message, just a DM with a screenshot of a photo Sarah had shared of Lily's completed solar oven project. Lily was standing next to it, beaming, as sunshine reflected off the aluminum panels. "My little innovator, first place in the district showcase." Olivia's response alongside the screenshot said, "So, we're just pretending none of this drama happened now." I did not respond. 10 minutes later, another message arrived. "Jake wanted to congratulate Lily. He's matured, you know." I didn't answer because I knew what this was. A test, not a ceasefire, an invitation to crawl back so they could pretend everything was a mistake. I erased the message. A week later, Ben called me. I nearly didn't pick up, but curiosity got the best of me. "Hey bro," he said as if nothing had occurred. "Long time I waited. So, listen. Mom and Dad are planning a family Easter brunch." He stated they were wondering if you'd want to come by. "Clear the air, you know, start fresh." "Did they tell you to call me?" "No." He was lying. "I just thought it was time." "What exactly would I be clearing the air about?" He paused. "I mean, come on man. You got real sensitive over some gift mix-up. Jake's a kid. He jokes around. And Mom and Dad, look, they love your kids. You know that. They just show it different." I let the stillness continue. Afterwards I said, "Do you even remember what Mom wrote in that letter?" He laughed. "Letters? Who reads letters anymore?" I hung up, but the call bothered me. Because it wasn't only about me. Easter was approaching, and Lily and Max had inquired whether we would be doing anything with the whole family this year. They didn't miss the drama, but they did miss the sense of belonging, and I wanted to give them that back, not via forced vacations or bogus apologies, but by establishing something better. That week Sarah and I decided to hold our own Easter brunch. We invited 3 of Lily's STEM buddies and their families. Max invited 2 soccer friends. Sarah contacted a coworker who was new to town, and had twin girls. We purchased folding tables, strung lights, decorated eggs, and made much too much food. I even borrowed a rabbit suit from the community center and wandered around the backyard like an idiot for 2 hours, throwing out candy. And you know what? It was the nicest vacation we had had in years. There was laughing and friendliness, but no forced grins or passive-aggressive comments. Just pure bliss. Lily came up to me, flushed, and exclaimed, "Dad, this is the best Easter ever." And that's when I realized we hadn't just left anything behind. We were creating something fresh. Of course, the past was not finished with us yet. Because 2 days after that brunch, I received a certified letter from a law firm, and when I opened it, the headline chilled my blood. It was a notification of cancellation of the financial arrangement. And at the bottom, in my father's signature, were 5 words that would ignite the ultimate conflict. "Reconsider your attitude or else." At first I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I sat at the kitchen table, holding a certified letter in one hand and a cold coffee in the other. Sarah stood behind me, silently reading over my shoulder. The letterhead was from a mid-sized law practice 2 towns away. One I somewhat recognized from a billboard on the road. Termination of informal family agreement effective immediately. The wording was stiff, frigid, and somewhat ludicrous in its attempt to appear professional. It stated in far too many words that any future support arrangements, informal or formal, between myself and my parents were now null and invalid. According to the letter, Gregory M. has repeatedly taken judgments that go against the expectations of mutual respect and participation. It concluded, "Should you choose to re-engage in a productive and respectful manner, financial considerations may be renegotiated in good faith?" Sarah blinked. "What financial agreement?" was the query, right? There had never been a formal paper, no handshake bargain, or verbal agreement. But years ago, when we were still struggling to make ends meet, I helped my parents get out of a serious mess. Back in 2014, my father's construction supply firm was delinquent on taxes. Something about a misfiled return and penalties that grew quickly. He owed nearly $42,000 in overdue taxes and late fines. He called me in a panic. Sarah and I had recently sold our first tiny property in the suburbs and relocated closer to the city. We'd made a tiny profit and saved the most of it. But when my father called, panicked and ashamed, I did not hesitate. I issued a $20,000 check to cover the first IRS deadline. then co-signed a short-term loan in his name to assist them restructure the remainder. I never asked for it back. He promised, of course. "I'll make this right, son." But I wasn't expecting anything. I assumed it was just what you did for your family at the time. That is what I did. And over time, they came to regard that gesture as something they had done for me. I'd hear it in small comments. "Well, if we hadn't helped you get into that neighborhood or you forget, we've always supported you when we could." They altered the tale, which I allowed them do till now since they were weaponizing it. They were now arguing that I had breached a financial arrangement due to my attitude. Sarah read the letter again and carefully laid it down, as if it could explode. "They're preparing for something," she explained. "Something bigger." I nodded. My heart pounded but my mind was clear. For the first time in my whole nightmare, I saw everything for what it was. It wasn't about damaged feelings anymore. This was computed. Ben most likely helped write it or advocated for it. Despite spending the most of his adult life relying on his father's money, he always considered himself as the family's businessman. If they were formalizing things now, putting words on paper, and establishing legal positions, that meant they weren't just cutting me off. They planned to completely eliminate me. That night I walked into our storage room and pulled out a box that I hadn't touched in years. Old bank statements, email printouts, and a manila folder titled, "Dad IRS Loan 2014. I had retained it because of habit, not paranoia. But as I flipped through the documents, I felt something flash. There it was. The signed promissory note from the credit union, my name co-signed, the payment history, a wire transfer receipt, and, most significantly, an email from my father with the subject line, "Needed help just until we rebuild." His message was as follows. "Ethan, I don't know what I'd do without you. I'll make this right. Once we finish the new contract in July, we'll square up. I promise." I gazed at that sentence for a long time since in their reality, that promise had faded. However, now I had a paper trail. Over the next week, I made little movements. First, I contacted Jillian, a lawyer with whom I had previously worked on a contract issue. She wasn't glamorous, but she was focused and thorough. I forwarded her scanned copies of the letter, email, and loan documentation. She phoned me the next morning. "This isn't a financial termination," she said. "It's a setup." "What do you mean?" "They're trying to preempt any legal claims you might make by framing this as you violating their expectations. They're hoping to make any countersuit look like petty retaliation." "Do I have a case?" "You have a very strong case," she explained. "Especially if they ever took funds or services without documented repayment. And if this goes to court, that email alone could wreck them." I felt a sense of peace flow through me. No joy, no vengeance, just clarity. For years, I believed that family turmoil was limited to the home. Raise your voice or push back, and you become the problem. But now I see it for what it truly is. They'd treated guilt as cash, love as a loan with interest, and my silence as consent. And they were going to find out that I was no longer quiet. Sarah and I began plotting, not vengefully, but with purpose. We discussed ways to safeguard our children, possessions, and time. We transferred some money to a new account and the house deed into both of our names equally. Previously, it had only been mine for lending reasons. We also sat down with Lily and Max. We didn't tell them everything, just the facts in a way they could grasp. "Grandma and Grandpa are upset with Dad," I told them, "and they've decided not to talk to us right now." Lily frowned. "Because we didn't come to Easter?" "No, sweetie," Sarah said. "Because we stopped letting them treat us unfairly." Max said, "Are we still allowed to miss them?" That one touched home. I nodded. "Of course. But just because someone's family doesn't mean they're always safe to be around. And it's okay to feel sad about that." The kids handled it better than we expected. Honestly, better than I had when I was their age. And part of me felt proud that we were interrupting the pattern now, before it solidified into something they would carry into their own families later. Meanwhile, I started capturing everything. I copied previous messages, screenshotted Facebook comments, saved voicemails from my father, and made casual comments like, "Glad you're the reliable son," or, "I knew I could count on you to clean up Ben's mess." I dug up correspondence from 2019, when I helped them restructure their automobile loan, another financial courtesy they'd conveniently forgotten. Jillian assisted me in drafting a stop and desist notice to the legal firm. Nothing confrontational, simply a formal record stating that I questioned their assertions and intended any future correspondence to be handled through legal procedures. The letter was sent by courier, and 2 days later, Sarah's sister Janine contacted her unexpectedly. My parents had apparently been chatting softly behind the scenes to extended relatives, neighbors, and acquaintances. And they weren't simply altering history. They painted me as unstable. "He's unraveling," Mom explained. "Apparently, since we quit enabling him, he's started acting out." "She always coddled him," Dad explained on another conversation. "Now he acts as if we owe him the world." Sarah received texts from 2 common acquaintances, who we used to see at church, wondering whether we were all right. "They're starting the smear campaign," she told me. But what they didn't comprehend was that they weren't dealing with the same son they had previously guilted into silence. They were dealing with a parent, a spouse, a man who had finally figured out the game and had the receipts to show it. And then the opportunity arrived, not from them, but from Ben. Because hubris has a strange habit of opening doors when you least expect it. It was April. I spotted it while reading through LinkedIn during a work break. Ben had tagged himself in a post from a mid-sized investment organization. "Proud to announce our latest partner collaboration with McTavish Build Group. Excited to spearhead the expansion into the residential solar market. McTavish Builders Group." That name stopped me in my tracks since McTavish was the corporation my father had long desired a deal with back in 2014. He had bid on one of their projects and lost. He said it nearly ruined his financial flow for the year. And now Ben was establishing a partnership under his name for solar projects. Lily's scientific project came into my mind. I clicked through. The alliance was fresh new. The ink hadn't yet dried. Then I saw it. One of McTavish's promotional illustrations is a representation of a smart solar cabin concept, with the pitch influenced by real-world STEM inventors. At the bottom is a schematic that is virtually identical to Lily's solar oven idea. Not hers, clearly, modified, polished, and professionally drawn, but the mechanism, angle of the reflectors, and heat absorption material all matched her notes. Exactly. I sat in startled silence. Then I began connecting the dots. Sarah had made Lily's project images public many weeks ago. We hadn't given it any attention, but someone had noticed and utilized it. Ben had stolen my daughter's work, claimed it as his own, attached it to a commercial agreement, and was now ready to profit from it. That was the moment when the strategy came together. Not just to fight back, not just to defend, but to reclaim everything and ensure no one saw it coming. My heart was no longer beating when I contacted Jillian again. It was not wrath. It wasn't a panic. It was about focus. I sat across from her in her clean, quiet office, with the sun streaming in through half-closed blinds, and laid out the McTavish partnership post, the solar oven diagram, screenshots of Lily's original sketches, photos, and Sarah's social media timeline. Jillian did not even blink. "This is theft," she stated frankly. "And if it's used in a business context, it's corporate theft, IP infringement, possibly fraud." I nodded. "I don't want to sue them for millions. I just want it public. I want it undeniable." She leaned back. "Then we'll start with a cease and desist to McTavish. Get them on record as distributing stolen content. If they're smart, they'll panic and pull out." "And Ben?" She smiled thinly and sharply. "Oh, he's going to learn what it feels like to be publicly embarrassed thoroughly." Over the next 2 weeks, everything progressed quickly. Jillian wrote a brilliantly harsh letter detailing the original creation date of Lily's project, the time-stamped postings, the competition victory, and the virtually identical rendering utilized in the McTavish promotional presentation. We did not send it by email, we sent it as a legitimate legal package courier directly to McTavish's legal department and CEO. Within 4 days, I received a call from Stephen Day, the director of operations at McTavish. "Mr. M, I'm calling to apologize," he continued, his voice tense with anxiety. "We were unaware the design came from a minor school project. Had we known? You didn't ask where the design came from? We trusted our partner's submission. Mr. Ben M represented it as his own prototype." My throat clenched. He claimed to have invented it. "Yes, sir. I'd like to assure you that as of this morning, we've frozen all rollout plans tied to that partnership, and we are internally reviewing all content and contracts connected to it." "Good," I responded. "Because if this goes to court, I'm bringing Lily with me. I'll let the press photograph her standing next to the model she built on our kitchen table with tin foil and a shoebox." He breathed forcefully. "There's no need for that. Please, Mr. M. Let us fix this." They didn't just end the alliance. They issued a formal apology. The next day, it went live on their website and social media outlets. "We deeply regret the use of intellectual material that was not properly sourced. We have since discovered that a design submitted by a recent collaborator was in fact created by a young innovator, MIM, as part of a school STEM fair. We commend her brilliance and have made a charitable donation to support her school's science program in her honor. They gave $27,000 to Lily's school that morning. I showed her the post. She read it 3 times and muttered, "They said my name." Max cried, "You're famous now," from the corridor. Sarah wept. I did not. I was too concentrated on what was still to come. McTavish did the right thing, but Ben doubled down. He sent a passive-aggressive tweet. "Jealousy is a disease. Real creators rise above the noise." Then he began spreading his version across the family, claiming that we had twisted a child's school project to ruin his career, that we were spiteful, and that we were using the children as pawns. But Ben didn't comprehend that McTavish's internal probe was more than just public relations. It was also legal. 2 weeks later he received a formal letter from their attorneys requesting complete disclosure of all previously submitted material, certification of originality, and the immediate termination of the cooperation. His name was removed off their website. The LinkedIn post has vanished. I learned via a common contact, one of Ben's old college classmates, that 3 additional firms quietly ceased business with him after hearing what transpired. No one wants to be associated with a person who stole from a 12-year-old and was caught by a publicly traded partner. But the retribution did not end there. Sarah had a wonderful idea. She approached Lily's school administrator and offered a tale. A local girl's scientific project is stolen. A business partner profits from it, and the firm contributes money to set things right. The principal went wide-eyed. "Would you be open to a media piece?" Sarah grinned. "We'd be thrilled." The next week, a local news station captured Lily in her classroom, standing next to her solar oven. She spoke softly but clearly, telling how she came up with the concept, how she tested it in her garden, and how it felt strange at first when someone else sought to claim it. The anchor concluded the piece by reminding us that often the best brains in invention aren't in boardrooms, but in our own classrooms. The video got viral in our community. The school received a torrent of compliments. The PDA described it as the greatest press they'd gotten in years. The nicest thing, however, was when my mother phoned. She did not even attempt to dispute what had occurred. She simply responded, "You didn't have to humiliate the family." I chuckled. "Oh, we're just getting started." I wasn't lying. Remember the promissory note from 2014? Jillian brought a claim in small claims court. It was not about the money. It was about the record. Dad disregarded the notification. So we escalated. The hearing occurred in May. He did not show. Jillian and I submitted the documents, emails and money receipts. It was calm, methodical, monotonous, and unwavering. We won. Judgment was entered. $20,742.31 plus court costs and interest. I sent a copy to my parents along with a message. "Since financial agreements are so important to you." It came the day after. Ben's story was featured in a national STEM education roundup. One phrase is half buried in red. The corporation ended its collaboration after discovering that the submitted prototype had been created by a local middle school student in a recorded competition. Ben did not show up for Memorial Day weekend at Olivia's. Neither did our parents. We didn't care since we were no longer just surviving. We were prospering. Lily received a STEM scholarship to attend a summer program at her local university. Max created a goaltender for his crash league. Sarah's consultancy employment skyrocketed. 3 local business owners saw the news article and contacted out. And I was promoted. My firm offered me a leadership role at a new satellite office. Greater salary, greater control, and most importantly, the ability to mold the culture. At the first all-hands meeting, I concluded the presentation with a slide that stated, "Give credit always, even when no one's watching." People applauded. Some didn't get it. But I did. Sarah did as well. And so did Lily, who watched from the back of the room, smiling quietly. We never communicated with my folks again. Not after the court decision, and not after the school gift. Not after the news story ran around dinner hour, leaving them scurrying to manage the narrative in a town that had already decided. Because in the end, they were not simply cut off. They were forgotten. That more than anything else was what they couldn't bear. It was not the letter. It was not the lawsuit. It wasn't the contributions, headlines or the verdict. It was the quiet. How we stopped protecting ourselves. We stopped turning up to absorb the harm. The way we simply went on without them. And as for Ben, I believe he was taking time off to rebrand. But Lily is creating a solar-powered compost bin for the school garden, and this time, she's working with my lawyer to file for a patent because certain names cannot be erased, some sparks cannot be stolen, and some families do not break. Instead, they rebuild. Stronger, louder, and brighter, without those who always sought to dull the light. At 14, my dad slapped me twice and tossed me out into a snowstorm. All because my sister's lies. I almost died, but my mom made sure justice was served. The door slammed shut, creating a sound that echoed not just through the blizzard-whipped night, but deep throughout my bones. A last and decisive crack. I stood freezing, shoeless and coatless, amid the whirling snow. My cheek was burning with the ghost of my father's handprint, and through the glass window I saw my sister Hannah. Her lips curled into a slow, contented smile as she turned away. That winter in Wisconsin December meant the darkness came early, consuming the daytime by 5:30. Our kitchen, which is normally pleasant and lively, felt quiet that evening as I leaned over my equations. The calculations blurred as the snow piled heavier outside. The weather service had been issuing warnings all day, a frenetic chorus against the peaceful silence of the approaching storm. But Hannah, 17, a master of obtaining what she wants, had decided she needed to go to the mall with her pals. Our father, for once, had stood fast. The roads were already a dangerous canvas of ice and white, with visibility dwindling with each breath, and the storm was just getting worse. Hannah's expression shifted in a quick series of emotions, from astonishment at being told no to a flash of wrath, and then the cold, disturbing flicker of calculating. She'd stomped upstairs, the slamming of her bedroom door ringing through the quiet home and rattling the cheap frames in the corridor. I, for one, was simply delighted to be invisible for a change, a phantom presence amidst the developing family drama. But here's the thing. You never completely understand the dark currents that run beneath the surface until something breaks the illusion of peace. What occurred next continues to unfold in my memory, a never-ending cycle of terror that I can't seem to stop seeing. Hannah arrived 25 minutes later at the bottom of the stairs, her makeup smudged and her shirt ripped at the neck exactly so. The sobbing racked her. But these were not the furious, resentful tears from before. They gave a deliberate and dramatic display, interrupted by gasping hyperventilation. Dad dropped his newspaper, a startling rustling breaking the quiet, his face drained of color. The tale she told was complex, a tapestry of deception wrought with vivid, devastating details. She accused me of following her upstairs, attacking her for being the favorite, pushing her against the wall, ripping her clothing, and venomously declaring, "I wish she'd never been born." Each charge, given between believable, painful cries, was more absurd than the previous. She said I had been plagued by envy for years, had threatened her previously, and that she had been too scared to speak. It was a textbook example of pathological manipulation. Such persons frequently fabricate sophisticated falsehoods, not simply spontaneously, but with premeditation, playing on emotional weaknesses within the family structure to reach a desired objective, often with little regard for the consequences. They understand how to use apparent victimhood to shift responsibility and shape narratives. My father stood slowly, his look changing to one I'd never seen aimed at me. Cold, hard rage. My voice was faint with terror as I pleaded with him. I attempted to explain, pointing to my mathematics homework scattered across the table, the fresh pencil lines, and the half-solved problems as indisputable proof that I had been right there in plain sight the entire time. He did not listen. Maybe he was already too angry, too engrossed in Hannah's genuine pain to hear logic. Or maybe her act was just that compelling. She had always been theatrical, capable of eliciting tears on command, but I never believed she'd use those abilities against me. He grabbed my arm, jerking me off the chair so aggressively that my water glass shattered on the tile floor. Its shattering sound and dreadful punctuation accompanied Hannah's resumed dramatic cries. He continued to make strong and aggressive allegations. How dare I harm my sister? What type of person was I becoming? He had raised me better than this and given me everything. This is how I repaid him. His grasp on my arm tightened, prompting a cry of pain from me, which only served to feed his fury. He assumed I was copying Hannah's drama and putting on a show. My mother, bless her sensible heart, was 4 states away, caring for her sister following surgery, which Hannah had definitely factored into her scheduling. Mom would have questioned, scrutinized, and researched. Dad simply responded. The first slap landed with a violent power that took my breath away, startling me into a quiet deeper than any cry. My face burned with a searing, furious heat, and I tasted the metallic tang of blood from where my teeth had sliced the inside of my mouth. He had never been a violent man, and had never received a spanking as a youngster. But something in Hannah's narrative triggered a wrath in him that I had never known existed. The second blow sent me backward, sending my hips smashing hard onto the kitchen counter. Hannah's tears had ended. Through the spinning cloud of pain in my eyes, I noticed her staring from the doorway, her countenance seemingly interested and devoid of fear or astonishment. There was just satisfaction. The expression of someone whose well-planned strategy was playing out exactly as expected. That expression, that icy, smug sparkle in her eyes, told me everything about how premeditated this treachery was. This instant and exaggerated reaction from my father, prompted by Hannah's story, exemplifies confirmation bias combined with a deep-seated emotional trigger. He had an inherent confidence in Hannah's victimization, and her performance reinforced that perception, overriding any critical evaluation of the circumstance or questioning of facts. Individuals in such a heightened emotional state are readily blinded to contradicting evidence, particularly if it challenges their immediate emotional response or firmly held preconceptions about their children. Dad hauled me to the front door, despite my urgent screams, my hoarse assurances that I had done nothing wrong. The storm outside had worsened. The wind shrieked around the corners of the house, and snow piled against the porch railing. He pushed me out into the bitter cold, barefoot and gloveless, wearing just the small jacket I'd worn to school. The door banged behind me, and I heard a horrible thud as the deadbolts fell into place. The cold hit me like a physical blow, removing breath from my lungs. The wind tore at my meager garments, and the snow quickly soaked through my footwear. I knocked on the door, yelling till my throat was sore, but no one responded. Hannah was standing at the entrance, arms folded, watching me freeze. She grinned and turned away. I had no option but to move. Standing motionless meant succumbing to the cold, and even at 14, I saw the frightening seriousness of my position. My dearest friend Sophie lived 5 streets away. On a regular day it was a quick trek, but in this snowstorm, it felt like an impossible polar adventure. The snow had already blurred the distinctions between yard and street, turning the area into a hazardous, homogeneous white expanse. The visibility was barely 10 feet, the streetlights are worthless halos in the swirling pandemonium. Walking was difficult. The snowdrifts seized my feet and I fell twice. My hands sank into drifts that reached nearly to my waist. My fingers were already numb, and my face was burning from frostbite. The wind became an unseen force, pushing, dragging, bewildering, and unrelenting. My feet were phantom limbs and my lungs hurt from breathing the cold air. Every house I passed was a beacon of warmth and protection, shining through the swirling snow. I watched families moving around their kitchens, children watching TV in nice living rooms, and regular Saturday night activities taking place as I was battling for my life outdoors. Shame, a frigid companion, prevented me from knocking and pleading for rescue. How can I explain this? What phrases would make sense if your father threw you out? Sophie's house loomed through the snow like a mirage, bringing an unexpected sense of comfort. My frozen intellect had acted on sheer, desperate impulse. The porch light was lit, a gorgeous golden beacon. I staggered up their driveway, tripped twice while ascending the porch stairs, and crashed against the front door. My fists were too numb to bang, so I kicked the wood. I was certain that the storm's fury would drown out the weak thumps. Then the door opened, and Sophie's mother, Mrs. Collins, gasped. Mrs. Collins, a woman I'd known since 2nd grade, drew me in without saying anything, her warm hands cradling my icy face while she called for her husband. They covered me in blankets, sat me by their roaring fireplace, and served me hot cocoa, which I couldn't even grasp since my fingers wouldn't cooperate. Sophie emerged in her pajamas, her eyes wide and shocked. The Collins family, bless them, did not press for explanations straight away. Mrs. Collins carefully checked my face, her visage tightening into a hard knot when she noticed the bruises that had already appeared on my cheek and jaw. Mr. Collins, a quiet guy, went upstairs and returned carrying dry clothing, thick socks, and a big sweater. They simply let me sit there and defrost, the shaking lasting for what felt like hours as my body struggled to regain its warmth. However, that was merely the beginning of the horror. Eventually, the words began to flow, first in pieces, then in a raw, uncontrollable torrent as the full narrative poured out. Hannah's falsehoods, Dad's terrifying reaction, and the violent deportation into the snow. Mrs. Collins's visage alternated between shock, fear, and a furious protective rage. Mr. Collins became extremely silent, the type of silence that felt heavier and more menacing than any screaming. They tried to contact my residence. No response. They attempted 4 more times over the following hour and got the same chilly outcome. Dad was either purposefully ignoring the phone or had just turned off the ringer, a practice he occasionally indulged in when he needed silence. Mrs. Collins left a message on the answering machine. Her voice was carefully controlled as she explained how secure I was among them. She didn't mention the horrible state I'd come in, but her tone was unmistakably chilly. Sophie and I had been together since 2nd grade, and her parents knew my family well. Mrs. Collins had always liked and respected my mother's work as a nurse. She'd been cordial, if rather chilly, to my father, and now, with the chilling clarity of hindsight, I see why. She'd most certainly noticed something, a small warning sign of the aggression he'd kept hidden until that night. Sleep was impossible. I rested in Sophie's guest room, secure and cozy. Nonetheless, my mind kept replaying the evening's occurrences. Hannah's calculating face bothered me the most. This wasn't a spontaneous outburst of rage. It was carefully planned, arranged, and precisely timed for Mom's absence. But why? What had I done to deserve such venom from my own sister? The answer came with the morning light, which shone through the curtains like a sharp revelation. Hannah had wanted to visit the mall. Dad said no. She needed to change his attention to create a situation so severe that her requests would be forgotten. I had been handy collateral, a sacrifice she was ready to make to divert his attention, a pawn in her devious game. The knowledge caused my stomach to churn with a sharp metallic flavor. My mother arrived at the Collins house at 8 a.m. on Sunday. The blizzard had finally passed, leaving 3 feet of new snow and roads that were barely half cleaned. Mom must have driven through treacherous circumstances to come home early, putting her sister's recuperation on hold in the face of this unexpected, desperate need. Mrs. Collins had finally contacted her late the night before and carefully explained the issue. Mom's expression when she saw me was dreadful to see, a mask of sadness and rising wrath. Mrs. Collins had painstakingly photographed my injuries with her digital camera, preserving the evidence before it faded. The photos revealed a definite handprint on my cheek, another bruise on my jaw, and finger-shaped markings on my upper arm from Dad grabbing me. My mother examined each shot, her visage darkening with every click. She grabbed me tightly, as if I was about to break. Her hands trembled as she caressed my face and studied the bruises, absorbing the horrible deed perpetrated against her daughter. I had never seen my mother weep before. She was always realistic, stoic, and dealt with situations with the same calm efficiency that she did in the hospital. But tears streamed down her cheeks as she listened to my narrative of the previous night, and something basic, irreversible, moved behind her eyes. This was a watershed event in the family dynamic, a tipping point at which the old equilibrium, however dysfunctional, could no longer be maintained. The mother, who had before served as a facilitator through her absence or even passive acceptance, now becomes the principal driver of change, propelled by a keen understanding of the terrible betrayal and danger. Her reaction shows the psychological power needed to face abuse and set firm limits. The journey home was quiet. Mom's hands held the driving wheel so firmly that her knuckles became white, yet her expression remained oddly serene. It was the expression she used when dealing with tough patients. A mask of controlled wrath. I observed her profile and felt something unexpected. Hopefully, maybe, things would not be okay. They would never be done the same way again, but they would certainly be different. When we stepped in, Dad was sitting at the kitchen table, reading the Sunday paper just like any other morning. He looked up, his expression transforming from astonishment to remorse when his gaze rested on me. The bruises, which were bright purple and yellow, told their own compelling narrative. He opened his lips to speak, but Mom raised her hand as a quiet, uncompromising demand. When she talked, her voice was calm yet powerful, like a tidal wave. "Don't talk. Just listen." Hannah came in the doorway, still dressed in her pajamas with her hair tangled from sleep. She froze, calculations flashing over her face as she attempted to assess the situation. Mom turned to look at her, and whatever my sister saw in that expression caused her to take an unintentional step backward. Mom presented the facts calmly and dispassionately. The timing was unequivocal, confirming I had been at the kitchen table. When Hannah claimed I had attacked her, I had the testimony of the Collins family, who had sheltered me, irrefutable photographs documenting the violence Dad had inflicted, and the medical evaluation Mrs. Collins had insisted on that morning, which confirmed minor frostbite on my fingers and toes, exposure-related injuries that could have been fatal. Blocks in that storm, she explained, had been a potentially deadly distance. Dad tried to interject to explain that he had been protecting Hannah. He had believed his daughter. He had responded in the moment. Even he recognized that his justifications were hollow. I could tell. His face turned bleak as Mom calmly detailed the snowy conditions, extremely low temperatures, and the very real probability that I might not have lived. Then Mom turned to Hannah. "Tell the truth now." My sister's face went through the usual rapid-fire sequence. Defiance, followed by calculating, and then pure, unadulterated dread. She was adept at lying, but not good enough to fool our mother, especially when Mom was staring at her with that cold, clinical expression. The stillness grew oppressive and stifling, until Hannah's shoulders fell in surrender. The confession came unwillingly, followed by terrible tranquility. She had wanted to go to the mall. She'd been upset at being told no. She had determined to provide a diversion. Yes, she had ripped her own clothing. Yes, she had purposefully smudged her makeup. Yes, she fabricated the entire narrative about me attacking her. Her voice was tiny and nearly inaudible when she confessed it. Nothing compares to the assured performance from the night before. Dad's face was ashen. He stared at Hannah as if he was seeing her for the first time, then at me, and then back at Mom. The awful realization of what he had done had finally set in. He had thrashed and expelled his innocent daughter based on a deliberate falsehood. He almost murdered me because he was too ready to trust a theatrical play. His hands started shaking uncontrollably. Mom's reaction was meticulous, precise, and completely crushing. That morning, she had already made phone calls from the Collins residence. Things had already been put in motion and could not be halted. Dad would be moving out immediately, she informed him. Not eventually, not after they discussed it, now. She had just called a divorce attorney. Papers are being prepared to be filed Monday morning. The home would be sold. She had previously met with a real estate agent and arranged for an evaluation. Everything but custody would be divided equally. She would have complete custody of me and no visitation with him until I decided I wanted contact. Not if I decided, she said. But when I decided on my terms, on my timeline. Until then he had no parental rights in my opinion. Dad tried to argue, explaining that it was a mistake and that he deserved another chance to put things right. Mom's expression stayed unchanging, like a granite wall. One mistake, she acknowledged. But a mistake that nearly killed your daughter. A mistake that showed such catastrophically poor judgment that I can no longer trust you with any authority over our family. You had one job as a father. Keep your children safe. You failed spectacularly. Hannah's mom's response was cold and exact. My sister would complete the school year. Then she would move in with our father, wherever he landed up. She'd made her decision when she lied. Mom said she had decided to exploit Dad's trust, sacrificing her sister for something as insignificant as a trip to the mall. These were not the acts of someone who cherished family, so she could accept the consequences. Hannah protested immediately and loudly. She wailed. I made a mistake. She hadn't intended for things to get this far. She hadn't expected Dad to react so angrily. Mom's expression remained unwavering as the justifications flowed forth. Hannah had seen me freeze on the porch and grinned as I hammered on the door. That was not an error. It was harsh, and there would be repercussions. After experiencing abuse, it is vital to create solid legal and emotional boundaries in order to regain agency and ensure safety. Legal boundaries, like as restraining orders and specific custody arrangements, are critical for safeguarding victims, whereas emotional boundaries establish what behaviors are acceptable and unacceptable in future contacts, frequently necessitating the dissolution of poisonous links. Dad packed 2 luggage with Mom's careful supervision. She followed him around the house, making certain he only removed his own possessions, nothing that might be challenged later. He attempted numerous times to apologize to me, his voice cracking, but the words seemed empty and hollow. Sorry, did not stop the hitting. Sorry, did not erase the trek through the storm, the horror of freezing, or the awful betrayal of being tossed out by the person who was meant to protect me. He departed before midday. Mom stood by the door, her stance tight, as she watched him drive away, disappearing around the corner. Then she turned to Hannah, who had been loitering in the corridor, still unsure whether she could talk her way out of trouble. Mom's reaction spoke volumes. No amount of tears would suffice this time. The next several weeks were a flurry of legal processes. Mom handled it all with the same calm efficiency she used in medical situations. Checking off items on a mental checklist, filing divorce papers, obtaining a restraining order, listing the house, and scheduling a therapy session. Everything was documented, photographed, and recorded. She created such a strong case that Dad's lawyer urged him not to challenge anything. School got complicated, word had spread about what had transpired. Maybe Sophie told someone. Perhaps the truth just slips out, as it usually does in tiny villages. Everyone looked at me differently. Teachers were very kind. My classmates either ignored me or tried too hard to be pleasant. Hannah had even worse treatment. People had heard she lied, and that her lying almost killed me. Her friends withdrew themselves, unable to trust someone capable of such treachery. Hannah times, but her attempts were uncomfortable and plainly motivated by desperation rather than real regret. She missed her pals and the life she had previously. Her deceit had ruined everything. Mom watched these attempts with the same clinical detachment, never interfering or softening. There will be consequences, she warned Hannah. Actions have them. Dad leased an apartment across town, somewhere modest and gloomy that represented his much reduced circumstances. The divorce settlement awarded him precisely half of the assets, But half wasn't much after accounting for legal bills and the cost of starting a new family. His new position paid less, partially because news had spread about his unexpected availability. Nobody appeared to want to hire the dad who almost murdered his child. He wrote letters that I didn't read and voicemails that I didn't listen to. Mom preserved everything, methodically documenting his attempts to communicate for legal grounds. The divorce process exposed truths about my parents' marriage that I had never known. Mom had been unhappy for years, but she stayed for practical reasons. Stability for our children, financial stability, and the normal considerations when considering whether to split up a family. Dad's violence had provided her all the rationale she needed, unequivocal proof that remaining was more perilous than leaving. Dad's counsel attempted to portray him as a worried father who overreacted in a state of stress. The tactic failed when Mom's counsel submitted images, medical records, and meteorological data from that night, demonstrating how dangerous the conditions had been. The judge's grave, uncompromising demeanor as she evaluated the evidence said volumes. No amount of legal trickery could justify putting a youngster into a blizzard. The custody hearing was really unpleasant. Dad's lawyer called me to the stand and attempted to convince me to declare I wanted a connection with my father that I missed. Tried to apologize numerous. Him. And that I knew he made a mistake. I spoke straight to Dad, studying his expression as I recalled the trip through the storm in graphic, frightening detail. The numbness creeping through my limbs, the great confusion, and the true bone-deep worry that I might die. After 20 minutes, his lawyer stopped asking me. Hannah also testified, despite the fact that her own counsel told her not to. She attempted to justify her deception as an impulsive deed of a teenager, which she quickly regretted. However, the prosecution obtained footage from our doorbell camera. I had no idea this footage existed. It showed Hannah watching me stop on the porch, with a faint, unsettling grin before turning away. The film was devastating, difficult to dismiss as typical adolescent folly. She had taken pleasure in my agony. Mom's testimony was clinical and sad. She proceeded over the timeline, pointing out flaws in Hannah's statement that Dad should have seen had he bothered to ask questions. She offered proof of Hannah's habit of manipulation, including minor falsehoods throughout the years and situations in which my sister had twisted the facts to get her way. This had not been a unique instance. There had been an escalation. The judge granted Mom full custody with wording that made Dad's prospects of obtaining visits nearly difficult. The decision cited his catastrophic failure of judgment, willingness to use violence without evidence, and reckless endangerment of a minor child. You nearly murdered your kid, and this court will not give you another chance to do so. During the divorce proceedings, financial discovery showed that Dad had been concealing money. Not in large quantities but enough to present a clear image of dishonesty. He had a separate bank account and made some investments that he never acknowledged. Mom's lawyer seized on these revelations, painting a picture of a guy who had been duplicitous even before the Hannah incident. The judge altered the settlement appropriately, awarding Mom 65% of the marital assets rather than the standard 50-50 share. Dad's folks attempted to intercede. They contacted Mom, recommended family therapy, and argued that breaking up the family was too drastic. Mom visited with them once, brought images and medical reports, and explained exactly what their son had done to me. They exited that meeting in startled silence, their arguments abandoned in the face of overwhelming facts. They didn't contact us again. We relocated and marched to a smaller home on the opposite side of town, with 3 bedrooms instead of 4 and a basic kitchen. But it was ours. Mine and Mom's place, free of treachery or violence. Mom let me choose paint colors for my room, helped me organize furnishings, and ensured I had all I needed. She was kinder with me than she had been previously, more cautious, as if I were something valuable that had almost been lost. Hannah moved in with Dad in June, just after school concluded. The situation was just as Mom had promised. Finished the school year in familiar surroundings. Then moved to Dad's little flat. My sister's complaints had diminished by then, replaced by a morose resignation. She understood Mom meant every word, and no amount of tears or trickery could modify the phrase. The apartment complex where Dad and Hannah wound up was in a rougher section of town, with police sirens blaring every night and a parking lot full of cars with expired registrations. Dad's lower income resulted in less favorable circumstances. Hannah disliked it. She grew up in a comfortable home in a decent area, with friends who had pools and finished basements. Now she shared a 2-bedroom apartment with thin walls and neighbors who argued so loudly that every word could be heard. Her new school was also harsher, full of children who didn't care about her prior social standing. She was no one there, just another new chick with an attitude issue. I learned about their problems through the grapevine. Mutual friends, individuals who know both families. Dad was drinking more, arriving at work late and barely holding his life together. Hannah was failing classes, getting into fights, and plummeting in ways that indicated she'd finally recognized how much she'd damaged. Hearing about their deterioration made me feel a sense of dismal satisfaction. A greater chunk simply felt empty. School had changed for me too, albeit in different ways. Teachers who knew me previously regarded me with caution, as if I may shatter if they pushed too hard. Guidance counselors continued arranging check-ins, asking how I was adapting and if I needed someone to talk to. The attention was oppressive, even though I knew it was motivated by concern. My grades improved when everything went apart. With the pandemonium at home gone, I could concentrate on my studies without waiting for the next explosion. Mom hired a place that was peaceful and neat, allowing me to focus. Math made sense in ways it didn't before. When I wasn't on edge, I could write English essays with ease. Sophie remained my best buddy throughout everything. Her parents testified at the custody court. Their story of my arrival that night had substantial weight with the court. Mr. Collins stated my problem in harsh medical terms. Early stages of hypothermia, frostbite on exposed limbs, and obvious evidence of shock or trauma. His evidence made Dad's lawyer obviously uneasy. The Collins family never treated me differently, nor did they make me feel like a charity case or a victim. Sophie's house became a second home, a place where regular life could continue. Movie evenings, school sessions, and meals where the most dramatic moment was when someone forgot to set the table. Normalcy provided healing in ways that treatment did not. Mom returned to work with fresh zeal, working extra shifts, volunteering, and enrolling in training programs she had previously turned down. I realized she was processing everything via action, burning off her fury and terror by remaining continually active. On her days off, Mom was completely there, making lavish dinners, assisting with homework, and taking me shopping for necessities. The contrast was dramatic yet sustained. Her friends gathered behind us over those months. Women from the hospital, neighbors from our previous block, folks I had known my entire life. They donated casseroles, supplied babysitting, and overall formed a support network to replace some of the void left by losing half of our family. Mom gently accepted their compassion, which might be overpowering at times. Dad attempted to build a relationship through letters, lengthy meandering pages about regret and development, pledges to improve, and explanations for why he had responded so badly. Mom reviewed each one first, looking for anything wrong before deciding whether to give them to me. The majority went right into a file folder she retained for legal purposes. The few she offered me were hollow, like meaningless words on paper, unable to restore what had been done. I tried reading one once and got 3 paragraphs in before my fury flared up so much that I had to put it down. He wrote about understanding my point of view, about the treatment he'd started, and about trying to regain my trust. Everything sounded like scripts from a self-help book. Empty statements that proved he knew intellectually what he'd done wrong but didn't feel the crushing weight. I had sleeplessness throughout my first year. I'd lay up until 2 or 3 a.m., my mind racing with innumerable what-if possibilities. What if I didn't make it to Sophie's house? What if the Collins family hadn't been there? The what-ifs were unending and tiresome. Mom ultimately sent me to a sleep doctor, who provided medicine that helped, but the dreams continued to occur sometimes. High school started rather tough. Freshman year brought a building full of classmates who had heard variants of my narrative. The majority of them have become corrupted as a result of repeated recounting. Some youngsters regarded me like a morbid celebrity, asking for information about the snow and the beating. Others avoided me completely, uneasy with the living reminder that parents can be deadly. I learned to balance both extremes by keeping my head down and focused on my studies. Sophie and I ended up in various buddy groups that year, which is a natural progression as people acquire distinct interests. She remained polite and continued to invite me to events, but we were not as close as we had been previously. The common suffering had briefly linked us, but true friendship required more than that. We stayed friendly until graduation, then lost touch as college drove us in various directions. Mom began dating when I was 15, taking great care to ensure that I was at ease with anyone she introduced me to. Neither of the partnerships lasted long. She'd learned to see red flags and walk away at the first sight of dishonesty or fury. Her standards had risen to unrealistically high levels, which felt fair given what we had been through. One person, James, survived over 7 months. He was gentle with my suspicions, never pushed too far, and always respected Mom's limits. They'd go out to dinner or the movies while I stayed at home, and he'd leave her with nothing but a kiss goodnight on the porch. I admired his discipline, even if I despised his presence. Mom eventually stopped it, recognizing that I was not ready to share her with anybody. Dad's attempts to re-enter my life intensified around my 17th birthday. Letters became phone calls to Mom's number, which he was not supposed to answer. Gifts came on our porch. Books, jewelry, and other items that showed he had taken an interest in my hobbies. Mom cataloged everything, preserved the receipts and cards, and created a dossier to chronicle his boundary infractions. When he arrived to her residence one evening, she contacted the police. Mom came up with the idea for the restraining order, which she carried out with the same systematic efficiency that she had used in the divorce. Dad had been clearly ordered to keep away, yet he had repeatedly disregarded that directive, demonstrating an inability to respect our limits. The court instantly issued the injunction, expanding it to include both Mom and myself. Dad was apprehended by police the next day when he attempted to approach me outside school. Hannah graduated from high school with the closest margin. I heard she barely finished her senior year and had skipped so many classes that the school threatened to keep her back. In the photographs I saw on social media, she appeared older than her years and more weathered. The girl who had grinned while watching me freeze had transformed into someone I could hardly recognize. She walked out of Dad's apartment the day after graduation, crashed with friends, did minimum wage jobs, and wandered through the following several years without a plan. Social media revealed a string of disastrous relationships and questionable actions, indicating the usual trajectory of someone who never learnt to accept responsibility for consequences. I looked from afar, feeling nothing. Dad had a second episode which confirmed Mom's decision to entirely cut him off. He got into a confrontation at a pub, beat someone so hard that their jaw broke, and was jailed for assault. The specifics were unclear, but witnesses claimed he had been drinking, and became hostile when someone ran into him. When alcohol was present, the pattern of aggression that began with me appeared to spread to strangers. His lawyer was able to keep him out of jail, but he was unable to avoid probation, required anger management sessions, and limits on his ability to spend time with his own children. Not that it mattered, I had previously forbidden any communication, and Hannah had gone on to cause her own calamities. Dad had successfully alienated everyone who had ever cared for him. Over the next few months, I saw them on occasion, usually in stores or on the street. Dad always seemed shrunken, smaller than I recalled. Hannah was upset, her visage a permanent frown implying that life with Dad was not matching her expectations. I felt nothing when staring at them. There is no wrath or pleasure, only a tremendous void where family once was. Therapy helped. Dr. Morrison specialized in trauma and understood how to help me comprehend what had happened without pushing too hard. She stated that betrayal by family members left distinct types of wounds, that recovery was not linear, and that some days were more difficult than others. She was correct. Some mornings, I awoke enraged, ready to shout about the injustice of it all. Other days, I simply felt exhausted, weighed down by the weight of everything that had happened. Mom never questioned her decisions. She had burnt down our family, spread the ashes, and rebuilt something new from the rubble. Just the two of us, finding out how to be a family with half of the members missing. She worked her shifts at the hospital, came home to prepare dinner, helped with schoolwork, and did all of the typical mom things, but with a newfound passionate protectiveness. High school came and went. I obtained high grades, went to college, and constructed a life apart from the family I'd lost. Hannah reached out a few times over the years, sending emails implying a desire to reconcile and restore what she had lost. I never replied. Some things are permanently broken. Dr. Morrison said that was okay. I didn't owe anyone forgiveness simply because we shared DNA. Dad died when I was 26. Heart attack, abrupt and deadly. I attended the funeral because Mom claimed it would provide closure, even though I wasn't sure I needed it. Hannah was there, older but with the same calculating attitude she had at 17. She tried to talk to me about using Dad's death as a bridge to reconnect. I walked away in the middle of a sentence. At my $985,000 housewarming, my sister grabbed my arm. "This house is perfect for my family." Mom added, "Pack your things." I hit play on the TV. When I watched my sister and mother stroll into the welcoming event for my new house, I knew something was about to happen. A home that mirrored every sacrifice, late night, and ounce of effort I put into creating my IT firm. Nonetheless, the knot in my gut tightened and my skin crawled as I recognized the look in their eyes. The exact expression I saw when I was 21, the night my entire life fell apart. Growing up in Boston, our family seemed to be rather average. Dad works in finance, while Mom operates a boutique with 2 girls and a golden retriever named Buddy. However, as the phrase goes, looks may be deceiving. When I was 13, the cracks started to emerge. Dad walked out, and while the divorce was not very dramatic, what followed next set the stage for years of pure family dysfunction. Camille, 4 years my senior, subsequently married Andrew, an investment banker from a wealthy family. Their wedding was magnificent, but Mom spent more than $65,000 she didn't have, claiming that a daughter only gets married once. I was 20, working 2 jobs, attending community college, and just scraping by to buy my bridesmaid outfit. Then came the babies. Lucas, Madeline, and Noah. Camille's entitlement grew with each child, and Mom was always willing to assist them out, even if it cost me. "Your sister has 3 children to feed," Mom would say. "What do you need the additional money for? Books? Couldn't you just utilize the library?" Meanwhile, I was pushing myself to exhaustion. Scholarships were helpful, but without family support. I worked as a barista in the mornings, tutored in the afternoons, and data entry clerk on weekends. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. Dad slipped into obscurity after relocating to Chicago and beginning a new family. Mom made it tough for him to communicate with me by failing to alert me when he phoned or accidentally deleting his messages. But I persevered. While Camille posted stunning family vacation photos, I worked up all night coding and researching. I graduated at the top of my class. Mom attended my high school graduation but departed early since Camille phoned. Lucas had a slight fever. I've never complained. I simply accepted this as my reality and became driven to achieve success on my own terms. I didn't need their approval. What I didn't foresee was how dramatically things would change on my 21st birthday. That night shaped everything that happened afterward, culminating in the battle 11 years later. My 21st birthday happened on a Tuesday. I remember because I was able to take the evening off, which was unusual. I wasn't anticipating a big celebration. Camille and Andrew were expecting their 3rd child and had the whole family's attention. Still, turning 21 seemed significant. I was legally an adult, had finished high school, and had won partial scholarships to 3 institutions. When I got home after tutoring, I found Mom and Camille at the kitchen table, preoccupied in spreadsheets. They hardly glanced up. Leftover lasagna in the refrigerator. "If you're hungry," Mom said, her gaze riveted on the papers. I heated up a dish and joined them, fascinated. "What are you working on?" Mom inquired, looking up. "Just sorting out some financial issues. Camille and Andrew need a bigger house now that Noah is on his way." I nodded, used to similar conversations. But through me. "Why do you have my college suddenly a shutter paperwork?" Camille sighed heavily. "We might as well tell her, Mom." Mom straightened the papers and gave me that familiar look that normally precedes a family sacrifice. "Evelyn, we need to discuss your college plans," my mother informed me, Camille expecting again. "They truly need a 4-bedroom home. Andrew's bonus was not as high as they had anticipated this year, and they are a little strained." I sat patiently, knowing precisely where this was going. "The point is," Camille explains, "we have calculated everything. Even with Andrew's salary and Mom's assistance with the down payment, we are still short." "Short for what?" I queried, even though I was already aware. "We need to use your college fund," Mom explained. "Honestly, it's not like you don't already have scholarships. And community college is completely legitimate. You can transfer to a university later when things are less stressful for the family. My college fund, which Dad had begun before the divorce, and Mom's promised money for my education remained unaffected. I was counting on this cash to fill the gap created by scholarships. "But that is my money," I responded softly. Camille rolled her eyes. "Dad set it aside for my education." "Don't be selfish, Evelyn. We're talking about a house for your niece and nephew. Where should they sleep? Should Noah just live in a closet because you want to attend a prestigious university?" "That's not what I'm saying," I protested. "But I've worked so hard for this. I maintained a 3.9 GPA despite working numerous jobs. These scholarships will not cover everything." "You can take out loans like everyone else," Camille shouted. "Andrew and I have a mortgage. That is life." Or she might have said, "You might live at home and go to community college. That would be a lot more cost-effective." Something inside me moved. A lifetime of compliance and acceptance gave way to utter indignation. "No." A single phrase lingered in the air. Mom blinked, anticipating no opposition from me. "Excuse me?" "No," I said more loudly this time. "The money is for my studies. Dad. You've laid it aside for me. It's not Camille's house money." Mom's face hardened. "Evelyn. This isn't a negotiation. This is what's occurring. Your sister has a family to support. And I have a future to build," I said, my voice shaking. "I've earned those scholarships. I worked while keeping flawless grades." Camille chuckled coldly, dismissively. I deserve to use my college fund for college. Oh, please. Assuming you understand anything about genuine responsibility. Try having 3, rushed children before you lecture us on what you deserve. Tears threatened, but I held back. This is not fair, and you know it. Mom got up, scraping her chair. Education is my top priority, I said. That is not incorrect. Well then, Mom responded, folding her arms. If that is your attitude, you have a decision to make. Accept that the money will be used to aid your sister, or pack your bags and embark on your own journey. You're 21 now, after all. An ultimatum hung in the air. Camille grinned, knowing I would back down like I usually did. But something had broken within me. Years of being second best, putting Camille's needs before my own. I stood up softly. I will pack my bags. If I hadn't been so terrified, the surprise on their faces would have been pleasant. Mom definitely did not expect me to choose independence. Do not be so dramatic, Camille mocked. Where would you even go? I didn't answer. I walked into my bedroom and got out my largest bag. I packed my clothes, toiletries, laptop, and important papers methodically. Family photos hung on the walls. They didn't feel like mine anymore. Mom came at my doorway as I zipped the suitcase closed. You're being foolish. Sleep on it, and we will debate it logically in the morning. There is nothing to discuss, I murmured, taken aback by my own calm. You have stated your stance clearly. I'm making mine clear too. I pushed my luggage past her, grabbed my bag from the rack at the front door, and went outside into the darkness. Nobody called after me. Nobody attempted to stop me. That night I slept in my car in the Walmart parking lot, using my work outfit as a pillow. For 3 weeks, I stuck to that regimen, working 4 jobs, sleeping in my car, and bathing at the gym where I had a discounted membership. I told no one. On the 17th day, my computer science instructor, Professor Helen Whitaker, noticed me sleeping in the library. She gently awakened me and asked if everything was okay. Something in her soft eyes shattered my carefully maintained composure, so I told her everything. That evening she brought me to her home and showed me the guest room. It is yours until you figure things out, she stated simply. No one should have to face this alone. Professor Whitaker became more than simply a teacher. She became my mentor's champion and the first one to believe in me wholeheartedly. She helped me secure further scholarships, walked me through financial aid forms, and provided a critical reference for an internship that would ultimately transform my life. Everything that followed the night I was booted out was influenced by that event. It demonstrated that I was entirely alone, yet that chosen family may be more supportive than biological relatives. Most importantly, it proved my own strength, which I was unaware I possessed until I was forced to acknowledge it. With Professor Whitaker's assistance, I was able to get sufficient financial aid scholarships and part-time jobs to attend a local public university rather than my preferred school. It wasn't Boston University, but it did have a solid computer science program, which I loved. My college experience differed significantly from that of my peers. While others partied and joined clubs, I performed a variety of jobs to stay afloat, including waitressing, manning the university IT help desk, and doing freelance web development projects late at night. Sleep became a luxury, and social interactions were non-existent. Despite my rigorous schedule, I kept a perfect GPA. The computer science curriculum went well, and I found myself supporting classmates who were suffering, one of which was Sophia Tran. Sophia, a smart but distracted individual, became my closest friend and ultimately business partner. We were starkly different in various ways. I was methodical. She was impulsive. I excelled at back-end programming. She had a talent for user experience and design. Together, we were ideal. During our junior year we began discussing creating a money management software for young adults. The bulk of current tools were built for folks who were already financially comfortable, not for people like us who were living paycheck to paycheck. We recognized a gap and were eager to address it. We developed a prototype using resources on campus. We named it Sen, an app that allows users to view their spending, automate their savings, and establish responsible credit. Our professors were impressed, but more importantly, our classmates found it very useful. After college, Sophia and I had to choose between steady corporate positions and pursuing our entrepreneurial goals. The safe choice sounded enticing, especially given my financial situation. However, I recalled Professor Whitaker's comments. Sometimes the riskiest road yields the biggest benefits. To save money, we took a gamble and moved into a small roach-infested flat. We dedicated ourselves completely to Sen. I programmed while eating ramen. Sophia worked on user interfaces until dawn. We attended every networking event, pitch competition, and startup program we could find. 7 months of rejections followed. Investors felt we were too young, inexperienced, or targeted the incorrect demographics. College students do not care about financial planning, one venture entrepreneur commented dismissively. But we persisted. We had a breakthrough when we obtained a small business grant, allowing us to recruit our first employee, a marketing specialist who helped us refine our messaging. We made a modest modification, concentrating on recent graduates with student debt rather than current students. The app gained traction gradually and then dramatically. We were featured on a tech blog. A financial influencer with millions of followers promoted Sen, and our user base grew from thousands to hundreds of thousands. Throughout the procedure, I had occasional ideas of contacting my family. I'd had virtually little interaction since that night. Mom called 4 months after I left, not to apologize, but to let me know that they had spent my college fund on Camille's down payment. Dad texted me from time to time to check in, but our connection remained distant. Instead, I concentrated on expanding my business and personal life. Years passed in a frenzy of code meetings and ultimate success. Sophia and I moved from our modest accommodation to a respectable workplace. We hired extra developers, customer service representatives, and marketing professionals. Sen expanded into a full financial platform. 6 years after our founding, we got an acquisition offer from one of the country's leading financial technology companies. The sum was overwhelming enough to make Sophia and I rich several times over. We eventually reached an agreement after weeks of talks. I was 31 years old and suddenly wealthy than I had imagined imaginable. The concerned 21-year-old sleeping in her car looked to be a different person. Financial security gave people the freedom to make rational judgments rather than rash ones. I invested the most of my windfall, donated to scholarships for first-generation college students, and ultimately allowed myself to explore creating a real house, rather than just a place to sleep between work shifts. After months of searching, I found it. A magnificent craftsman-style home in an upscale neighborhood. At $985,000, it was a significant investment, but it was well within my budget. The 4-bedroom home has character and charm, with hardwood floors, wide windows, a wraparound porch, and a spacious lawn. It required work, but I saw its promise straight immediately. As I signed the closing paperwork, I thought about the irony. My education fund was spent 11 years ago to assist Camille purchase a larger home. I was now able to purchase a property for around $1 million by my own efforts. During the renovation, I received an unexpected message from my father. He saw the news of Sen's takeover online and wanted to congratulate me. Our conversation was uncomfortable, yet it offered new opportunities. He indicated that he had lost track of me after I left and was too ashamed to look further for me. He got divorced again and returned to Boston. Would I consider meeting for coffee? That coffee encounter was heated yet healing. Dad apologized for being absent during my difficult years. He admitted he was aware of the college fund situation but felt unable to act. I did not forgive him immediately away, but I admired his candor. We agreed to work on gradually re-establishing our relationship. During our conversation, he confessed that Camille and Andrew were having financial issues again. Apparently they had to downsize once Andrew's firm was reorganized. Mom continued to support them in every way she could. "They don't know about your success," Dad said. "I have not told them." I nodded, unsure how I felt about it. Part of me wanted them to know how successful I was despite their lack of support. Another half wanted that my successes be kept private. As my house renovations neared completion, I organized a housewarming party. After much thinking, I added my family to the guest list. Sophia feared that I was setting myself up for disappointment. But I thought it was time to close that chapter of my life, one way or another. I sent official invites to Dad, Mom, Camille, and Andrew. Dad responded quickly with acceptance. Mom called, surprised yet pleased. Camille texted, "I look forward to seeing how you're doing. We will be there." The stage was set for a reunion. I never anticipated something so dramatic. The morning of my housewarming celebration was bright and beautiful. Despite staying up late to finish the house, I got up early. Each room was excellent. The living room with its comfortable sectional and built-in bookshelves, the gourmet kitchen with marble countertops and professional-grade appliances, the dining room that can seat up to 10 people, and 4 beautifully appointed bedrooms upstairs, including a master suite with a balcony that overlooks the backyard. Sophia came about 10:30, filled with champagne and decorations. "Are you certain you want to go through with this?" she queried while arranging flowers. "It is not too late to uninvite them." "I need closure," I responded, my stomach twisting at the thought of seeing my mother and sister again. "Besides, these are just 3 out of 28 visitors. If things become difficult, we will have plenty of buffers. The caterers arrived at lunchtime and set up stations on the first floor. By 3:30, everything was ready. Food, beverages, music, and my nerves were frazzled. My colleagues in technology arrived first, followed by neighbors. Professor Helen Whitaker arrived with her husband, embraced me heartily and whispered her pride. Friends from college, industry acquaintances, and my financial advisor round out the early visitors. At 5 o'clock the doorbell rang again. I opened it to see my father standing awkwardly on the porch with a present bag. "Dad," I said, the words still sounding strange. "Evelyn," he continued, glancing at the home behind me. "This is impressive." I invited him in, gave him a brief tour, and introduced him to several of our visitors. He seemed genuinely pleased to see how well I was doing, albeit a bit out of place among the affluent professionals that filled my house. "Your mother and sister should be here soon," he stated. "They were going to get together." I nodded and refilled my water glass to hide my concern. "So, how are they?" Dad hesitated. "Managing Andrew's work position has been difficult for them. They sold their home last year and moved into a townhouse. Your mother, Elaine, is very helpful with the kids." Before I could respond, Sophia arrived at my elbow. "More guests are arriving," she added, "including, I believe, your mother and sister." I took a deep breath and approached the front door. There they stood, Elaine, scarcely aged after 11 years, and Camille, still attractive but with stress lines around her eyes. Behind them stood Andrew, who seemed much older and more weathered than I recalled, and their 3 children, Lucas, a teenager, Madeline, a preteen, and Noah, approximately 10 years old. "Evelyn," Mom said, her tone hesitant. "Thank you for inviting us." "Welcome," I responded, stepping back to allow them in. "Please come in." The children lingered back meekly, clearly told to be on their best behavior. I smiled at them. I hardly knew these nieces and nephews. "There is a game room upstairs if you get bored," I informed them. "Second door on the right." This broke the ice a little. Lucas asked whether I had a game system, and once I responded yes, the kids headed upstairs. After a short thank you, Andrew commented, "Beautiful home." He looked about with professional curiosity. "The architectural details are impressive." "Thank you," I said. "The renovation took 7 months, but it was worth it." Camille lifted her eyes. "You must have had quite a team working on it." "I did," I said without more elaboration. "Would you want a tour?" As I led them around the home, Camille's manner became more calculating. She ran her fingers over the marble surfaces, looked into closets, and remarked on the wonderful play area in the rear. Mom followed more quietly, occasionally commenting on the decor or inquiring about a detail. "This must have been quite an investment," she eventually said as we walked inside the main bedroom. "It was," I said, "but I have been fortunate in my career." "What exactly are you doing right now?" Camille asked, sitting uninvited on the side of my bed. Dad mentioned something about an app. I told them a truncated version of my success story, and their expressions changed from polite inquiry to surprise. "Did you sell your firm for millions?" Camille inquired, her voice louder than normal. "We did," I answered. The timing was right. The tour moved downstairs where more guests had arrived. I presented my family to Sophia, Professor Helen Whitaker, and colleagues and friends who were familiar with my story. Throughout the introductions I noticed Mom and Camille gathering in corners, speaking furiously. Andrew looked detached from their conversations, instead chatting with my tech industry contacts. 1 hour into the party, I clinked my glass to draw everyone's attention. "Thank you for coming to celebrate this new chapter with me. This house signifies more than simply a place to live. It is a milestone that I previously thought was unreachable. I am grateful to everyone who helped me along the road." As I ended my brief remark, Camille approached. "As Evelyn's sister, I would like to say something too." Her voice had the confident tone I remembered from childhood, the sound that usually preceded her achieving precisely what she wanted. "Family is everything," she said, placing her palm on my arm. "And seeing Evelyn's beautiful home today has made me realize how perfect this would be for our family." The visitors exchanged perplexing whispers. "What Camille means," Mom said quietly, "is that we are very proud of Evelyn for creating a space where family can gather." "No," Camille exclaimed, tightening her grip on my arm. "I mean, this house would be ideal for my family. With Andrew's career position and the kids requiring decent schools, we've been hunting for just this type of house in exactly this neighborhood." The room became quiet. Even the caterer had stopped moving. "Camille," Andrew said, his face burning, "this is not the time or place." "It is exactly the right time," she informed us. Evelyn has always wanted to aid her family. She is unmarried, without children, and certainly doing well financially. This 4-bedroom house is wasted on one person when we have 3 growing children who need space and stability. Mom gave a sympathetic nod. I stood motionless, not believing what I was hearing. After 11 years of no communication since seizing my college fund, they were now requesting, nay expecting, that I give them my home. Evelyn, Mom said, her voice taking on that authoritative tone I knew all too well. You need to gather your belongings and locate a smaller place. A downtown condo would be much more suitable for your lifestyle, and it would mean the world to your sister's family. Camille was already pacing the living room, pointing out the changes they intended to make. Lucas could have the bedroom with the bay window. Madeline would love the purple room, and Noah would have plenty of room for his toys in the smallest bedroom. Mom joined in. After everything Camille has gone through, she deserves this. It is the least you could do as her sister. The room had become completely silent. My visitors looked at us with terrified fascination. Sophia rushed to my side, offering support but remaining silent. I took a deep breath, feeling strangely calm despite the absurd scene that was unfolding. I have something to show you, I said quietly as I collected my phone. I used the smart home system to connect my phone to the large television in the main room. With a few touches, I opened a document and projected it on the screen. What is this? Camille inquired anxiously. This, I explained, is a restraining order I filed 11 years ago after you kicked me out on my 21st birthday. The room fell silent as the legal document appeared on the screen. Even the caterer remained motionless, trays in hand. What are you talking about? Mom's voice broke the silence, full of confusion and outrage. We've never kicked you out. You chose to leave. I maintained a steady voice, years of practice paying off. You issued an ultimatum on my 21st birthday. Accept that my college funds would go toward Camille's down payment or pack my bags. I packed my bags. You didn't stop me. That was a disagreement, not an eviction, Camille snorted, her eyes fixed on the document. You are being dramatic. I slept in my car for 3 weeks, I simply explained. In February, in Boston. A murmur spread among the assembled guests. Dad stepped forward, his face pale. I didn't realize it was that bad, he said gently. You never told me. Would it have mattered? I inquired. He made no response to that. I swiped to the next document in my phone. This is more interesting, however. This is why I filed the restraining order. The screen now showed credit reports and loan applications in my name, all from shortly after I left the house. What is this? Andrew inquired, leaning closer to the screen, his financial background assisting him in understanding what he was witnessing before the others. After I left, someone opened 4 credit cards and took out a personal loan in my name, I told the officer. They had my social security number, birth certificate, and enough personal information to answer security questions. The total debt was slightly more than $52,000. Mom's face turned white. Camille became very interested in her wine glass. Fortunately, I added, the detective who assisted me was thorough. Camille used her credit cards at various stores. The loan funds were deposited in an account, which then transferred the exact amount to your joint checking account, Andrew. Andrew carefully turned to face his wife. You told me that money was from your mother, a gift to help with the down payment. It was, says Camille. Mom helped arrange it by committing identity theft against your own daughter. Professor Helen Whitaker interrupted, her intellectual demeanor giving way to protective rage. That is a felony, in case you were not aware. I am sure there has been some mix-up, my mother said. This is the police report I filed, I explained, displaying another document. I had sufficient evidence to file charges for identity theft and fraud. The detective was especially interested in this loan application. I concentrated on a signature where someone attempted to imitate my signature but misspelled my middle name. Camille's hand shook so violently that she had to set down her wine glass. If you filed charges, why weren't we arrested? She inquired, her voice lacking conviction. Because I did not pursue it, I replied simply. I was 21, terrified, but you were still my family, so I struck a deal with the detective. I would pay off the fraudulent debts myself if they documented everything but refrained from prosecuting. I swiped to another document. This is proof of payment. Every penny of that $52,000, plus interest, was paid by me over 4 years while I was putting myself through college, working 4 jobs, sleeping 5 hours a night, and eating ramen noodles to survive while paying off debt I had never incurred. Andrew appeared physically ill. I had no idea. He said softly, his voice barely audible. Camille told me her parents were helping with the down payment as a gift. Just one parent, I explained gently. And it wasn't a gift. It was theft. Mom finally spoke up. You're twisting everything to make yourself the victim. We've always done everything we could for you. Sometimes families have to make difficult decisions for the greater good. The greater good? Dad inquired, his voice rising unexpectedly. Elaine was 21. Our daughter. And you stole from her. Mom turned on him. Do not dare to judge me, Thomas. You walked away. You left me to deal with everything. I left you, not our daughters, he responded. And I absolutely did not authorize you to steal Evelyn's college fund or commit fraud in her name. I knew about the college fund, he said, turning to me. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for you, but I had no idea about the credit cards and loan. I nodded, accepting his incomplete apologies for what they were. Camille changed her approach after seeing her support crumble. It was a difficult time, she confessed, tears welling in her eyes. We had a baby and needed a home. Mom was just trying to help us, and you weren't there to ask. Maybe, I said. But that doesn't excuse fraud. I swiped to another document. Andrew, you might be interested in this too. While investigating the identity theft, I learned a lot about your family finances. These are records of 7 failed business ventures that Camille invested in without your knowledge and with joint funds. The total losses over 9 years exceeded $240,000. Andrew's face turned pale. Which business ventures? Her college friend Brianna's clothing boutique, her cousin's restaurant, and a subscription box service for luxury pet products, among others, I wrote down on paper. Everyone failed within a year. Everyone received significant investments from your family accounts. Those were personal loans to friends, Camille explained faintly. They were going to pay back everything with interest. Is that why you kept the paperwork hidden? The room had become uncomfortably tight. Guests were looking for ways out, unsure whether to stay during this clearly private family crisis. I think, I said loudly, that we've gotten off track. You came here today to claim my home, assuming that I would once again sacrifice my needs for Camille's desires. I am making it clear that this will never happen again. So you will throw your own sisters the street? Mom asked. Where's your compassion? My family out on compassion? I laughed, but it wasn't funny. Where was your compassion when I was sleeping in my car during the winter? Where was your compassion when you stole my identity and left me with massive debt before I even started college? Mom opened her mouth, then closed it again. I am not throwing anyone out on the street, I clarified softly. But I will not give up my home. If you require financial assistance, I am happy to discuss setting up education funds for Lucas, Madeline, and Noah. They are innocent in all of this, and I want to know my nieces and nephews. We do not need your charity, Camille snapped, despite Andrew's expression indicating otherwise. It is not charity, I answered. It's the right way to help family, Mom said, grabbing her purse. I believe we have heard enough. Camille, children, we're leaving. I reminded her that the children were upstairs playing video games. And I think Andrew might want to stay. Andrew nodded slowly. I need to understand exactly what has been happening with our finances, my husband said. Kids will be fine for a while longer. Fine, my mother responded. Camille, let us go. Sophia took a step closer to the door. I believe that is best. This is supposed to be a celebration of Evelyn's new home, not a place to commit property theft. Mom's face turned crimson red. How dare you? This is a family matter. Yes, Sophia said. Evelyn's chosen family is here to support her. Before you return, you should consider what real family support looks like. After they left, the party gradually regained momentum, though discussions naturally focused on the dramatic incident. Andrew remained in the corner, speaking quietly with my financial advisor and checking his phone for Camille's texts. Later, as the guests were leaving, he approached me and formally said, I owe you an apology. I had no idea about identity theft or investments. I knew about the college fund, but Camille informed me that you had agreed to it. Would it have mattered if you knew the truth? I questioned. He considered it. I'd like to think so, but the truth is that I was different back then. Success and money were all that mattered. He looked around the room. Looking at what you have built on your own, I realized how misguided my priorities have been. What will you do now? I inquired. Have a very difficult conversation with my wife, he said solemnly. And probably contact a divorce attorney. The financial deceptions are too significant to ignore. I felt an unexpected pang of sadness for my sister. Despite her imperfections, I never wished her marriage to end. I meant what I said about education funds for the children, I told him. Regardless of what happens between you and Camille, he nodded graciously. They would like to know their aunt, especially Lucas. He is interested in programming. After Andrew left to pick up the children, Sophia and I started cleaning up. Well, she began, tossing glasses into the dishwasher. That was the most dramatic housewarming I have ever attended. I laughed and felt lighter than I had in years. Not exactly the closure I expected, but closure nonetheless. Do you think they will try to contact you again? Sophia inquired. Mom and Camille. Eventually when they need something, I shut the dishwasher and straightened up. But next time I will be prepared. No more doormat, Evelyn. As the final guest left and silence descended over my new home, I wandered through each room, admiring what I had created. Not only was it a physical structure, but it also represented a life achieved through dedication, hard work, and the confidence to stand up for myself when it counted most. The days after the housewarming were unexpectedly tranquil. I expected Mom and Camille to torment me with angry phone calls, manipulative texts, and possibly even unannounced visits. Instead, quiet. Andrew phoned me and asked to meet at a coffee shop near his office. Camille moved in with your mother, he told me over lattes 4 days after the party. She took the kids for now, but we have agreed to equal custody while we sort things out. I am sorry about your marriage, I stated truthfully. He shrugged, appearing fatigued and relieved. After what came to light at your party, I started digging deeper into our finances. It is worse than you know. We are not just struggling. We are nearly bankrupt. How is that possible? You had a good position at the investment firm, had he reiterated. I was let go 7 months ago, downsizing. I have been working as a financial consultant since then, but making about a third of my previous salary. Meanwhile, Camille continued spending as though nothing had changed. He pushed the folder across the table. These are statements from accounts I did not even know existed. Credit cards maxed out. Loans I never signed for. Second mortgages on the house before we sold it. While reviewing the records, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. She did to you what she and Mom did to me, I inquired. Except on a much larger scale. He agreed grimly. We are talking hundreds of thousands in debt. What will you do? Bankruptcy seems inevitable, he admitted. I nodded in understanding. My offer for education funds still stands. I can set up accounts that can only be used for educational expenses. That would mean everything, he remarked with sincere gratitude in his voice. And maybe would you consider spending time with them occasionally? They need stable adults in their lives right now. That conversation signaled the beginning of a new chapter for myself, Andrew, and the children. They were intelligent, inquisitive children who withstood their parents' disagreement with surprising perseverance. Around 3 weeks after the housewarming, Dad invited me to supper. Over pasta at a quiet restaurant, he expressed his thoughts on years of family strife. I failed you, he admitted honestly. After the divorce, Elaine made it difficult to maintain contact, but that is no excuse. I should have fought harder to stay involved in your life. Why did you not? I asked, finally putting my thoughts into words. After 11 years, he sighed heavily. Partly guilt. The divorce was my fault. I had an affair with my second wife. Before leaving. Elaine knew, and she used that as leverage to control everything, including access to you girls. This discovery altered my view of our family relationships, but it did not excuse his absence. I also failed to protect your college fund, he added. It was in a joint account with Elaine. I trusted her to use it appropriately despite our problems. When I found out what happened, I was too ashamed to confront you about it. You could have helped me when I was sleeping in my car, I stated. I did not know, he said. Elaine told me you had moved in with a friend from school. By the time I learned otherwise, months had passed, and you had stopped responding to my messages. We talked for hours that night, clearing up years of misconceptions, half-truths, and downright lies. Dad was not blameless, but I realized he had been manipulated by Mom almost as much as I had. Your mother was not always like this, he clarified. After Camille was born, something changed. She became obsessed with creating a perfect life for her, often at your expense. I tried to balance things to advocate for you, but it only created more conflict. Why the favoritism? I inquired, the question that had plagued my childhood. He pondered this attentively. I think Camille reminded Elaine of herself, the self she wanted to be. Beautiful, socially adept, traditional. You are more like me. Analytical, independent, questioning. And I think that scared her. The first communication from Camille came 3 days after my meal with Dad, a long email that alternated between apology and justification. She admitted to identity theft, but blamed it on financial desperation and her mother's influence. She apologized for the housewarming argument, but insisted that her family's needs took precedence over my luxury. Classic Camille, Sophia observed as I gave her the email, apologizing without actually accepting responsibility. At least she is acknowledging what happened, I said, feeling more generous now that I was safe from her influence. That is progress. Mother's approach was more straightforward. She began phoning every day, leaving voicemails that ranged from angry accusations to sad pleas. Families should forgive each other, she said in one message. We made mistakes, but so have you by embarrassing us in front of your friends. I did not respond to either of them right away. Instead, I focused on setting clear boundaries with my therapist, Dr. Allison Monroe. Your mother and sister exhibit classic patterns of manipulative behavior, Dr. Monroe observed during one session. They are used to you eventually giving in. Your continued boundary setting is unfamiliar and threatening to them. I feel guilty sometimes, I told her. Especially about the kids being caught in the middle. That is natural, she assured me. But remember, you are modeling healthy boundaries for those children, and you are supporting them directly through the education, funds and quality time. That is genuine family support, not the conditional kind you received. Andrew and Camille's circumstances worsened over the course of several weeks. Their divorce proceedings uncovered other financial deceptions. Andrew filed for bankruptcy as planned. Camille and the children remained in Mom's modest home, which had become cramped and tense. 7 months after the housewarming, Andrew got a better job at a smaller company and rented a 3-bedroom apartment. The custody arrangement granted him access to the children every other week. Throughout his weeks, I would pay Lucas several visits, assisting him with programming assignments or simply offering another supportive adult presence. During one of these encounters, Andrew mentioned that Camille had started therapy. Her therapist suggested it might help with the divorce and financial issues. I am skeptical about her commitment, but it is a start, he told me. Around the same time, I finally agreed to meet Mom for coffee. The conversation was difficult, but respectful. She had aged significantly in the 7 months since the celebration. Living with Camille and the children is challenging, she told me. There is no privacy, no peace, and her spending habits. She paused, shaking her head. You enabled those habits, I kindly pointed out. I wanted her to have everything I did not, Mom explained, an uncommon example of self-awareness. I grew up poor, wore hand-me-downs, never had the nice things other girls had. I swore my daughter would have better. You had 2 daughters, I reminded her. She had the decency to appear embarrassed. I understand. I convinced myself you were stronger, more independent, that you did not need the same support. It was not a complete apology, but it was the closest I had ever gotten. This decades-long pattern of financial deception taught me that Mom's behavior was more than just favoritism. It revealed underlying issues of control, entitlement, and possibly untreated mental health problems. Meanwhile, Camille's therapy looked to be generating actual results. Our weekly meals with the kids moved from awkward to cautiously enjoyable. She got a job as an administrative assistant at a local company, her first serious job since marriage, and moved into a modest apartment when living with Mom became too expensive for both of them. I have never learned to stand on my own, she admitted at one of our discussions. Mom did everything for me. Then Andrew took over. When everything fell apart, I had no idea how to function independently. I felt an unexpected sense of compassion as I saw her struggle with fundamental adult chores like budgeting, meal planning, and home maintenance. Camille, like me, had been a victim of Mom's dysfunction, albeit in a different way. Her golden child status had hampered her ability to build resilience and self-sufficiency. The children adapted to their new situation with surprising adaptability. Lucas, now 12, thrived in the coding group I introduced him to. Madeline acquired a fascination for science that neither Camille nor Andrew had recognized. Noah's dinosaur passion grew into a more general interest in natural history. I established college funds for each of them, with the condition that the funds be spent solely for educational purposes, a safeguard against history repeating itself. Andrew and I formed an unexpected friendship based on mutual respect. He confronted the financial calamity full-on, gradually repairing his credit and profession while becoming a more present father than he had ever been during his marriage. The bankruptcy was humiliating, he admitted, but freeing. Not all relationships could be saved, however. Mom continued to avoid actual accountability, alternating between superficial apologies and sly explanations. During one especially challenging meal, she mentioned that my success was owed in part to her tough love style. If we had not pushed you out of the nest, would you have developed the same drive, she wondered, as if my homelessness had been a deliberate teaching moment rather than abandonment. I cautiously set down my fork. That is like saying abuse makes people stronger. Some survive despite it, not because of it. I succeeded in spite of how you treated me. Not because of it. She swiftly changed the subject, as she was always uncomfortable with direct confrontation. These incidents confirmed Dr. Monroe's assessment that while Mom may change her conduct to preserve contact, true remorse or insight may never arrive. Some people are not capable of the depth of self-reflection necessary for genuine change. You can adjust your expectations accordingly, Dr. Monroe told me, and decide what kind of limited relationship, if any, serves your well-being. By the time my house's 18-month anniversary neared, I had set clear guidelines for family interaction. Monthly lunches with Camille and the kids, occasional coffees with Mom, regular dinners with Dad, and more frequent time with the kids during Andrew's custody weeks. To commemorate the event, I arranged a small gathering in stark contrast to the previous year's grand housewarming. Sophia accompanied her new fiancé. Professor Helen Whitaker and her husband attended. Dad arrived with Rebecca, their relationship now serious. Andrew brought the kids for a few hours. Even Camille made a brief and charming visit. Mom was noticeably absent, her choice after I declined to invite certain toxic family friends she insisted on including. It was a little but crucial win in keeping my boundaries. And, as the evening progressed and people had dessert on the patio, Lucas approached me with his laptop. "Aunt Evelyn, can you look at my code? I am trying to build a game, but the graphics will not render properly." We sat on the porch swing, solving his JavaScript issues as fireflies blinked in the coming dusk. The simple moment, an aunt assisting her nephew, family members supporting one another in healthy ways, brought tears to my eyes which I quickly wiped away. "Are you okay?" Lucas inquired, noting my emotion. "More than okay," I told him. "Just happy you're here." Later that night when everyone had left, I wandered through my home, which was genuinely mine in every way. The house had become a haven, not only from the outer world, but also from the harmful family habits that had nearly ruined me. Within these confines, I had created new rituals, connections, and a new understanding of family that was based on mutual respect rather than duty or manipulation. My journey from sleeping in my van at 21 to owning this lovely home at 31 was not solely about financial gain. It was about reclaiming my worth, setting healthy boundaries and creating a life that reflected my ideals rather than others' expectations. My ties with my family would most certainly remain complex. Mom may never fully admit the devastation she has caused. Camille's growth potential may be limited. Dad's attempts to make amends could not undo years of absence. However, I no longer required their validation or approval to feel whole. The terrified 21-year-old who drove away from her childhood home with nowhere to go had discovered not just safety, but also strength. She had realized that family is sometimes chosen rather than born, and that standing in your truth, no matter how difficult, results in genuine connection rather than a hollow performance of obligation. As I sat on my veranda with a cup of tea, watching the stars appear in the summer sky, I felt tremendous serenity. The voyage had not been easy, but it had taken me exactly where I needed to be. Home, in all senses of the word. My family tried to cutting me out. I shut down everything they counted on. By 8 a.m., 52 missed calls. Their lawyer said, "We need to talk." I smiled. My name is Emily Walker. I am 32 years old and work for a Denver-based fintech startup, forecasting worst-case situations. But nothing in my career prepared me for the 12-second voicemail that devastated my family. It arrived on a Wednesday afternoon, sandwiched between a risk report and a cup of cold coffee. I pressed play and heard my mother's flat, businesslike voice, like if she were canceling a subscription. Not her daughter. "You are out. Do not come back. We are going on without you." There is no explanation or feeling. Only a verdict. For a few while, I glanced at my phone, felt my heartbeat in my ears. Then the portion of my brain that spends the entire day locking up other people's money quietly kicked in. I did not call back. I did not argue. I typed a basic text. "Okay." Then I moved on first. I got into the family LLC I had created from the ground up, which housed our rental properties and the new triplex we were going to close on, and I locked every privilege with my name on it. There will be no further agreements done using my credit, no further transfers without my consent. Then I phoned the real estate agent and backed out of the house transaction they were banking on. House dealt. Finally, I froze the retirement account structure I had created for them, ensuring that nothing could be modified or emptied without my knowledge. By the time my coffee was finished, so was whatever easy path they believed they had through me. I assumed that was the end of it. Instead, by the next morning, my phone had 52 missed calls and a message from their lawyer saying, "We have a serious problem." I smiled as I composed my response. Because they had no understanding, the problem was not that I was gone. It was what I carried with me. Stay with me to the end to witness how one icy voicemail grew into a family vengeance plot in which the person they attempted to cut out wound up holding every card. The next morning, I awoke to my phone buzzing on the edge of the nightstand. For a moment I assumed it was my alarm. Then I noticed the screen. There are 52 missed calls. Mom, Dad, and unknown numbers. One from a law firm that I recognized. The most recent communication was a voicemail from their lawyer. I plugged in my ears and pressed play as I started the coffee machine. "This is Benjamin Davis, attorney for James and Catherine Harris. Emily, we need to chat. This is serious. Please call back as soon as possible." His voice was tense, like attorneys become when they discover their clients have left out key data. I ended the communication and gazed at the wall for a time, listening to the coffee drip. My phone continued to light up as additional texts from Mom arrived. "Emily, this is simply a misunderstanding. Call me. We need to discuss." From Dad. "Kiddo, whatever occurred, we can solve it. Kindly call us back." Another one from Mom. "We didn't mean it that way. We were upset. Come home so that we can explain." Funny, I thought, because her voice had been quite clear yesterday. "You are out. Do not come back. We are going on without you." That sounded very apparent to me. I scrolled, almost expecting to find Sophie's name somewhere among the flood. Nothing. Not a single text or missed call from my younger sister, who used to bombard our family group chat about trivial matters. She was rather quiet for someone who enjoyed receiving attention. While the coffee was finishing, I launched the building security app and almost immediately pulled up the video feed for our front entry. The screen displayed a footage from earlier that morning. My father stood at the glass entrance of my apartment building, hands deep in his jacket pockets, gazing up to the second level, where my unit was. Snorts. He checked his phone, paused as if ready to press the buzzer, then turned around and went away. No call, no knock, simply retreat. My chest clenched for a half-second before I forced the sensation down. When someone demonstrate how easy they can cut you off, don't hurry to console them when they feel the knife swing back their way. On the way to work, my phone began buzzing in my bag. I allowed it. At my workstation, I eventually sent out 3 brief responses to Mom. "I am safe. I need time with Dad." I heard the voicemail. "I'm not ready to speak with the lawyer. I've got your message. I'll react in writing." That was all I owed anyone. Jenna, my coworker, lowered her voice as she slid her chair over to my desk shortly before lunchtime. "You've been looking at the screen as if you were going to blow it up," she said. "Everything okay at home?" I almost responded yes out of habit, but I stopped myself. Not really. My parents decided that I would no longer be involved in the family company. Her eyebrows rose. "Are they aware that you are the family business?" I shrugged. "They left a voicemail. I shut things down. Their lawyer has now gotten involved." Jenna gave out a slow whistle. "Look, I'm not telling you what to do, but you know how things go. The second money is involved. Everyone starts performing. If you make moves out of guilt, they will interpret that as you admitting fault. Make sure every decision you make is something you'd be comfortable explaining to a judge someday." I nodded. I understood that part better than anyone else. My job involved risk management. I had spent years developing systems that prevented people from quietly moving money behind each other's backs. And now I realized I'd created the ideal system to prevent my own family from doing the same thing to me. As I walked to the break room to refill my coffee, my phone buzzed again. A new message from an unknown number. "I heard you got out of the triplex because you were overwhelmed. You okay?" It was a cousin from my father's side. Overwhelmed? That was certainly not my word. It sounded like something Sophie might say while blinking back fake tears. In my mind, the pieces began to fall into place. The timing of her marketing job loss. She'd started using phrases like streamline the LLC and free up equity at Sunday dinners. As if she'd ever cared about spreadsheets. She was the only one who was silent now, like a puppeteer who had already pulled the strings and was waiting off stage to see what would happen. I stared at my phone and felt the first clean edge of anger, sharp and cold, slip into place. If Sophie was behind this, if she thought she could push me out of what I'd built and take my place while our parents watched, she'd picked the wrong sister to fight over money. 2 days later, I attempted to pretend that life was normal by doing something painfully ordinary. I visited the local coffee shop. I always hit on Saturdays. The type of cafe where the barista remembers your order and the regulars discuss inflation and home prices. I'd barely picked up my coffee when I heard someone shout my name. Emily. Hey. I turned and spotted Daniel Reed, one of my father's old friends from the garage where he used to work. He patted my shoulder as if nothing was wrong. Heard about the triplex? He asked, dropping his voice as if he were about to reveal a secret. Tough stuff. I grimaced. What about it? He grimaced. Just what your mom and Sophie were saying in the family group chat. That you pulled out because work pressure got to you. That you were overwhelmed, and it was not a good time for you mentally. He said, mentally, as if he was frightened to say breakdown. My jaw tightened. Overwhelmed. There it was again. I faked a grin so tight it seemed like it might shatter. Yeah. Well, you know how rumors travel, I said. Daniel touched my arm, urged me to take care of myself, and went to the sugar station. I stepped out of the shop before my countenance revealed how I truly felt. Outside in the cool Denver air, I took out my phone and browsed back over my texts. Sophie did not contact or text me, but she felt safe informing my extended family that I was too unstable to manage a house sale I had nearly arranged. That wasn't simply rumor, that was the basis. Sitting in my car, I opened my contacts and selected a name I hadn't used in months. Matthew Adams, the financial advisor who assisted me in establishing the first structure for our family LLC before my parents, influenced by Sophie, moved to someone newer and flashier. Matthew picked up on the second ring. This is a surprise, Emily, he remarked. Still keeping everyone out of trouble? Working on it, I answered. I have a question. Has anyone tried to change ownership percentages in Mitchell Holdings LLC recently? There was a gap in which you could hear someone sitting up straighter. I've seen some draft documents float by, he explained hesitantly. Your mom mentioned a new advisor, asked a few hypotheticals, but I saw references to adding another family member as a managing member, and your signature line was blank. It looked messy, so I told her nothing could move without you. I tightened my grasp on the steering wheel. Sophie is another family member, of course. Did any of it go through? I inquired. No, he said. The paperwork was incomplete and frankly questionable. But Emily, if someone is trying to backdoor their way into control of your LLC, you need to get ahead of it. I thanked him, hung up, and looked at the dashboard for a long time. I recalled the voicemail informing me that I had left. I remembered Daniel using the phrase, overwhelmed, and how my mother suddenly wanted a new advisor once Sophie quit her job. This did not happen at random. This was a strategy with a poor legal foundation, and a heavy dose of emotional manipulation on top. Sophie sent me a fresh notice as I was sitting there. Finally, Emily, what are you doing? Pulling out of the house deal, worrying everyone out, and shutting down accounts. This is a mess, and you're making it worse. For a little while my fingers hovered over the keyboard. I almost let out everything that was bubbling in my brain. Instead, I erased the response draft and opened my inbox. First, I notified the real estate agent. Per our chat, please consider this written confirmation that I have withdrawn from the Mitchell Triplex acquisition as a borrower and principal qualification. Any additional representations that I am involved in this transaction are false and illegal. Then I requested an official cancellation notice be delivered to my parents, copying their lawyer. Then I started a new message. This time it was addressed to Sophie but worded in the same way I would send any other risk escalation at work. Sophie, this email serves as formal notice that any effort to change ownership, signature authority, or financial structure of Mitchell Holdings LLC, any affiliated properties, or retirement funds without my written authorization is illegal and may constitute fraud. Do not sign my name. Do not assume my approval. Any such action shall be documented and reported to legal counsel. No screaming or name-calling, simply facts and consequences. I sent it and then placed my phone face down in the passenger seat. By the time I arrived home, my call record had 7 more tries from Mom, 3 from Dad, and none from Sophie. At my place, I opened my laptop and created a new folder called Family Risk File. I sent screenshots of messages, the lawyer's voicemail, Matthew's notes, and the email I had just written. Every gesture, lie, and attempt to portray me as unstable was going in there. Because if Sophie was creating a tale in which I was the problem, the weak link to be torn out so she could slide in, I was going to create a better one. One supported by timestamps and documentation. And I couldn't help but wonder, as I watched the files build up on my laptop, how many families end up like this because one person values the truth less than the victim character they've been playing their whole lives. 4 days later, an unknown number appeared on my screen in the middle of a spreadsheet. I almost let it go to voicemail until I noticed the firm's name. "This is Emily." "Hi Emily, this is Jason Liu, your parents' new financial advisor," he told her. "I just need to go over some discrepancies in the Mitchell retirement structure." That word caused me to sit up. He stated that he had been investigating the LLC and retirement accounts and had discovered draft paperwork adding Sophie as a co-trustee or managing member, with my name included as an approver, but no real signature from me. "To be clear, Jason, I have not approved anything," I informed you. "I haven't signed a thing since the day I set it up." Jason sighed. "I assumed your family is under the assumption you walked away and that these adjustments are what you desire." The term overwhelmed came up, and I wanted your confirmation for compliance. "Treat every request as unapproved until you see my live signature." I advised him, "If someone claims otherwise, ask for written proof. You won't get any." My cousin Megan called after we had hung up. "Are you okay?" she exclaimed. "Because the way Sophie has been talking, it sounds like you are falling apart." I asked Sophie what she was saying. "That you pulled out of the triplex because of anxiety? That you hoard control of the LLC? That you threatened to cut mom and dad off financially?" Megan added, "Now she's posting about abusive power in families." "None of that is true," I said. Megan dropped her voice. "I didn't think so. It doesn't match the Emily who paid for their roof. I just wanted you to know what was being said. Thanks. Screenshot if you feel like it. Otherwise don't feed her audience." We hung up. A second later, an email thread appeared in my inbox. Subject: Mitchell Triplex Purchase Update. It came from our agency Susan, with my parents, Sophie and Matthew the lawyer on copy. Sophie's note, quoted beneath her response, read, "Susan, as we mentioned, Emily has withdrawn due to personal mental health difficulties. We need to move forward without her. Please respect her limitations," Sophie had wrote, sounding so compassionate that my skin crawled. Susan's response was succinct. "Thank you, Sophie. For liability, I'll need written confirmation directly from Emily, and we'll pause the file for now." I began typing before the rage subsided. "Hi Susan," I wrote. "Attached are my written withdrawal from 2 days ago, and the pre-approval documents. I'm not leaving due to mental health issues. I'm withdrawing because I no longer want my name, credit, or income utilized in the present family situation. Any other depiction of my choice is incorrect. Thank you for pausing the file. Emily." I copied Benjamin and Matthew, and included any documentation demonstrating I had been the driver from the beginning. Susan, snorts, responded swiftly to the little group. "Understood. I will ignore Sophie's previous reply and solely follow your directions." Matthew sent a modest email. Received. We should discuss future actions. That night, I found an envelope with my mother's handwriting affixed to my apartment door. Inside, on lined paper, she had written, "We love you. We were emotional. Please call us so we can fix this before it goes too far. Love, Mom." My chest wrenched for a moment. I imagined her at the kitchen table, preparing the tale as Sophie paced and wept. My phone vibrated again. Megan had emailed a snapshot of Sophie's latest post. "Sometimes the most dangerous member in a family is the one who has complete control over the money and punishes you for disobeying." It said, "Healing means walking away from people who weaponize their power, even if they share your last name." The responses were filled with hearts and "You go girl." I placed my mother's note next to my laptop and opened the folder called Family Risk File. Emails, voicemails, advisor notes and screenshots were neatly organized in rows. Up until now, I'd just been closing doors. As the data piled up, I knew that protection wasn't enough. If Sophie wanted to create a narrative in which I was the villain, I was going to respond with something she couldn't spin, a plain documented story that left her standing alone in the light. The next morning, when I was at my work, my phone vibrated with a fresh text from my mother. "No argument, just 10 minutes. Please." I gazed at it. 10 minutes wouldn't cure a message telling me not to call back, but it sounded more like her than anything she'd sent in weeks. "Call me," I wrote. She responded quickly, and I heard the faint speaker echo. "Your dad is also here," she continued. "Hey kiddo," James continued. "You wanted 10 minutes, I said." Mom exhaled. "We messed up, Emily. Saying, 'You're out. Don't come back.' That was extreme. We shouldn't have said it like that." "You didn't," I told you. "I said you said exactly that." She paused, then tried again. "Your sister told us things. She said that you were planning to cut us out of the LLC, talking to lawyers about removing us from retirement accounts, saying you were tired of carrying us and wanted full control. She said you told her after dinner in the car." None of that ever occurred. I responded, "Did you hear those words from me directly?" "Well, no," Mom admits. "Sophie said you talked in the car on the way home." "I took my own car that night," I said. "I left alone, there was no car ride." Dad cursed softly. "Why would she make that up?" Mom muttered, but it seemed like she already knew the answer. "Maybe because she wanted what I have," I said. "If I am unstable and power-hungry, sliding herself into documents looks like protecting you, not using you." Dad exhaled. "This is past family drama now." Matthew called. "Jason called you." Susan paused to the house. "I know," I said. "That's why I'm done with whispers. We're going to sit down, all four of us, in the same room. No speakerphone, no vague posts. It'll bring documents. You bring everything Sophie told you. Then we see what survives." "Do we have to involve lawyers?" Mom inquired. "They're already involved," I explained. "The question is whether they see Sophie's story first or the evidence." "When?" Dad inquired. "Tomorrow 6 at the house," I said. "If Sophie won't come, that's an answer too." The next evening I entered my folks' living room with a hefty folder under my arm. Same beige couch, same framed school photographs, entirely different atmosphere. My parents sat together on the sofa. Sophie sat in an armchair with a tissue as a prop. She would not look at me. "Thanks for coming," Dad remarked. I placed the folder and my phone on the coffee table. "Just so we are clear," I stated. "Nothing about this is off the record in my head. If anyone lies, I won't keep it here." Sophie sneered. "Wow, way to make this hostile. We're family." "Then the truth shouldn't scare anyone," I said. Mother twisted her hands. "Sophie, honey, tell Emily what you told us." "No," I said. "Sophie can speak for herself. Go ahead." Sophie rolled her eyes. "I just repeated what you said," she snapped. "That you were done carrying everything. That you were thinking of pulling your name off things. That you wanted full control of the LLC so you didn't have to consult them. And this was in the car after dinner, right?" I asked. She nodded. "Yeah. You were upset. You probably don't even remember." I opened the folder, retrieved a printed statement, and passed it across. "That night at Harbor Grill, right? Check the timestamps." Mom's gaze shifted down the page. Sophie's ride-sharing receipt arrived at their residence around 10:25. My petrol station charge across town was 10:23. Different routes, different cars. I drove myself, I informed you. You took a car alone. There was no car conversation. Maybe it was another night, Sophie responded hurriedly. Before you say that, here's the only other time we all had dinner in the last 4 months, I added, flicking to another paper. That night you left early to meet friends. I stayed to pay. No private ride then either. Dad leaned back gently. Sophie, he spoke gently. She shrugged. Memory is weird. Okay, I was trying to help. I thought she was serious about needing a break. Next, I sent Susan an email. My withdrawal was issued before Sophie's mental health update. Then Susan responded, stating she'd overlook anything that didn't come from me. Snorts. Then Jason's message concerning draft paperwork containing my name but not signed. Next, screenshots of Sophie's postings and Megan's replies. One by one, the pages formed a path from my voicemail to this couch. Mom eventually turned to Sophie. You told us you saw emails, she said quietly. You told us Emily said she was done with us. Sophie sat up taller. So now you just believe her because she printed things? She said. She said she's always liked control. She's twisting everything to make me look crazy. Dad placed his gaze on her. The truth doesn't fall apart when you hold it next to a receipt, he told me. Yours did. Mom stared at me, and for the first time since the voicemail, I noticed something change. We always thought you could handle more, she told us. We saw Sophie as fragile, so we protected her and pushed responsibility onto you. And now I am sitting here realizing the only person who has lied to us is the one we told not to come back. Sophie opened her lips, but Mom raised a hand. Not this time, she said quietly. The word no dropped between them, and I felt something inside me gently return to place. They attempted to edit me out based on a screenplay Sophie made. They were now watching the screenplay burn page by page, realizing they were only seconds away from losing the one person who had kept them afloat. The hush following my mother's nose sat like a fifth person in the room. Sophie squirmed in her chair, her gaze flitting between our parents and me, checking which way the wind was blowing. So what now? She said eventually. You've got your little packet of papers. Congratulations, Emily. Are you happy you made Mom cry? I didn't respond to the comment. This is not about anyone crying, I explained. It's about consequences. You told me I was out, you tried to push through changes behind my back, and you told others I was unstable so you could take over the things I established. That can't just be a sad Facebook post with everyone pretending it never occurred. My father scratched his jaw as if he were lining up a tough repair in his thoughts. What do you think should happen? He inquired. Sophie snapped her head towards him. Seriously, Dad, you're asking her? I caught his gaze. You wanted me out of the family business? I asked. Fine. It'll step back from being the default safety net, but that also means no one gets to quietly use my name, my credit, or my work. Starting with making sure Sophie has zero access to anything I've set up. My mother hesitated. Sophie doesn't have access, she said, but I shook my head. Not formally, maybe, I said. But she's been in meetings. She's been in group chats about the triplex. She's been talking to advisors like decisions were already moving in her favor. That stops today. Dad exhaled and glanced at Sophie. Honey, he added, we need to be clear here. No more speaking to advisors on our behalf. No more implying Emily is okay with things when she is not. Sophie blinked hard. So you're just going to cut me out? She said, her voice becoming high and thin. After everything I have done for you. I couldn't help myself from asking, what exactly is that? The Instagram story about being raised by wolves in the suburbs, or the half-baked business plans you wanted me to fund? Mom flinched but did not chastise me this time. James, she spoke gently. Maybe we should make it official. No additional beneficiaries, no shared accounts, no promises we can't keep. We've been saying for years we'd help Sophie start something, pay off this card, co-sign that loan. All it has done is make her think she is entitled to money that isn't there until Emily builds it. I gazed at her, astonished by her bluntness. Catherine turned to face me. We want you to rewrite the documents, she told me. The LLC, the retirement stuff, all of it, based on what you think actually makes sense, not what we say in the middle of a fight. I gazed at her. You're asking me to take control again after you just told me to get out? I responded with caution. She nodded with moist eyes. I'm asking you to do what you have been doing this whole time, she told me. Only this time with us admitting you know more than we do. Sophie gave a bitter chuckle. Unbelievable. You're handing her everything. You're punishing me because I told the truth about how she treats us. Dad gazed at her attentively. The truth would have held up against a gas receipt, he told me. Yours didn't. That is the difference. Sophie became visibly shaken for the first time since she stepped in. Her gaze shifted to me, looking for an older version of me who could give a lifeline. I did not. James drew a breath. Here's what we're going to do, he continued, adopting the strong tone he used to maintain at the business. Emily, you and Benjamin and Matthew figure out whatever it takes to make the LLC and the retirement accounts bulletproof. You and I remain the only managing members. Your mom is a beneficiary. Sophie is not in any position of control anywhere. If we help her, it will be from our own pockets, not by opening back doors into what you built. Sophie sat forward. You can't just erase me like that, she said. I'm your daughter too. My mother winced. We are not erasing you, she explained. We're stopping pretending money we don't have is going to fall from the sky because we put your name on something Emily made. If we ever help you, it will be because you have a real plan and we can actually afford it, not because we feel guilty. Sophie changed tactics so quickly it made my head spin. Fine, she responded, tearing up. Then let me prove it, Emily. Give me a small role in the LLC. Let me do social media or something. Let me show you I can contribute instead of just taking. It was almost astonishing how she transitioned from fury to appealing to the perspective that made her appear most reasonable. A year ago I may have fell for it. Now I've seen another variant of the same pattern. I rose up and grabbed up my folder. No, I said with a smile. If you want to prove you can build something, you don't do it by wiring yourself into what someone else has already built. You do it by starting with nothing like I did. My mother stared between us. Emily, isn't that a little harsh? She inquired quietly. I shake my head. Harsh was being told I was out and should not come back, I informed him. Harsh was having my stability used as a prop to get sympathy online. This is just boundaries, Mom. There's a difference. Sophie scowled at me and snarled, You are going to regret this. You think you can cut me off and walk away clean? I grabbed my phone and placed it inside my backpack. No, I said. I think I can protect what I have earned and stop you from turning my work into your safety net. Whatever happens to you after that is not on me. On my way out, My father led me to the door. "I am sorry," he murmured gently. "For the voicemail, for not asking you first. For letting it get this far." I believed what was easiest to hear. I nodded, feeling a complex combination of relief and melancholy pour over me. "I know," I replied. "But believing the easy story does not mean the consequences are easy too." Over the next week the adjustments were tangible. Jason handed along amended versions with simply mine and James's names in the control positions. Benjamin planned a meeting where my parents signed agreements restricting who may access their accounts. I amended the LLC operating agreement to specifically specify that no new managing member may be joined without the unanimous written permission of current members. There was no line where Sophie's name might be written afterward. When the final signature dried, I felt something settle in place. Revenge is not a spectacular event, but rather a framework. A system in which the individual who attempted to force me out no longer had any access. Sophie arrived at my workplace unexpectedly a few days later, eyes wide and crimson, and asked the receptionist for me. She was clutching a binder, the kind you'd use to present a project. I greeted her in the lobby, arms crossed. "I have a business plan," she continued, throwing the binder at me. "Events, brand partnerships, influencer collaborations. If you just invest a little, I can pay you back and prove everyone wrong." I did not take the binder. "Start it without me," I said. "If it works, you won't need my money. If it doesn't, you'll know why I said no." Her face crumpled as fury and terror competed for space. "You are really not going to help me," she said quietly. "Not after everything." I recalled Matthew's warning, Jason's caution, Megan's screenshots, my mother's message, my father's silent apologies, and the voicemail that started everything. "I'm done helping people set themselves on fire with my gasoline," I told them. Snorts. Then I turned and walked back through the locked door to my floor, leaving her binder, and everything else on the other side. 2 months later, I stood in the driveway of a pale brick triplex on the outskirts of Denver, carrying a box of kitchen supplies and watching my parents quarrel over where to place a bird feeder. The bottom unit was now theirs, formally documented with a clause stating that they may live there for the rest of their life without anybody touching it. My flat was on the second level, with large windows that let in plenty of light. The third unit was already available for rental. The figures were penciled in a spreadsheet that I had complete control over. Sophie had attempted to sneak into Mitchell Holdings LLC, which was leaner and cleaner. My father and I are the only management members. My mother is the beneficiary, and there are more precautions than any family turmoil could shake free. There are no side doors, leaving no space for artistic adaptation. On weekend evenings, I'd come down to cook with my mother in her new kitchen while my father watched a car show in the living room. We didn't go over every detail again, but we stopped acting as if money was this mystical fog that no one understood. I'd open the accounts on my laptop and guide them through what was actual, rather than what they wished was genuine. It wasn't flawless. When Sophie's name came up, their eyes were still filled with sadness and remorse. But suddenly, when she texted to beg for assistance with another credit card, my mother would show me the message, then set her phone face down and remark, "We can't fix this for her. Not this way." According to cousins, Sophie ended herself in a modest apartment across town, hopping between gigs. Her grandiose event plans never fully took off. People began to realize that her stories always had a villain and a spotlight. For once, I wasn't in either position. I didn't sue her. I didn't attempt to damage her online. I did something quieter, and to me, crisper. I took away her perceived power and allowed her to have a life independent of my profession. I wasn't furious any longer. I was clear. It's clear that trust without limits is an invitation for the wrong person to walk in and disrupt everything. It is clear that being the strong one in a family does not imply that you should allow others to use your power against you. If there is one takeaway from all of this, it is that you may love your family but refuse to be their insurance policy when they gamble with the truth. You may forgive without returning the keys. And if somebody tells you you're out, don't come back. You're permitted to believe them. Step back and ask yourself a more difficult question. What should I cease allowing them access to from this point forward? Perhaps you have your own interpretation of the story. A period when someone treated your loyalty like a credit card with no limits. If you do, I hope you realize sooner than I did that saying no is not retaliation. It is self-respect. Sometimes something is more important to safeguard than the house itself. At Thanksgiving, my sister called me just lucky. Little did she know, I was her boss. The next day, her paycheck bounced, and her career hit the wall. So my sister called me a lucky moron in front of the entire family during Thanksgiving dinner. She had no notion that I was her true employer. I simply smiled, nodded, and discreetly withdrew her off payroll right at the table. Her direct deposit bounced 4 days later. It turns out that luck had no role in this. Let me back up and provide some perspective, since this has been brewing for years. I am 34 years old, and my sister Emily is 30. We grew up in a typical middle-class household in the suburbs. Nothing fancy or horrible. Our parents were accountants who emphasized education and hard work. Standard stuff. They instilled in us the belief that if we worked hard and kept focused, we would achieve success. Solid advice in theory. Emily's and my differences became apparent early on. I was the kid who saved his birthday money and mowed the grass to purchase a better bike. She was the kid who squandered her allowance the day she got it and then begged our parents for more. I read investment books in high school, whereas she read celebrity gossip publications. I worked part-time jobs throughout college while she concentrated on her social life and barely maintained a passing GPA. I'm not saying this to make myself appear ideal, I'm far from it. I had different priorities. I desired financial security. I wanted to construct something. Emily wanted to have fun and work things out later. Neither strategy is absolutely incorrect, but they produce quite different results. After college I began working in renewable energy consultancy. Boring name, but intriguing work. Basically I assisted enterprises in transitioning to solar and wind power. Managed the financial analysis and project management aspects of things. The industry was rapidly expanding, and I was quite proficient in my field. Within 4 years, I was managing significant clients and earning 6 figures. But here's the trouble about working for someone else. There is a ceiling. You can only go so far until you make someone else rich instead of yourself. I witnessed my boss purchase his 3rd vacation property while I received a 4% yearly increase that barely kept up with inflation. I was creating millions of dollars in sales for the firm while receiving only a fraction of that value in remuneration. The numbers did not work in my favor over time. So, at the age of 27, I took a gamble that my whole family believed was ridiculous. I resigned my comfy corporate position to create my own renewable energy consulting business. My manager chuckled when I tendered my notice. He assured me I'd be back in a year, begging for my old job. He felt the sector was extremely competitive, and I lacked the necessary contacts to succeed. His dismissive demeanor was nearly as inspiring as my own drive. The first year was grueling. I worked 80-hour weeks. I ate ramen more often than I would care to confess. I lost sleep, wondering whether I'd made a huge mistake. I maxed out 2 credit cards to keep the firm solvent while I grew my clientele. There were evenings when I sat at my laptop until 2 a.m. I wondered whether everyone who had doubted me had been correct. My parents were supportive, yet concerned. They'd see me at family gatherings, fatigued and agitated, and I could see they were questioning their encouragement. My father would say that there was no guilt in returning to corporate job if things didn't work out. He meant good, but it appeared like he was already preparing my defeat. Emily felt I was a stupid for foregoing a consistent salary. She warned anybody who would listen that I would fail and return to corporate life within 7 months. She would make jokes at family gatherings about how I was about to apply for a job with her. Present was a lot of supporting sister energy present. Around 8 months in, I had precisely $300 in my company account, and a crucial proposal due in 3 days. I had not paid myself a paycheck in 4 months. I was living on credit cards and the last of my funds. That was my lowest point, sitting in my barely affordable apartment, wondering if I should give up and start sending out resumes. But then the proposition arrived. A mid-size manufacturing business sought to transition to solar electricity. It wasn't a large deal by any means, about $85,000 altogether. But it was enough to keep me going. More significantly, they connected me with 4 additional firms in their industry network. Those referrals led to additional referrals. Suddenly, I had momentum. Spoiler alert, I did not fail. By year 2, I'd secured 4 significant contracts. By year 3, I was adding staff and declining work because we were at capacity. By year 5, which is where we are today, I'm operating a business with 25 workers, generating over $8 million in sales each year, and personally clearing over $420,000 after expenditures and payroll. I still drive the same Honda Civic that I purchased second-hand 5 years ago. I reside in a decent yet modest home. I don't wear luxury clothing or display my money. To look at me, you'd think I was just another ordinary person with a regular job, which is exactly how I want it. The folks that really matter are aware of what I've built. Everyone else is free to think what they wish. Emily, on the other hand, has worked 8 different jobs during the last 7 years. She attended college for communications, which she chose because it seemed simple. She graduated with a 2.8 GPA, and no specific plans. Since then she has worked in retail, restaurants, an insurance office, a gym, a marketing business that dismissed her after 4 months, and a few more places I can't recall. She seldom stays any place for more than a year. There's always a reason why the work isn't for her, why her boss is bad, or why she deserves more. Emily visited my house on a Tuesday night 2 years ago. She cried. She claimed she had recently been dismissed from her most recent job for being late too often. She needed money for rent, or she would be evicted. She promised to pay me back. She vowed this was the wake-up call she needed to get her life in order. I handed her money. Not as a loan. I knew I'd never see it again. But because she was my sister and I didn't want her to be homeless, I also informed her that I couldn't continue to bail her out. She needed to sort out her life. She nodded, thanked me, and said she would. The next week, she purchased a new iPhone. Priorities. About 7 months later, she contacted to see if I had any employment opportunities at my firm. She had been working at a retail business and despised it. She wants something with more income and perks. She aspired to work in an office where she would feel professional and significant. This is perhaps when I should have said no. Every rational bone in my body warned me that this was a horrible decision. Do not combine family and business. Do not hire someone with her professional history. Do not do it. But she is my sister. And my mother had been hinting that it would be great if I could assist Emily out. Emily seemed sincere in her desire to make a difference. So despite my better judgment, I established a position for her. I did not give her anything significant or important. I was not an idiot. I appointed her as Client Services Coordinator, which is a fancy term for someone who answers emails, plans meetings, manages basic administrative responsibilities, and organizes our customer contact. Entry-level job, paid $45,000 a year including perks. Good pay for the work, and honestly, more than she'd ever earned anyplace else. I sat her down before her first day and set clear expectations. Show up on time, reply to emails within 24 hours, keep the client database up to date, and communicate professionally in all situations. These are all fundamental tasks that every effective employee should be able to accomplish. She nodded, said she understood, and pledged not to let me down. For the first month, she was excellent, showed there early, stayed late, and was excited to learn. I began to wonder if I had made a mistake in doubting her. Maybe she had actually turned things around. Perhaps working for her family would provide the impetus she required. Then month 2 arrived, and the cracks began to emerge. She started coming in late, only 5 or 10 minutes at first, which I tolerated because I'm not a strict taskmaster. But then it became 15 minutes, then 30, and then an hour. When I spoke with her about it, she always had an excuse. The traffic was awful. Her alarm did not go off. She wasn't feeling good. Never her fault. Always an external issue beyond her control. Her job quality deteriorated as well. Emails remained unanswered for days. Client meetings were planned at the inappropriate times. The database became a jumble of out-of-date information and missing entries. My office manager, Sophia, approached me 3 times in 1 month concerning Emily's performance. Sophia has been with me from year 1, and she never complains until there is an issue. Emily once arranged an important presentation with a potential customer at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. The customer traveled in from Nevada just for this meeting. At 1:45, I received a call from our front desk stating that the conference room was not set up and Emily was not in the office. It turned out she had gone to eat at noon and never returned. I did not call or SMS, I simply disappeared. I discovered out later that she had met some acquaintances at the restaurant and opted to hang out with them rather than return to work. She arrived at 4 p.m. It seemed like nothing had occurred. I had to personally apologize and reschedule the client's flight. We ultimately obtained the contract, but only because I paid a portion of our expenses to compensate for the lack of professionalism. That single episode cost me around $18,000 in missed income and almost wrecked a relationship with a client who could have brought us years of repeat business. When I asked Emily about it, she said that she had lost track of time and didn't think it was a big problem because I was there to manage the meeting anyhow. I didn't think it was a big problem. A customer went across 3 states for a meeting she booked, but then canceled, and she didn't consider it a big problem. Another occasion, she sent an email to a prospective client that included so many typos and grammatical issues that they phoned me to inquire whether we were a real business. The email clearly stated, "We look forward to doing business with your company." I had to explain that we were in the process of training a new employee, which was not reflective of our regular standards. Emily had been working there for 4 months by that moment. This was not a new employee error. This was simply lazy work. I took Emily aside for a talk, not as her brother, but as her supervisor. I informed her that the late arrivals had to stop and her job quality needed to improve. She quickly became defensive. Said I was being too harsh on her. Said I didn't realize how demanding the work was. Sophia said she went after her because she was envious of Emily's status as the boss's sister. That final part nearly made me giggle. Sophia has no cause to be envious of anyone. She was my right hand, earning $95,000 per year plus incentives and owning genuine stock in the firm. But Emily wanted someone to blame, and Sophia was an obvious choice. I issued Emily a formal written warning, recorded everything, and informed her that if things did not change within 30 days, we would have to re-evaluate her employment. She sobbed and pledged to do better, and things improved for approximately 2 weeks before resuming their previous patterns. The thing that really struck me was not even her awful performance. It was her attitude in the office. She often complained about how hard she had to work. Meanwhile, she would take hour-long lunch breaks and spend half of the day on her phone. She would complain about being underpaid, although earning more than the market rate for her job and experience level. She'd make comments about how simple it was for me as the owner, as if I just sat around counting money all day instead of working my tail off to keep everything going well. My other employees started to notice. I'd hear them complain about Emily receiving preferential treatment since she was related. And they were correct. Any other employee with her track record would have been sacked some months ago. But I continued to give her opportunities because of our bond. It was just as I had been informed before I hired her. The final straw occurred approximately 3 months ago, just before Thanksgiving. A large customer, a commercial real estate business intending to convert 5 buildings with solar panels, most likely a $2.5 million deal over 2 years, approached Emily with some queries regarding our proposal timeframe. Simple things. They wanted to know when we could start, what the payment plan would be, and whether we could use their chosen vendors for specific components. Emily's duty was to convey those queries to the right individuals on my team, collect replies, and construct a professional response, which was basic coordination work. This was exactly why I hired her. She never responded to the email and never did anything. The client called back a week later, slightly irritated. Still no reaction from Emily. They followed up again, this time directly with me, and were really upset. They were prepared to walk away and take their $2.5 million project to a rival. I learned out when the client phoned me personally, which should never have happened. When I approached Emily about it, she said that she had been preoccupied with other duties and had forgotten. I forgot about a $2.5 million customer. Forgot to complete the fundamental task for which I paid her $45,000 each year. I spent 4 hours on the phone personally smoothing things up with that client, apologizing for our lack of communication, and offered them a discount to compensate for the inconvenience. I just avoided losing the contract, but the harm to our reputation had already been done. They'd recall how my organization failed to react to simple communications in a timely fashion. I should have dismissed her right then. But Thanksgiving was 3 weeks away, and my mother had been inquiring if Emily and I were both coming to dinner. She was ecstatic that we were working together. She continued telling me how happy she was that I was assisting my sister in advancing her profession. I didn't have the heart to dismiss Emily just before the holidays and spoil my mother's Thanksgiving. So I choose to wait until after Thanksgiving. I'd enjoy the holiday, then have a professional talk with Emily the next week about how things weren't going well. I'd offer her a severance package, 2 months' money to ease her move, and wish her well, clean, professional, kind even. Then Thanksgiving dinner occurred. My entire family was there. My parents, Emily and her boyfriend David, my aunt and uncle, and 2 cousins. Standard Christmas gathering. Mom had gone all out on the cuisine. Turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, 3 types of pie, the works. Everyone was in excellent spirits, chatting and joking. After we finished eating, we sat around the table in that post-meal haze where you're too full to move yet too comfy to go. Someone asked me how my work was going, simply to make conversation. I provided my typical response, saying business was good. We'd had a successful year. I was thankful for our clients and crew. Nothing extravagant, just nice dinner talk. Emily decided to join in. Yeah, well, he got lucky. That's all it is. The table was silent. I looked at her, assuming I had misheard or she was joking, but she had a smile on her face. The type you make when you believe you are going to say something brilliant. What do you mean? My father said, puzzled. Emily leaned back in her chair, preparing for her speech. I mean, he acts like he's some brilliant businessman, but he just got lucky with timing. The renewable energy boom happened right when he started his company. He rode the wave. Anyone could have done what he did if they'd been in the right place at the right time. My uncle lifted his eyebrows but said nothing. My mother seemed uneasy. Emily's boyfriend David was nodding along as if she were imparting knowledge. I waited there, waiting to see whether she would dig the hole further. She did. Honestly, if you look at it objectively, he's not even that smart about business, she said. She was now on a roll, loving her audience. Like his whole strategy is just undercutting competitors on price. That's not genius. That's basic. A trained monkey could do what he does. Emily, my mother began. But Emily waved her away. No, it's true. Everyone acts like he's this amazing success story. But it's literally just luck. Right time, right industry, right circumstances. He works hard, sure. But so do lots of people who aren't successful. The difference is, he got lucky. She looked squarely at me as she stated that last sentence, as if daring me to disagree. My cousins were looking at their dishes, apparently uneasy. My father appeared to want to say something, but he wasn't sure what. My aunt was giving Emily the look you give someone who has just insulted the host. But I didn't become angry. I did not defend myself. I did not argue. I simply smiled and nodded. You might be right, I answered gently. Luck definitely played a role. Emily seemed almost unhappy that I didn't take the bait. She'd plainly wanted a battle, to put me on the defensive so she could make her point about how I take myself too seriously, or whatever narrative she'd made up in her mind. Exactly, she said, feeling vindicated. People need to stop acting like he's special. He just got lucky. That's the truth. Well, my uncle said, plainly attempting to divert the subject. Lucky or not, it's working out well for him. For now, Emily said. But luck runs out eventually. Then we'll see how successful he really is. My mother recommended we relocate to the living room for pie. Everyone leaped at the opportunity to end the unpleasant talk. As everybody stood up from the table, I took out my phone as if I were reading texts. I accessed my company's HR management software. We utilize a system that allows me to manage payroll, benefits, and scheduling remotely. Very convenient, especially in situations like these. I went to Emily's employee profile, clicked on the employment status option, changed it from active to terminated, inserted today's date as the end date, and wrote a message in the termination reason field about performance concerns and a breach of the business behavior policy. The app prompted me to confirm the termination. I clicked yes. It inquired whether I wanted to process any last payments or severance. I clicked no. She'd receive her last salary for hours worked, but that was all. There is no severance package, no 2-month compensation, nothing. The entire operation took around 90 seconds. Emily had officially left my company by the time I came into the living room to get pie. Her access to our systems was automatically removed. Her next direct deposit, due for the following Friday, had been canceled. I sat down with my slice of pumpkin pie and listened to Emily rant about how overrated I was. She had gone on to criticize my residence, claiming that it was too modest for someone with my alleged income. Clearly, I was either lying about my income or too ignorant to understand how to spend money wisely. One or the other. I simply nodded and ate my pie. I didn't say anything about what I just did. Why should I? She'd find out quickly enough. The remainder of Thanksgiving was lovely. Emily ultimately moved on to different issues. We watched football. My father fell asleep in his recliner. Standard Christmas things. When Emily departed that evening, she embraced Mom and Dad and said goodbye to everyone. She did not even glance at me. I went home that night and enjoyed the best sleep I'd had in months. There was no remorse or second guessing. Only satisfaction that I had finally made the decision I should have made months ago. Friday morning I arrived to the workplace early. Sophia was already present. She always is. I summoned her into my office and informed her that Emily was no longer with the firm. Sophia's expression revealed a mix of relief and apprehension. She inquired whether I was all right. I told her I was okay, that it was overdue, and that we'd have to disperse Emily's tasks until we found a successor. Sophia nodded. I'll handle it. And for what it's worth, you made the right call. She wasn't a good fit here. I know, I said. I should have done it sooner. We wrote a quick email to the team that morning. Emily Turner was no longer with the firm. Effective immediately, her tasks had been reallocated. All customers should be routed to Sophia for coordination till further notice. Professional and to the point. Several employees stopped by my office during the day. Nobody inquired as to what had transpired. They all knew. They had been watching Emily coast for months while doing genuine work. A few folks praised me for finally addressing the issue. That stung a little, knowing my staff had been dissatisfied for so long because I had allowed family loyalty cloud my judgment. Emily's direct deposit should have arrived the following Friday. My phone started blowing up at 2 p.m. Emily's first text message. Hey, my paycheck didn't deposit. Can you check with payroll? I did not react. I was having a meeting with a client. Second text, 10 minutes later. Seriously, where's my paycheck? This is ridiculous. Third text, 5 minutes later. I need that money today, I have bills to pay, fix this now. She then called. I refused it. She called again. Declined yet again. Then my office phone rang. Sophia took it up, listened for a minute, and then entered my office. Emily's online too, Sophia added, evidently trying not to smile. She's very upset about her paycheck. Tell her to check her email, I replied. She should have received a termination notification last week. Sophia returned to her workstation. I overheard her deliver that message. Then I heard Emily's voice get loud enough for me to make out words over Sophia's phone. Sophia muttered something else and hung up. She says she never got any email, Sophia stated. And she's demanding to speak with you. Did you verify that the termination email was sent? I requested an answer. Sophia examined her PC. Sent Friday at 8 a.m. to her company email. She probably hasn't checked it since Thanksgiving. Of course she had not. Emily viewed checking her work email as optional. Another reason she had performed poorly in her work. If she calls back, tell her to check her company email for all relevant information regarding her termination, I told her. And if she continues to harass our office line, we'll need to block her number. Emily called back 3 times. Sophia repeatedly gave her the same message and ultimately blocked her number. Then Emily began messaging me individually. The texts were progressively more furious. You fired me? Are you kidding me right now? You can't just fire me without warning. That's illegal. Mom is going to hear about this. Dad too. You're going to regret this. I can't believe you do this to your own sister. You're a terrible person. This is because I told the truth about you at Thanksgiving, isn't it? You're that petty. You owe me that paycheck. I worked for that money. I answered to just one text. You received your final paycheck for all hours worked up to your termination date on November 25th. Any questions about your termination should be directed to HR. Then I silenced the discussion. She attempted to contact my personal phone. I didn't respond. She contacted my workplace straight. Sophia stopped her. She even showed up to my office on Monday morning, but our building is secured and requires a key card to enter the lobby. Security phoned and asked whether I was expecting Emily Turner. I said no. She was no longer worked here, thus they should ask her to leave. They did. The real pyrotechnics began when she contacted my folks. My mother contacted me that Monday evening, just as I was leaving the workplace. She sounded disturbed. What's this about you firing Emily? She inquired. No. Hello? No, how are you? Right to the accusation. It is true, I said. I terminated her employment last Friday without even talking to her first, without any warning. She had multiple warnings, Mom. Written documentation, performance improvement plans. I'd been trying to work with her for months. She chose not to improve. But she's your sister, my mother said. And she was my employee, a bad employee. I gave her more chances than I would have given anyone else specifically because she's my sister. But I can't run a business on family sentiment. My mother was quiet for a bit. After that she said, Emily says you fired her because she said you got lucky at Thanksgiving. She thinks you're just being petty and vindictive. I chuckled at it. Mom, I fired her because she was bad at her job. She consistently showed up late, ignored client emails, created problems for my team, and cost me a major contract because she couldn't be bothered to do basic tasks. The Thanksgiving comment had nothing to do with it. She says, you did it on your phone right there at dinner. I processed her termination on Thanksgiving. Yes, but the decision was made weeks ago. I was planning to fire her that following Monday anyway. Her little speech just moved up the timeline. You should have talked to her first, given her another chance. I gave her 6 months of chances, Mom. How many more did you want me to give her? My mother sighed. She's really struggling now. She doesn't have a job. She's behind on rent. She needs help. Then she should have thought about that before she decided to coast at the one job where someone actually gave her a real opportunity. She's family, and I'm not her personal ATM, I stated more strongly than I typically did to my mother. I helped her by giving her a good job with good pay. She threw that away. Those are consequences of her own choices. My mother didn't like that response. She attempted the guilt trip tactic, saying Emily was my younger sister and I should want to assist her. I listened patiently and then told her I had to go. She wasn't pleased, but she let me hang up the phone. My father phoned the next day. He was very straightforward about it. You need to give Emily her job back, he told her. No preamble. No, I don't, I answered. She's your sister. You can't just abandon her like this. I'm not abandoning her. I'm holding her accountable for her work performance. There's a difference. But she made one comment at Thanksgiving and you ruined her life over it. Dad, I kept detailed records of every performance issue, every late arrival, every missed deadline, every client complaint. This has nothing to do with Thanksgiving and everything to do with 6 months of documented poor performance. Ask her about the 2.5 million client she almost lost us because she couldn't be bothered to respond to an email. My father went silent. What client? I described the problem. Emily had ignored many emails from a large customer. I had to personally intercede to rescue the deal. How that was only one of many concerns. She never mentioned that, my father explained softly. Of course, she didn't because that would require her to take responsibility for her actions instead of blaming everyone else. My father remained quiet for a long time. He then stated, "Your mother is very upset about this. I'm sorry she's upset, but I made the right business decision. Emily was a liability to my company. I couldn't keep her on staff just because we share DNA. Family is supposed to support each other. I did support her, Dad. I gave her a job she wasn't qualified for. I paid her more than market rate. I gave her chance after chance to improve. At some point, support becomes enabling. I'm not going to enable her to coast through life expecting other people to carry her." My father didn't say much to that. He advised me to think about what I was doing before hanging up. Emily attempted many more times to get me to rehire her, or at least offer her severance pay. She wrote me lengthy text messages about how unjust I was being. How I had never understood her. Everyone expected her to be like me, but she couldn't live up to it. How I was successful because I'd had advantages she didn't have. I did not reply to any of it. There was nothing to say. She had created a story in which she was the victim and I was the villain. And nothing I said could change it. People believe anything they choose to believe. About 2 weeks after I dismissed her, my mother phoned again. She sounded exhausted. "I just want you to know that your father and I loaned Emily money for her rent. She said she's looking for a new job but it's taking time." "Okay," I responded. "We're disappointed in how you've handled this situation." "That's your right, Mom, but I stand by my decision. She's your sister. You should have helped her." "I did help her for 6 months. I helped her. She chose not to help herself." My mother sighed. "I don't think you understand how hard things are for her right now." "I understand perfectly well. I also understand that she created this situation for herself. I'm sorry she's struggling, but those are natural consequences of her choices." "You've become very hard," my mother observed gently. "No, Mom. I've just learned that helping people who don't want to help themselves doesn't actually help them. It just enables them to keep making bad choices." We didn't talk for a while after that call. My parents were upset with me. Emily was telling everyone who would listen that I'd betrayed her. My aunt apparently thought I was being too harsh. My uncle thought I'd done the right thing, but wasn't going to say so publicly because he didn't want to deal with my mom's reaction. But you know what? My business ran better without Emily there. Sophia hired a replacement within 4 weeks. A recent college grad named Rachel, who actually showed up on time, responded to emails, and treated her job with respect. Client communication enhanced. My team's morale increased. Everything just works better. About a month later, I received a text from Emily. It was different from her prior furious texts. "I got a new job. Starts Monday. Just wanted you to know I'm fine." I texted back. "Glad to hear it. Good luck with the new position." She did not react. I did not expect her to. That was probably our final direct communication for a while, perhaps forever. Some bridges burn and remain burnt. My parents gradually began talking to me again, but things were clearly tight. Mom would call from time to time, and we'd talk about nothing in particular. Dad gave me an article on a solar project that he had read about. Small attempts toward normalcy, yet the underlying tension remained. They had made it apparent that they believed I was incorrect. I made it apparent that I didn't care. Christmas was awkward as heck. We all gathered at my parents' place since that is what you do. Emily was there with David. We did not talk directly to each other. She spent the entire time on her phone or in quiet conversation with David. I spent time with my cousins and avoided the living room where Emily was stationed. At one time, my father attempted to create a discussion between us. He asked, "Why don't you two talk and work this out?" As if we were kids arguing over a toy. Emily gazed at me with chilly eyes. I returned the stare with the same indifferent expression. Neither of us said anything. My father gave up and went back to watching football. Things became more fascinating shortly after New Year's. Emily evidently informed David her entire account of the story. How I dismissed her out of jealousy and vengeance. How I couldn't take her speaking the truth about my accomplishment. How I was a nasty person who abandoned my family. David, being the smart thinker that he is, resolved to assist Emily exact retribution. He made a phony Google review for my firm. One celebrity said we duped his company out of $50,000 and never delivered on our promises. They said we were scammers running a phony enterprise. He even created a fictitious business name to make it appear real. The difficulty with David's strategy was that I had set up Google alerts for my company's name. I saw the review within an hour of it being posted. I also saw that the account that posted it was formed on the same day, and it only posted one review, indicating that it was not a complex operation. I took images, recorded everything, and reported the review to Google as false. It was deleted within 48 hours. Then I had my attorney send David a cease and desist letter for defamation and attempted harm to my company reputation. The letter threatened possible legal action if he continued. Emily contacted me 2 days later, shouting that I was going to sue her boyfriend. I gently reminded her that if her partner intended to commit actionable defamation, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Then I hung up. David seemed to have backed off after that. There will be no more phony reviews or efforts at retribution. It turns out that threatening people with serious legal penalties makes them reassess their activities. In February, my mother called with some news. Emily was evicted from her flat. She'd been staying with David, but their relationship had crumbled following the legal threat. She was now requesting to move back in with our parents. My mother wondered whether I would rethink employing Emily again. I said no. She asked if I would at least lend Emily money for a deposit. I said no again. She said I was being unkind. I told her that Emily had squandered every chance, humiliated me publicly, and had her boyfriend attempt to damage my business. At what point did Emily become accountable for her own situation? My mother didn't have an answer. Emily returned home at 28 years old. However, March provided the most satisfying results. Remember Emily, our important client, who almost lost us because she ignored their emails? What about the $2.5 million contract I had barely saved for? They returned with an expansion idea. They were so pleased with our work on their first 5 buildings that they asked us to manage another 12 properties. This deal was expected to be worth around $6 million over 3 years. During the contract signing meeting, the client's VP expressed his satisfaction with our communication improvements over the previous months. He notably appreciated our new client services coordinator for her responsiveness and professionalism. They said it was a 180-degree difference from their last encounter with us. I thanked him and mentioned that we had made some staff adjustments to better serve our customers. He nodded approvingly and commented that it showed. That arrangement placed us on track to generate more than $13 million in income this year. We were growing quicker than I had anticipated. I hired 3 extra people, including a second project manager, to handle the increasing burden. Business was thriving. My mother informed me that Emily was once again working at a department shop, earning the minimum pay plus commission. She was still living at home, whining about how unfair life was, and blaming everyone but herself. My parents stopped asking me to help her. I believe they eventually understood that no amount of money or opportunity would solve Emily's basic condition. She did not want to perform the task. In April, I received a message on LinkedIn from someone who formerly worked with Emily. He said Emily told others she had quit my firm because I was handling it unethically. She said she departed on principle, not because she was fired. I shared a professional update on LinkedIn regarding our company's expansion and the necessity of upholding excellent standards. I didn't mention Emily's name, but everybody who was familiar with the issue understood. Following that post, 2 former co-workers reached out. Both stated that they had heard tales from Emily and were relieved to discover that we were genuinely prospering. Her attempts to harm my reputation had entirely failed. People in the industry speak, and when they witnessed my company's true success, it made her appear bitter and untrustworthy. By summer, everything had settled into a new routine. My firm has 35 workers and an anticipated yearly revenue of more than $16 million. We moved to a larger office. I ultimately awarded myself a raise and purchased a newer car, still a Honda, but less beat up. My parents and I had achieved a peaceful settlement. We occasionally discussed neutral issues. They had ceased justifying Emily's actions, partly because they could no longer ignore the trend. My father genuinely apologized to me in June, said he understood why I made the decision I did. That mattered more than he understood. Emily was still living at home and working between jobs. Last I heard, she had been fired from the department store for being late too often. She had moved on to work at a call center. My mother stopped providing me updates until I directly asked for them. In August, I saw David at a petrol station. We established eye contact. He glanced aside quickly and dashed to his car. I simply smiled and went about my day. Some fights are inevitable victories. The finest part happened in September. We received a significant industry award for innovative renewable energy consultancy. A ceremony was held, a trophy was awarded, and various trade journals covered the event. My crew was ecstatic. Sophia sobbed happy tears. It was a great confirmation of all we had created. The award ceremony was held on a Thursday evening. The article was published Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, my phone was flooded with congratulatory messages from colleagues, old co-workers, and even some family members. My mother called that evening. She had seen the article. She stated she was proud of me. Then she said something that really astonished me. Emily saw the article too. She didn't say anything, but I could see it on her face. I think she finally understands what she gave up. I did not reply to that. There was nothing to say. Emily had made her decisions. I had made mine. The outcomes speak for themselves.